Chapter 1, Immortal Rebirth. In the dim and damp rental house, a thin young man was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. In a daze, he felt a small hand scratching his face gently, his nose itched, and he could vaguely hear a childish voice chattering in his ear. Lin Fan's head shook slightly, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. His chest heaved violently, and he gasped for breath. There was a hint of confusion in his bloodshot eyes. Where am I? Just after waking up, Lin Fan felt as if his head was pricked by needles and the pain was excruciating. He slowly raised his right hand and pressed it on his forehead. It took him 2 or 3 seconds to come back to his senses, and then he noticed the situation in the room. This is a small room of less than 20 square meters. Dark curtains cover the windows tightly. The light in the room is dim. The walls on all 4 sides are not tiled, but simply painted white. There are a few yellowed star posters on the wall. The furnishings in the room are also very simple, with a double bed, a bedside table, and a dirty cloth wardrobe. Apart from that, there are no other large items. The floor was very dirty, with clothes, shoes and socks randomly placed, cigarette butts all over the floor, and many wine bottles and cans thrown everywhere. There were also several empty instant noodle buckets placed at the door. There was no place to step in the room, and this closed small space was filled with an indescribable strange smell, a mixture of cigarettes, foot odor, wine, and instant noodles, making the whole room smoky. It is hard to imagine how people can live in such a dirty and messy place that is even worse than a pigsty. After taking a look around the room, Lin Fan suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened with horror. Is this Earth? Earth? Why am I on this strange planet? I clearly remember that I failed to survive the tribulation, and my protective magic weapon was destroyed. I was unable to resist the last 9 heavens' divine thunder, but how did I end up here? Could it be, I have traveled through time? There was a flash of shock in Lin Fan's eyes. Even with his thousands of years of experience in the world of cultivation, he couldn't understand what was happening to him. Although it was hard for Lin Fan to accept, the fact was that the Shenyang Immortal Venerable, a once-in-a-millennium monstrous genius in the world of cultivation, who had reached the tribulation period after only 3,000 years of cultivation and had triggered the most powerful and terrifying 9 heavenly tribulations during the tribulation, was unable to withstand the last 9 heavens' divine thunder of the 9 heavenly tribulations due to his unstable foundation when he was undergoing the tribulation. In front of the gazes of thousands of Taoist friends who were watching the ceremony, he was blasted to pieces by the divine thunder, his body perished, and his soul traveled to another world. At the same time, the young man on Earth with the same name and surname as him died of excessive drinking, so his soul appeared in the body of Lin Fan on Earth. Daddy, you're finally awake. Qiqi is hungry. Qiqi wants to eat you. Just when Lin Fan's mind was in a mess, a childish voice was heard. Lin Fan then noticed that a little girl was lying on him, and her chubby little hands were gently pulling his beard under his chin. What did you call me? Lin Fan frowned and asked subconsciously. The little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Fan with a hint of doubt in her eyes. She called out in a baby voice, Daddy, you are Daddy. Lin Fan looked at the little girl with a smile on his face, and said with a pout, Little girl, I'm not your dad, don't yell. When the little girl heard this, her mouth suddenly pouted. She looked at Lin Fan timidly, her big eyes full of grievance. In her young mind, she really couldn't understand why Daddy didn't admit that he was Qiqi's daddy. Was it because Qiqi was not well behaved and Daddy didn't want Qiqi anymore? Thinking of this, a layer of mist covered the little girl's eyes. Her eyes were watery and she looked like she was about to cry, looking so pitiful. Seeing the aggrieved look on the little girl's face, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel distressed, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart, as if making this little princess in front of him sad was an unforgivable thing. Lin Fan carefully looked at the little girl lying on him. The little girl was about 4 or 5 years old. She was wearing a pink princess dress and had 2 cute pigtails. Her face was very delicate, her nose was small and exquisite, her lips were as thin as willow leaves, her eyes were as crystal clear as gems, and her long eyelashes flickered when she spoke. She looked like a doll, very cute. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was a complete slob. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his beard was unshaved for who knows how long, his face was dull, his eyes were dark circles, he was wearing a pair of loose shorts and a black vest, and he faintly exuded a sour smell. Although he was only 25 or 26 years old, he looked old and decadent from head to toe and from inside to outside. Could it be this Lin Fan's daughter? Lin Fan thought secretly in his heart, and suddenly, his brain buzzed, and countless information rushed into his mind frantically. He felt a tearing pain in his head, and Lin Fan's body twitched suddenly. Then, he held his head with both hands, and made a desperately suppressed sound from his mouth. Veins on his forehead bulged, and his face became extremely hideous. Ugh! The little girl looked at Lin Fan's painful expression and became anxious. She shook Lin Fan's body vigorously. Her big eyes were misty and she cried out in a sobbing voice, "Daddy, Daddy, what's wrong with you?" The childish sound of Dad reached Lin Fan's ears, like a rain after a long drought. Lin Fan's heart suddenly calmed down, and the tingling sensation in his head slowly disappeared. The information about this body's life trajectory over the past 20 years had been completely absorbed and digested by Lin Fan. With the fusion of the memories of the two lives, Lin Fan also knew all the information about the original owner of this body. Although Lin Fan is so down and out now, his background is frightening. The Lin family is one of the 4 major families in Xia country. Lin Fan's father, Lin Jintian, is the head of the Lin family. It is no exaggeration to say that he is definitely a person who can shake the whole Xia country with one stomp of his foot. However, 3 years ago, Lin Jintian suddenly died, and the entire Lin family fell into unprecedented chaos. Later, they had to ask Mr. Lin, who had been in seclusion for many years, to take charge of the overall situation. After investigation, all signs showed that the murderer of Lin Jintian was actually Lin Fan's biological mother, Lin Jintian's original wife, by Ling Xian. The motive for the murder was to make Lin Fan the head of the Lin family as soon as possible and inherit this huge family. When this result was announced, everyone was stunned, and Mr. Lin was so angry that he almost died. Later, Bai Ling Xian was imprisoned in the secret prison of the Lin family, and Lin Fan was also driven out of the Lin family. Overnight, he went from being the lofty young master of the Lin family to an abandoned child. Originally, Lin Fan was a complete playboy, who did not work all day and only knew how to spend his days drinking and carousing. After being kicked out of the Lin family, he didn't even have the basic survival skills. Fortunately, someone transferred money to his card every month. Although it was not much, only 5,000 yuan, it was definitely enough to maintain his basic life. After thinking all this through, Lin Fan's gaze suddenly turned cold, with a chill in his eyes. The previous Lin Fan was muddle-headed and didn't understand anything, but the current Lin Fan could figure it out. Lin Jintian was not killed by his mother at all, because in the memory of the original owner of this body, his mother was a gentle woman who would not even step on an ant to death. How could she do such a heinous act as murdering her own husband? All of this must be a conspiracy, a huge conspiracy, murdering the current head of the family and driving away the first heir to the next head of the family. What all this is for is probably very clear. In the world of cultivation, there are also many examples of families and sects who have committed such evil acts as killing brothers and fathers in order to gain power. Behind this incident of the Lin family, there must be unknown secrets. Chapter 2: Multiple Daughters? Lin Fan from the world of cultivation was born an orphan and was raised by nature. He had no memory of his parents at all. From childhood to adulthood, he had never experienced the feeling of having a family. Now he has been reborn in another world, and he has merged the memories of Lin Fan from Earth, and his feelings as well. He can feel that he also has affection for the parents of this body. The feeling of blood connection is something he has never experienced in the past thousands of years. This feeling makes Lin Fan accept the identity of Lin Fan from Earth and his relatives from the bottom of his heart. Humph. Since I have descended into your body, I will naturally seek justice for you. I will demand retribution from all those who have bullied, humiliated, and harmed me. Mother, I will also rescue you and give you justice. Lin Fan clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind. Thinking of this, Lin Fan looked at the little girl lying on him with strange eyes. After absorbing the memory of the original owner of this body, Lin Fan finally knew the origin of this cute little princess in front of him. Her mother is Ling Shuefei, the only daughter of Ling Tian, the chairman of Ling Group. Although Ling Group is not as powerful as the 4 major families in Xia country, it is definitely a wealthy family and a giant in the entertainment industry. 5 years ago, Ling Shuefei represented Ling Group and went to Yang'an City to participate in the highest-level business negotiation meeting in Xia country. At that time, Lin Fan was still a complete playboy. Their meeting could barely be considered a case of a bear saving a beauty. Unexpectedly, they got together. Unexpectedly, they got pregnant at just this one time. Ling Shuefei got pregnant. In fact, Lin Fan never knew that he had a daughter, because after that night, the two never met again. After Ling Shuefei learned that she was pregnant, she went to live abroad alone, and it was also abroad that she gave birth to the little princess in front of him. Over the years, Ling Shuefei has been living abroad with her daughter. If nothing unexpected happened, she would never set foot in Xia country in her life. But all this changed when the little girl was 4 years old. The little girl gradually became sensible. When she saw that other children had fathers, she also clamored for a father. Ling Shufa couldn't bear to see her daughter depressed all day, so she took her daughter back to China. After returning to China, Ling Shufa found Lin Fan after much inquiry. She sent her daughter to Lin Fan and let her live with her father for a week. This could make up for her daughter's regret of having no father in her childhood. On the other hand, it could also help her daughter give up on this poor father as soon as possible. Now, it was the second day since the little girl was sent to Lin Fan. After confirming that the little girl was his biological daughter, Lin Fan's heart suddenly started beating rapidly. In his previous life, he was a complete cultivation maniac. Although countless fairies and saints threw themselves at him and wanted to have children with him, he never even looked at those people. Now, he suddenly had a daughter, and the feeling of blood connection was so clear that he was intoxicated. He subconsciously accepted the existence of this daughter. "Dad, I'm hungry," said the little girl weakly. "Daddy will find you something to eat." Lin Fan looked at the little girl in front of him. He stroked the little girl's head gently, then held the little girl aside. He got off the bed, rummaged through the drawers and found a box of milk that had not expired, inserted a straw and handed it to the little girl. "Thank you, Dad." The little girl said this in a crisp voice, then held the milk in her two little hands and drank it gracefully. Lin Fan supported his chin with his elbows, staring at the little girl blankly. A hint of tenderness rose in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a gentle arc. 2 minutes later, the little girl finished drinking the milk. Lin Fan took the empty milk carton from her and put it aside. He gently wiped the little girl's mouth with a tissue. The little girl burped in a very innocent way, then stretched out her chubby little arms towards Lin Fan and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, hug me." Lin Fan felt a sour feeling in his nose and he gently picked up the little girl and brought her close to his body. "Daddy, I finally found you. Mommy said you went to a very far place and asked me not to look for you, but Qiqi missed Daddy. Qiqi pestered Mommy to come find Daddy. Now Qiqi finally sees Daddy. Qiqi is so happy, muah." The little girl mumbled a lot of things, and then, without minding that Lin Fan was so sloppy, she kissed him on the cheek. In an instant, Lin Fan's heart melted. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. This kind of coziness, warmth, and tenderness made Lin Fan intoxicated. He couldn't help but hug the little girl tighter. "Ha ha ha. I, Lin Fan, have a daughter. I have a daughter. Ha ha ha." Lin Fan's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. If anyone in the cultivation world saw this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. Everyone in the cultivation world knew the name of Immortal Venerable Xin Yang. He was a ruthless and decisive killer. He once slaughtered all the members of the 4 major sects in Zhengzhou in a rage. But now, he was a complete daughter slave and a doting child. There was no trace of his former fierceness and cruelty. The little girl hugged her father's neck. When she heard her father laughing so happily, she also laughed. The silver bell-like laughter made Lin Fan feel better. "My dear daughter, your name is Qiqi, what is your full name?" Lin Fan asked in an unusually gentle voice. If people in the cultivation world heard this tone, they would probably be so scared that they would not be able to fly with their swords. Qiqi, my name is Qiqi," the little girl said with a pout. "Qiqi is your nickname. Do you have any other names?" Lin Fan laughed and asked patiently. "Oh, yes, yes." The little girl bit her thumb, tilted her head and thought for a while, then said in a baby voice, "My name is Ling Mingqi." Hearing this name, the smile on Lin Fan's face suddenly became brighter. He looked at the little princess in his arms with a smile and said to himself, Lin Mingqi, you are really my good daughter, my dear baby." "Yes. Qiqi is Daddy's good baby," Qiqi also said happily. In fact, Qiqi's real name is Ling Mingqi, which is her mother's surname, but Lin Fan mistakenly heard it as Lin Mingqi. If he knew that Qiqi's surname was Ling instead of his, I wonder if he would still have the expression he has now. Looking at the little princess in his arms, Lin Fan has elevated her to the most important position in his heart. He subconsciously wants to protect his little baby and give her the best in the world. Unfortunately, the true energy in my body is gone. I can't even use the lowest level of martial arts. Now I am just an ordinary person. No, I am not even as good as an ordinary person. This body is so terrible. How can I take care of Qiqi and protect Qiqi in this state? My storage ring was also blasted to pieces by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. It's a pity that I spent thousands of years collecting all the treasures, but not a single one was left for me. 9 heavens' divine thunder, you are so cruel. Hey, I really don't believe it. Could it be that I, Lin Fan, traveled through time without anything? At least I should have something. Thinking of this, Lin Fan began to search his body carefully, touching all over, and finally found a ball of paper in the bird's nest like hair. There was the aura of the world of cultivation on it, and it must be something brought from that world, but Lin Fan couldn't remember what it was. After all, in his thousands of years of cultivation career, he had seen and touched too many treasures, and this one was so casually kneaded and placed, it must not be a very precious treasure. Crash! Lin Fan slowly peeled away the paper ball, and then he saw that inside the paper ball, there were actually 2 pills. Chapter 3 Happy Hour. Looking at the 2 pills, a hint of surprise gradually emerged in Lin Fan's eyes. It's actually the marrow cleansing pill and the heavenly spirit seed. Zhou Divine Thunder, you still left some treasures for me after all. The marrow cleansing pill, a second-grade pill, as the name suggests, can cleanse the essence and marrow, widen the meridians, and help the user absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as the user is not hopelessly stupid, the user can basically enter the Qi refining stage steadily after taking it. The Qi refining stage is also the first door on the long road of cultivation. If it were in the previous life, I'm afraid Lin Fan would not even look at it, but it's different now. The marrow cleansing pill is suitable for people who have just started to cultivate. Lin Fan has no cultivation at this time, so he can take this marrow cleansing pill and step into the door of cultivation again. Tian Lingzi is a first-grade elixir that can open the intelligence of livestock, strengthen their bodies, and prolong their lifespans. It has no effect on spiritual beasts and demon beasts, but only on ordinary livestock. In the world of cultivation, it is a notoriously useless elixir, and is usually only bought by the powerful and wealthy in the secular world for their pets to take. To the world of cultivation, it has no value at all. Lin Fan looked at the 2 pills and began to ponder them in his mind. This marrow cleansing pill is what I urgently need right now. After taking it, even if the spiritual energy on earth is too thin and I can't enter the Qi refining stage immediately, it will be enough for me to reach the Xian realm. In at most half a year, I will be able to refine Qi. This heavenly spirit seed is really useless. It is useless to open the spiritual intelligence of ordinary livestock. But I can find a pet for Qiqi and let him play with Qiqi. Ha! This piece of paper? Lin Fan unexpectedly glanced at the paper wrapping the pill, and suddenly a surge of ecstasy surged in his heart. It turned out that the paper wrapping the pill was not ordinary paper, but a talisman. Soul-capturing talisman. The soul-stealing talisman in Lin Fan's hand was something he got by accident. Its function is to capture the soul of the person who has been hit by the talisman, and make the person who has been hit by the talisman completely obey the instructions of the caster of the talisman. Moreover, this obedience comes from the heart, and it is a worship, conviction, and loyalty born from the bottom of the heart. The person who has been hit by the talisman will regard the caster of the talisman as a god. Even if the latter asks him to commit suicide, he will willingly do it to himself, unless the cultivation level of the person who has been hit by the talisman reaches the golden core stage before he can break free from the control. Now, Lin Fan has just arrived on Earth and has lost all his cultivation. This soul-capturing talisman can definitely be of great help at the critical moment. After thinking these things through, Lin Fan suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Although Lin Fan is now just a decadent young man who walks unsteadily, with the help of the marrow-cleansing pill and the soul-captivating talisman, plus thousands of years of experience in cultivation, he has absolute confidence that he will be able to reach the peak again on Earth soon. Daddy, the house stinks, Qiqi wants to go out and play. At this time, Qiqi covered her little nose and said in a baby voice. Okay, Daddy will take Qiqi out to play, but Daddy is too dirty, so go wash up first. You just sit here and wait for Daddy. Okay, Qiqi will be good. Qiqi said obediently. Seeing his daughter so well behaved, Lin Fan felt relieved. He picked up Qiqi and put her on the bed, gently touched her little head, then went into the bathroom and started taking a shower. Crash! The cold water washed over his body, washing away Lin Fan's past and ushering in a new life. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan came out of the bathroom in his shorts, found a relatively clean set of clothes and put them on. He walked to the bed, looked at the cute baby sitting on the bed and asked, Qiqi, can Daddy take you out to play? Okay. Qiqi wants to play with Daddy. Qiqi clapped her hands and said happily. Looking at Qiqi's innocent appearance, Lin Fan's soft heart was touched again. He calmed himself down, found his wallet and ID, put them in a crossbody bag, picked up Qiqi with his right hand, opened the door and went out. Lin Fan had no intention of returning to this doghouse-like place. Daddy, Qiqi finally has a daddy, yet Qiqi lay on Lin Fan's shoulder, pulling his beard and said happily. Dad will always be with Qiqi in the future. Lin Fan said softly. Okay, and mommy, Qiqi will live with daddy and mommy forever. Qiqi shouted happily, raising her little arms. When Lin Fan heard Qiqi talking about her mother, he felt a headache. When Ling Xuefei sent Qiqi here yesterday, she didn't even look at him. It was obvious that Lin Fan, who was in such a miserable state now, made her look down on him from the bottom of her heart and didn't want to have any contact with him. This time, she sent Qiqi here to live for 5 days. What about after 5 days? I'm afraid he will come to take Qiqi away. No. Qiqi is my daughter. I won't let anyone take her away from me, no one. Lin Fan secretly made up his mind. After coming out of the rental house, Lin Fan first found a barber shop, had his hair cut and beard shaved, and he instantly transformed from a sloppy uncle into a fresh and handsome guy. Afterwards, Lin Fan withdrew 100,000 yuan from a nearby bank and put it in his bag. He took a taxi and headed straight to the amusement park. Lin Fan's bank cards have been frozen by the family, but he still has a card that was not opened by him. He won it from a bet with the children of the Feng family, one of the 4 major families in Yang'an. There is 5 million in it. Over the years, Lin Fan has not touched a penny of the card. Now that he has a precious daughter, how can he let her suffer with him? So Lin Fan went to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan in cash and carried it with him. Half an hour later, Lin Fan brought Qiqi to the largest amusement park in Longcheng, Happy Time Amusement Park. Qiqi lay on Lin Fan's shoulder, blinking her bright big eyes, looking at the amusement park with curiosity, and was very happy. Dad, look, there are so many people, and there are so many children. Dad, look over there, that balloon is so big and beautiful. Daddy, look, there's a big bear over there, so cute, ha ha ha. Qiqi laughed and talked happily all the way, twisting and turning in Lin Fan's arms, and was in an extremely good mood. It also made Lin Fan very happy. Both the father and daughter had a lot of fun and took lots of photos. They didn't finish their visit until noon, when they were still not satisfied, so they went to the restaurant in the amusement park to eat. Dad, I'm full. Shall we go ride the roller coaster? More than 20 minutes later, Qiqi was full and turned her head to ask while touching her belly. Lin Fan gently wiped the corners of Qiqi's mouth with a tissue and said, Qiqi is still young, so she can't ride the roller coaster. We really can't play? Qiqi pouted and looked at Lin Fan pitifully. My little darling, Lin Fan's heart was broken when he saw Qiqi like this, but for Qiqi's safety, he had to harden his heart and refuse. Qiqi, you really can't ride the roller coaster, but we have something more fun. What is it? Qiqi had a childish nature. When she heard that there were more fun things to do, she immediately forgot about the roller coaster and asked Lin Fan with anticipation. Ferris wheel. Lin Fan said with a smile. Yeah, Ferris wheel, Ferris wheel. Qiqi's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Qiqi has seen the Ferris wheel on TV and has wanted to ride it for a long time, but unfortunately her mom never took her there. Now she is having fun playing with her dad. Ha, let's go, Dad will take Qiqi to ride the Ferris wheel. Qiqi was happy, and Lin Fan was happy too. He picked up Qiqi and left the restaurant and headed towards the Ferris wheel. The colorful Ferris wheel in Happy Time Amusement Park is the largest and most beautiful Ferris wheel in Dragon City. It is very popular among many adults and children. There was a long queue at the ticket office, and Lin Fan held Qiqi and lined up at the back of the line. Daddy, you have to come and play with mommy again next time. Qiqi said in a baby voice beside Lin Fan's ear. Okay. Although Ling Xuefei looked down on Lin Fan, the current Lin Fan was completely different. Even for the sake of the cute little baby in his arms, Lin Fan thought in his mind that it seemed like a good choice to seduce the child's mother. While Lin Fan and Qiqi were talking, a couple who were talking to each other suddenly cut in front of Lin Fan. The man even glanced at Lin Fan with obvious sarcasm in his eyes. Looking at the couple who cut in line without paying attention to who was around, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed immediately. Chapter 4, Amazing Momentum. Big brother and big sister, it's wrong for you to cut in line. You have to line up. Qiqi stretched out her little hands and said in a baby voice to the couple in front of her. Children's hearts are the purest. Qiqi only knew that her mother had said that cutting in line was wrong, so when she saw someone cutting in line, she would remind them. The young man looked back with a nonchalant look, holding one leg upside down like a madman, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and looked Lin Fan up and down. Seeing that Lin Fan was wearing cheap clothes, the young man became even more arrogant. He took the cigarette out of his mouth with 2 fingers and blew a breath at Lin Fan. The choking eye smoke sprayed directly onto Lin Fan's face, choking even Qiqi. Cough, cough, cough. After inhaling the smell of cigarettes, Qiqi couldn't help coughing twice, and her little face turned red. Looking at Qiqi's uncomfortable appearance, Lin Fan suddenly felt an unknown fire in his heart, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Apologize. Lin Fan raised his hand and fanned Qiqi's face twice. After fanning away the smoke, he coldly spat out 2 words at the young man. Although Lin Fan has lost all his cultivation now, he is the reincarnation of an immortal after all. Just a glance from him carries an astonishing aura. Lin Fan's aura suddenly increased, making the young man feel an invisible pressure. Under this pressure, a fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively wanted to apologize and give in, but when he thought of his new girlfriend who was right beside him, if he gave in easily, wouldn't she look down on him? Would he still be able to play games happily that night? Thinking of this, the young man swallowed his saliva, held the cigarette between his fingers, pointed at Lin Fan's face, and shouted fiercely, "Hey, kid, you are quite arrogant, do you know who I am?" Bang! Lin Fan didn't say any more words to the young man. He slapped the young man's outstretched hand, and the cigarette in his hand flew away. Are you stepping on it? The young man was immediately furious. His male chauvinism would not allow him to lose face in front of his girlfriend. He gritted his teeth and cursed, and was about to take action. However, before he could raise his hand, his neck was pinched by Lin Fan's hand. The huge force made it difficult for him to breathe. His face turned red, and veins bulged on his neck and forehead. Cough, 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 let go. The young man slapped Lin Fan's hand and shouted with all his might, but it was no use. The hand was like an iron clamp, motionless. You, let me go. If you don't let go, I'll call the police. Seeing her boyfriend being subdued, the girl next to her became anxious and took out her cell phone and shouted at Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head upon hearing that, his cold eyes falling on the girl's face. Under Lin Fan's cold gaze, the girl felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. She was so scared that she stood there stupidly, without any further movement. Oh my god, his eyes are so scary. The girl's heart was beating very fast. Even though it was summer, Lin Fan's gaze still made her feel cold all over and gave her goosebumps. Apologize. Lin Fan retracted his gaze, stared at the young man, and uttered those 2 cold words again. Let go. The young man was still struggling, but when he realized that he couldn't break free from the hand of the thin young man in front of him, the pain in his body finally overcame his pride, and he gritted his teeth and whispered, I'm sorry. Dad, Qiqi is fine. At this time, Qiqi wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck and spoke softly in his ear. Swish. Only after hearing what his precious daughter said did Lin Fan let go of her hand. The young man suddenly felt relieved. He covered his neck with his hands and coughed violently twice. He looked up at Lin Fan, and saw that Lin Fan was looking at him sideways. He immediately looked away avoidantly, without even saying a harsh word, and quickly left, pulling his girlfriend who was still in a daze beside him. So useless. The young couple quickly ran away, and the girl's disgusted voice could be faintly heard. Qiqi, can Daddy take you to ride the Ferris wheel? After chasing away the annoying flies, Lin Fan's eyes were once again filled with love and compassion. The role change was so fast that even the people standing behind him and witnessing the whole process were surprised. Is this daughter slave who speaks softly and tenderly, afraid of scaring the child, really the same person as the young man with terrifying aura just now? Okay, let's ride the Ferris wheel. Let's ride the Ferris wheel. When Qiqi heard that she was going to ride the Ferris wheel, she immediately forgot about the unpleasantness just now and shouted excitedly while clapping her hands. 5 minutes later, Lin Fan bought the tickets and came to the bottom of the Ferris wheel with Qiqi in his arms. Under the guidance of the staff, he walked into a small box with another couple in their 30s. Bang! The staff closed the door, and the Ferris wheel slowly left the base and rose to a higher place. The Ferris wheel is not very fast, with only a slight shake and the sound of the shaft, so sitting in it generally does not make people feel uncomfortable. There are 2 rows of crescent-shaped chairs facing each other in the small box, and the surroundings and tops of the box are all very clean glass, which is convenient for tourists to observe all directions. Lin Fan held Qiqi and sat on one side. Qiqi rolled around in his arms, leaned on his shoulder, blinked her big, clear eyes and looked outside, looking very happy. The couple sat opposite them, holding hands, talking in a low voice and secretly glancing at Qiqi from time to time.
The couple, the man is called Zhang Haitian and the woman is called Gu Meiwan.
They have been married for more than 10 years but have no children. Now when they see the cute baby Qiqi, they can't help but take a few more glances at her. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose higher, Qiqi became a little scared.
She hugged Lin Fan's neck tightly and said pitifully, "Daddy, I'm so scared."
"Qiqi, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Daddy is holding Qiqi. Don't be afraid. We are very safe in here. You see, the people down there have become very small. And over there, do you remember that slide? We played there this morning." Lin Fan held Qiqi in his arms and comforted her in a gentle tone, pointing down to distract Qiqi's attention. Qiqi was very nervous at first, but slowly with Lin Fan's comfort, she calmed down, was no longer afraid, and began to look around excitedly again.
"Wow, Dad, we are so high now.
Look, the houses below have become very small, and there are so many little people. Dad, look, there are so many balloons over there.
Why didn't I see them just now?
Dad, we are starting to descend." Qiqi, who was no longer afraid, quickly became excited and chattered while standing on Lin Fan's thighs. "Sir, is this your daughter?" When the Ferris wheel was halfway down, Zhang Haitian looked at Lin Fan and asked.
"Yes, she's my daughter."
Seeing that the other party was very polite, Lin Fan also smiled and nodded. "Since you can give birth to such a beautiful baby, I'm sure your wife must be a graceful woman."
Gu Meiwan also said with a smile.
"Mom is so beautiful, Mom is the most beautiful in the world."
When Qiqi heard someone mention her mother, she immediately shouted happily.
Ha ha ha! Zhang Haitian laughed a few times after seeing Qiqi's cute reaction. After thinking for a while, he took out a Peppa Pig doll from his pocket and handed it to Qiqi, saying, "Little princess, this is a gift from your uncle." Qiqi didn't answer, but turned her head to look at Lin Fan. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes revealed desire.
"Why don't you thank Uncle?"
Lin Fan said with a smile.
"Thank you, Uncle."
Qiqi thanked him happily, then took Peppa Pig from Zhang Haitian's hand, playing with it lovingly, and said in a baby voice, "You are Peppa Pig, and I am Qiqi Pig.
We will be good friends from now on."
Ha ha ha. Zhang Haitian burst into laughter upon hearing Qiqi's cute words, but his wife sighed, touched the back of her husband's hand, and said in a resentful tone, "You like children so much, but I can't let you be a father."
Chapter 5 Ice Moon Violet. "Okay, Meiwan, why are you saying all this?
If you don't have a child, then there is no child.
We can just adopt one."
Zhang Haitian comforted his wife.
"Infertile?"
Lin Fan looked at the middle-aged couple opposite him and came up with the idea of helping them. It was not for any other reason, but because Zhang Haitian gave Qiqi a small gift. Although it was just a small doll, it made Qiqi happy, so Lin Fan appreciated his kindness.
"Can you let me take a look?"
Lin Fan said softly. Swish. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan instantly raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan, their eyes full of anticipation, but soon, the anticipation in their eyes faded away. Since they got married, they have consulted countless people at home and abroad, including Chinese medicine practitioners, Western medicine practitioners, experts and professors, barefoot doctors, and even so-called witches from ethnic minorities, but they have not been able to solve the problem of infertility. Lin Fan in front of them is just a young man in his 20s. How capable can he be? It's not that they don't trust each other, but they have experienced too many disappointments, so they dare not raise any hope anymore. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and they can no longer withstand such a blow. "Sir, thank you for your kindness, but my husband and I have been seeking medical treatment for more than 10 years and now we have given up hope. It would be a good idea to adopt a child." Zhang Haitian said with an ugly smile.
"Maybe I can help you," Lin Fan suggested again.
"Don't bother, don't give us hope, we really can't bear to be disappointed again." Zhang Haitian still shook his head and refused. But his wife next to him suddenly became emotional, looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of desire and said, "No, sir, please show me, I want a child, I want a baby of my own."
"Meiwan, you."
"Haitian, I must give birth to a baby for you." Gu Meiwan turned her head to look at Zhang Haitian, gritted her teeth and said this with unusual determination, then turned her head to look at Lin Fan and begged, "Sir, please help me, I really want to have a baby.
As long as you can cure me, I am willing to pay any price.
No rush. Let's find a place after we go downstairs and I'll take your pulse," Lin Fan said with a smile.
"Then, thank you for your help, sir."
For some reason, the smile of the young man in front of him gave Zhang Haitian a sense of hope. Although the hope was not great, for some reason, Zhang Haitian instinctively wanted to believe this young man. A few minutes later, the four of them got off the Ferris wheel. Zhang Haitian invited Lin Fan to the nearby Starbucks, ordered a few drinks, and sat down by the window.
Qiqi, play by yourself for a while. Daddy needs to take Aunt to see the doctor.
Lin Fan put Qiqi on the chair inside, scratched Qiqi's little nose, and said, Qiqi looked at Lin Fan with her bright eyes flickering, and asked, Dad, is Auntie sick? Lin Fan said softly, Auntie has some health problems and cannot have children.
Daddy will help her take a look. Come on, Dad.
You're the best. Qiqi raised her little fist towards Lin Fan and cheered for her father in a baby voice.
He.
Lin Fan touched Qiqi's little head and looked up at the couple sitting opposite him.
Mr. Lin, thank you for your help.
Zhang Haitian raised his hand and said when he saw Lin Fan was free. They had already introduced themselves to each other in the Ferris wheel just now. Well, please extend your right hand to me, Mrs. Zhang. Lin Fan nodded and said. The couple looked at each other. Zhang Haitian took out a handkerchief, folded it twice and placed it on the table. Gu Meiwan then stretched out her right hand and placed it on the handkerchief. Lin Fan stretched out his right hand, placed 4 fingers lightly on Gu Meijuan's wrist, closed his eyes and quietly felt the beating of Gu Meijuan's pulse. Starbucks was very quiet, with only a few people talking in low voices.
Even Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan could hear their own heartbeats.
The complex emotions of being full of anticipation yet afraid of being disappointed again made the couple extremely tormented. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and uttered a slight puzzled sound, which made the couple opposite him suddenly nervous.
Mr. Lin, how is it? Zhang Haitian asked hurriedly.
Although Gu Meiwan did not speak, she looked at Lin Fan eagerly, her eyes full of desire.
Under the gaze of the two, Lin Fan asked softly, Madame Zhang, do you feel a dull pain in your lower abdomen every time the moon is full? If it is a rainy day, the pain will be aggravated. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhang Haitian didn't react.
He just turned his head to look at his wife beside him. Gu Meiwan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened. She was so surprised that she was a little incoherent. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm and said ecstatically, That's right. Mr. Lin, what you said is true. For many years, I have had abdominal pain around the 15th of every month.
Meiwan, why haven't I heard you mention this?
Zhang Haitian asked with a frown, but his wife didn't have time to answer his question, because Lin Fan accurately described his symptoms just by feeling his pulse.
Does this mean that Lin Fan has found the root cause of the disease?
In other words, Lin Fan can cure his infertility symptoms.
Thinking of this, a hint of ecstasy welled up in Gu Meijuan's eyes. It seems that what I thought was right.
Madame Zhang's infertility is not due to her physical condition, but... At this point, Lin Fan's voice suddenly became a little colder. He glanced at the couple opposite him and continued, she was poisoned.
Poison? Hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Zhang Haitian exclaimed in surprise.
Then, his whole demeanor changed. He exuded a faint imposing aura, and his eyes were full of anger. He gritted his teeth and asked, Excuse me, Mr. Lin, what kind of poison was my wife infected with? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Haitian in surprise. From the previous conversation, he had a vague feeling that this couple were not ordinary people, but now it seems that he still underestimated their identities. Mrs. Zhang was poisoned by a pollen toxin called ice moon violet. Lin Fan looked at the couple and said calmly, Ice moon violet pollen has no harm to men and even has a slight aphrodisiac effect. But if absorbed by women, it will lead to infertility and abdominal pain on full moon nights, which is even worse on rainy days.
Ice moon violet, ice moon violet.
Zhang Haitian murmured this unfamiliar word. Suddenly, his eyes became stern and he pulled his hand back suddenly, wrinkling the paper coffee cup. The corners of his eyes trembled slightly, and it was obvious that he had thought of something.
Mr. Lin, since you recognize this poison, you must have a way to detoxify it, right?
At this moment, Gu Meiwan was like a drowning person who had grabbed a life-saving straw, looking at Lin Fan with hope. Lin Fan smiled slightly and uttered 2 words softly, naturally.
Chapter 6 Master Lin. Mr. Lin, are you serious about this?
Zhang Haitian looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, swallowed, and asked.
Gu Meiwan had already been stunned.
The only thing in her mind was the word natural that Lin Fan said. These 2 simple words were like sunshine shining through layers of dark clouds, bringing warmth to the earth and causing Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan to feel a sudden surge of ecstasy in their hearts.
Yes.
Lin Fan nodded and continued, it is not difficult to detoxify this poison.
Ice Moon Violet is Yin in nature.
We only need a few plants of fire to suppress its Yin property and the poison can be detoxified.
Master Lin, please explain clearly.
At this time, Zhang Haitian's way of addressing Lin Fan had quietly changed, and he respectfully called Lin Fan Master Lin. Looking at Zhang Haitian and his wife who were full of desire, Lin Fan opened his mouth and uttered a few words lightly: 100-year-old fire Ganoderma, 200-year-old dragon blood tree leaves, 2 fire pomegranates, 1 poinciana tree, and 2 red sunflower petals.
These are the herbs needed for detoxification.
You should prepare these materials first.
Prepare herbal medicine? Zhang Haitian was stunned for a moment, then he grabbed Lin Fan's arm and asked in a trembling voice, Master Lin, when you asked me to prepare herbs, do you mean that they can detoxify?
Lin Fan glanced at the two of them, smiled gently, and said, prepare the herbs early. As long as these herbs are ready, I can make a pill to detoxify your lady.
Alchemy. Master Lin can make alchemy?
Zhang Haitian exclaimed. With his status, he was still able to get access to some social secrets, among which were some incredible things, such as martial arts masters, alchemy formations, and so on.
Could it be Master Lin?
Thinking of these things, Zhang Haitian's evaluation of Lin Fan in his heart couldn't help but rise to a higher level again.
Great! Great!
At this moment, Zhang Haitian completely lost the composure and calmness of a superior, and laughed like a madman. Ha!
Great!
God bless me, Zhang Haitian can finally be a father. Gu Meiwan cried, covering her mouth with her right hand, and sobbed inconsolably. The pressure and sadness that had been suppressed in her heart for more than 10 years suddenly dissipated at this moment. Zhang Haitian put his arm around his wife's shoulders, and the couple leaned their heads together, feeling mixed emotions.
Dad, why are they crying?
The voices of Zhang Haitian and his wife attracted Qiqi's attention. She blinked her big eyes and looked at them in confusion, grabbing Lin Fan's arm and asked.
They are crying because they are happy.
Sometimes they are too happy and emotional and will shed tears.
This is called crying of joy.
Lin Fan gently stroked Qiqi's little head and explained patiently.
Well, okay, Qiqi won't cry even when you're happy.
You adults are really weird.
Qiqi said with a pout. Don't get too excited.
The other herbs are fine, but the 100-year-old fire Ganoderma is a rare item.
It's not easy to find. Even if you can find it, it will cost a lot.
You'd better go back and prepare the herbs early.
The sooner you detoxify, the better.
Lin Fan gently wiped the corner of Qiqi's mouth and looked up and said. Yes, let's go get the herbs first.
Zhang Haitian nodded repeatedly, then asked, Master Lin, can you please leave your contact information?
After we gather all the herbs, we will need Master Lin's help in detoxification.
No problem. Please remember my cell phone number, 185 27 81.
Call me after you have collected all the herbs. Lin Fan said.
Thank you, Master Lin.
Zhang Haitian nodded repeatedly in gratitude, took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Fan's number, saying, Master Lin, this is my personal number. If you need any help, just give me a call at any time.
Don't be polite to me.
I, Zhang Haitian, still have some connections in Longcheng.
Okay, I'll save it then.
Lin Fan tapped a few times on his phone and saved Zhang Haitian's call into his address book. Then he said, but don't call me Master Lin.
I'm not a master.
Ha! Zhang Haitian laughed heartily and asked, I am a few years older than you, so I shamelessly call you Brother Lin.
How about that? Brother Zhang, sister-in-law.
Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Ha! I didn't expect that I would meet a noble person when I came out to relax this time.
Brother Lin, I really don't know how to thank you.
Zhang Haitian said with emotion, then reached into his arms and took out a black card with a gold border. He held the card with both hands and respectfully presented it to Lin Fan. This is the Supreme Black Card, the highest level privilege card of my Haitian group.
There are only 3 in total. With this card, you can enjoy many benefits in the industries under the Haitian group. This card is given to Brother Lin. You're welcome, Brother Zhang. It's fate that we meet. Besides, Qiqi likes the gift you gave her very much.
Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly.
Gift? The corners of Zhang Haitian's mouth twitched twice.
It turned out that the reason why the gentleman in front of him offered to help was because he gave his daughter a small gift? This is really. Qiqi is so cute, it's hard not to like her. But this Supreme Black Card, Brother Lin, please accept it. Zhang Haitian said with emotion, then put the supreme black card on the table, pushed it towards Lin Fan, stood up and said, "Brother Lin, please excuse me, I am really anxious and need to go back to collect medicinal herbs first." "It's okay, please feel free to do as you please." Lin Fan raised his hand and said, "Yeah." Zhang Haitian nodded, helped his wife who was still crying with joy, and left the restaurant. As soon as he walked out of the restaurant, Zhang Haitian couldn't wait to take out his phone and call the herbal medicine dealer he knew. "Old Wu, do you have any Ganoderma lucidum, dragon blood tree leaves, pomegranate, royal poinciana, or red sun seed?" "Yes, aren't you aware of the medicinal materials I have here? The supply is absolutely sufficient." "How many years do you want?" When the other party saw that it was Zhang Haitian calling, he did not dare to neglect it and replied immediately. "The fire Ganoderma and dragon blood tree must be over 100 years old. There are no mandatory requirements for the others, but the longer the better." Zhang Haitian was delighted and continued. Puff. As soon as Zhang Haitian finished speaking, he heard the other party choking on saliva on the phone, followed by a scream, "What the hell? More than 100 years? Old Zhang, are you sure? I'm not wrong, and you heard me right. I really need one that's over 100 years old. As long as I can get it, the price is not a problem. Well, I do have a few 100-year-old dragon blood tree leaves on hand, and I also have several other items, ranging in age from 30 to 60. Some of them are in warehouses outside, but they can definitely be shipped here within 3 days. It's just that the fire Ganoderma is more troublesome. Someone contacted me half a month ago and wanted to auction off a 100-year-old fire Ganoderma. As you know, there is no market for this kind of thing. But if you need it urgently, I can help you contact the seller for 15 million and buy it directly." "Okay, Old Wu, I want all of them. You estimate the value and prepare the herbs. I will visit you in person in the evening." Faced with this sky-high price, Zhang Haitian made the decision without hesitation. Seeing Zhang Haitian so happy, Old Wu was a little surprised, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Okay, let's contact each other in the evening." Ha ha. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Haitian felt very happy. He held his wife's hand and walked out with big strides. As the saying goes, people feel refreshed when good things happen to them. They walked so lightly. The couple originally just came out to relax, but they didn't expect to meet a noble person. Chapter 7 Jun Nan Waterfront. Lin Fan took Qiqi to the amusement park for a whole day of fun. By the evening, the energetic little one was finally a little tired. She lay lazily on her father's shoulder, not wanting to move. "Qiqi, are you hungry? Daddy will take you to eat something delicious." Lin Fan patted Qiqi's back gently and said softly. Well, Qiqi is hungry, and her belly has become smaller. Qiqi touched her belly and said in a very cute and naive voice. "Then what does Qiqi want to eat?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "I want to eat KFC. I want to eat big chicken legs, French fries, and, ice cream." When Qiqi heard about food, she immediately became excited and shouted while raising her little hand. "Okay, Dad will take Qiqi to eat KFC." Lin Fan naturally would not refuse the little princess's request. He hailed a taxi at the entrance of the amusement park and went straight to KFC. "It seems like I have to buy a car," Lin Fan thought to himself as he sat in the back seat of a taxi. If it was just Lin Fan himself, everything would be easy, but now that he has a little princess, he still needs a car for convenience. Soon, Lin Fan brought Qiqi to KFC, ordered a children's meal and an ice cream for Qiqi, and ordered a meal for himself. "Qiqi, ice cream." Lin Fan put 2 meal sets on the table and handed the ice cream to Qiqi. Qiqi happily took it, kissed Lin Fan on the cheek, and said happily, "I know that Daddy is the best. Mommy doesn't even let Qiqi eat ice cream. Qiqi, whatever you want to eat, Dad will satisfy you," Lin Fan said with a smile. Seeing Qiqi so happy, he felt extremely satisfied in his heart. As for what children can't eat, it is not a problem for Lin Fan. With his strength, refining some pills to improve physical fitness is as easy as eating and drinking. "Daddy, you are so nice. Well, as a reward, let Daddy have a bite first." A smaller bite." Qiqi lowered the ice cream in her hand in front of Lin Fan and said in a baby voice. "Thank you, baby. Daddy will only eat a little." Looking at Qiqi's cute appearance, Lin Fan smiled, leaned over, and took a small bite of the tip of the ice cream. "Dad, is the ice cream delicious?" Qiqi asked, blinking her big eyes. "It's delicious and very sweet." Lin Fan nodded.
Then the rest are all Qiqi's. Qiqi showed her true nature as a foodie.
After saying this, she picked up the ice cream and started eating it until her mouth was full. After finishing the meal, Lin Fan carried Qiqi out of KFC. He originally wanted to buy a car, but when he saw the little princess in his arms was so sleepy that she was yawning and couldn't even open her eyes, he gave up the idea and just bought some daily necessities in the supermarket next door. It seems that the little guy is really tired.
Go back and rest first. We can talk about buying a car tomorrow. I can't go back to the rental house.
Oh, I have a house in Dragon City.
I've hired someone to clean it every week. Now is the time to take it back.
Thinking of this, Lin Fan stood at the door of KFC and waved to stop a taxi.
Where are you going, sir? Jun Nan Waterfront.
Lin Fan said lightly.
Hearing Lin Fan's voice, the taxi driver looked at Lin Fan in the rearview mirror with doubt.
He saw that the other party's dress did not look like a rich man at all. Although the little girl in his arms was very cute and beautiful, why would a player like him who had to take a taxi to go to Jun Nan Waterfront? It was a high-end residential area, where only rich people lived. Although the taxi driver was curious, he didn't think much about it. He shook his head and started the car.
As one of the 4 major families in Xia country, the Lin family is based in Yang'an City.
They are extremely powerful and have huge assets. They basically have their own properties in major cities across the country, ranging from a building to a house. The former Lin Fan liked to visit Longqing very much, so he bought a house in Longqing to use as his palace. After being kicked out of the Lin family, Lin Fan never lived in that villa again. But now it is different. Lin Fan absolutely cannot let the little princess down, so the house that brought him bad memories came into his sight again.
Lin Fan's palace is located in the Jun Nan Waterfront community in the Linjiang district of Longqing. The house is a single-family duplex building with 2 floors.
The area of one floor alone is more than 200 square meters, and the total area of the upper and lower floors is close to 500 square meters. When this house was first purchased, the transaction price was 100,000 renminbi per square meter. The entire house, including fine decoration and high-quality furniture, cost nearly 60 million renminbi in total.
It is definitely a luxury house. House prices have skyrocketed in recent years.
If this house is sold, the transaction price will not be less than 70 million.
It is definitely a luxury house. The taxi stopped in front of the main entrance of Jun Nan Waterfront community.
Keep the change, please. Lin Fan left a $100 bill, hugged Qiqi who was already half asleep, got out of the car and walked into the community.
Hey, who is that? What are you doing?
Just as Lin Fan walked to the gate, he heard someone shouting nearby.
What's wrong?
Lin Fan turned his head and asked in confusion.
What's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong. Is this the place you can enter?
A man in a security uniform, fanning himself with a hat in his hand, walked over lazily, tilted his head and looked at Lin Fan and said,
"I." Drip drip.
Just when Lin Fan was about to say something, a brand new Mercedes-Benz S600 slowly drove up to the door. The driver was a bald middle-aged man in his 40s. A girl who was old enough to be his daughter sat in the passenger seat. She was wearing heavy makeup and a low-cut vest. She glanced at Lin Fan who was standing at the door with disdain, obviously thinking that she was just a poor girl with nothing. "Oh, Mr. Wang, you're back quite early today." When the young security guard saw the Mercedes-Benz, his expression immediately changed. He put on his hat, bent over and ran to the Ferrari, greeting it flatteringly.
"Open the door."
The owner of the Mercedes didn't even look at the security guard, but just said something lightly.
"Okay."
The young security guard nodded and waved towards the control room, and the lifting rod was slowly retracted. The Mercedes-Benz spewed out a puff of exhaust gas and drove into the community with a buzz sound.
TSK. So rich.
The security guard looked at the rear of the BMW and muttered quietly. Then he walked up to Lin Fan, squinted at him, and said impatiently, Go, hurry up.
I live here." Lin Fan did not react strongly to the security guard's condescending behavior.
He just glanced at the security guard and said lightly, "Hey, you're a contestant whose clothes together cost less than 300 yuan. Can you afford to live here? If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." The young security guard obviously didn't believe Lin Fan's words and said contemptuously,
Number 20, Detached Duplex, District D. The owner is Lin Fan.
You go check. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time arguing with the other party, so he took out his ID card and handed it to the security guard.
It seems that you have a thorough understanding of our situation.
You know that no one has lived in number 20, Zone E for 3 years.
You thought that if you just handed over your ID card, I would definitely not check it, right? If you met someone else, you might have gotten away with it. But I tell you, you are unlucky to meet me, little thief.
Just wait, I will expose your lies. The young security guard said a lot to himself, then turned around and ran into the security room. Half a minute later, the young security guard ran out sweating profusely, respectfully handed the ID card back to Lin Fan with both hands, swallowed his saliva, and stammered, Mr. Lin, I am blind, please don't hold it against me. It's no wonder that the little security guard was panicking.
After all, can anyone who can afford to buy a duplex in this Jun Nan Waterfront be an ordinary person? If such a big shot gets angry, I'm afraid my job will be in jeopardy.
However, Lin Fan had more important things to do and did not intend to waste time here. He reached out to take the ID card and put it back in his pocket.
Mr. Lin, please.
The young security guard took out his access card with trepidation, swiped open the side door, and said while bending down. Lin Fan carried Qiqi into the community.
Chapter 8, Hongmeng Creation Secret.
Relying on the vague memories in his mind, Lin Fan successfully found his villa. After extending his index finger to unlock the fingerprint lock on the door, he walked in holding Qiqi. After entering the house, Lin Fan found that it was quite clean. It seemed that the person hired at that time was quite responsible. Although he had not been back for more than 3 years, someone came to clean the house every week. Lin Fan carried the sleeping little princess to a bedroom on the second floor, put her gently on the bed, covered her with a quilt, kissed her gently on the face, whispered goodnight, and then tiptoed out. Crack! The door closed gently. Lin Fan let out a long breath, took a shower, and then walked into the master bedroom wrapped in a bath towel. It's time to take the marrow cleansing pill, otherwise I won't be able to protect Qiqi in my current state. After making up his mind, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the green marrow cleansing pill, and without any hesitation, threw it directly into his mouth.
With his throat moving, he swallowed the marrow cleansing pill. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, Lin Fan felt a warm current coming from his lower abdomen and flowing throughout his body.
This comfortable feeling made Lin Fan feel refreshed both physically and mentally, but he knew that the climax was yet to come.
Less than half a minute later, Lin Fan's entire limbs became warm.
Before he could fully experience the feeling, Lin Fan felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if all the meridians in his body were about to burst. Lin Fan endured the severe pain and sat cross-legged on the bed without moving. Sweat soon flowed all over his body, and veins on his forehead bulged because of the pain.
Obviously, the taste of this marrow cleansing pill was not pleasant. Marrow washing.
Lin Fan closed his eyes tightly, put his right index and middle fingers together, and pointed at his dantian like lightning. The energy of the marrow cleansing pill began to take effect, spreading from the dantian and penetrating into Lin Fan's bone marrow and flesh.
Open the pulse.
Lin Fan placed his index finger on his stomach and slowly moved it upwards.
Boom!
Lin Fan seemed to hear thunderous sounds coming from his body. The energy of the marrow cleansing pill completely exploded at this moment, dividing into torrents that continuously washed through the meridians in Lin Fan's body. Soon, all the 8 extraordinary meridians in Lin Fan's body were opened, and the remaining energy from the marrow cleansing pill began to continuously strengthen his 12 meridians. The effect of the marrow cleansing pill is to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians, strengthen the 12 meridians, greatly speed up the body's absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and help the user to smoothly enter the Qi refining stage. After all the meridians were opened, the remaining energy of the marrow cleansing pill continued to flow through the major meridians, constantly strengthening and widening them.
This is like a road.
In the same amount of time, the wider the road is, the more vehicles can pass through. If Lin Fan's meridians were just narrow paths before, then from now on, his meridians are equivalent to highways.
The changes are incomparable. It's a great feeling to have this burst of energy.
Lin Fan clenched his fists and talked to himself with a smile. If Lin Fan at this moment were placed in a martial arts novel, he would definitely be a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century, a demon in cultivation. Now, what Lin Fan has to do is to use the remaining medicinal power in his body to help himself absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby, strengthen himself, and improve his realm. The most efficient way to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is, of course, to practice martial arts. Advanced martial arts can increase the absorption rate by 10 or 100 times.
In this life, are you still practicing the 5 elements emperor technique?
Lin Fan began to think. The Five Elements Emperor art was the technique that Lin Fan practiced in his previous life, and it was also his reliance in the world of cultivation. Relying on the Five Elements Emperor art, Lin Fan can absorb all kinds of spiritual energy without rejection, whether in the extremely cold land of the far north, in the crater of a volcano that is scorching all year round, or in the depths of the bottomless ocean. Lin Fan can practice without any shackles. In the end, Lin Fan cultivated the Five Elements immortal body, which can be immune to attacks of the Five Elements to a large extent.
He can be said to be invincible at the same level. If it weren't for the accident when he was crossing the tribulation, the 9-9 Thunder tribulation alone would not be able to do anything to him. How about practicing that?
Lin Fan's mind flashed, and he thought of another martial art in his hand, Hongmeng creation art. This extremely mysterious martial art was accidentally obtained by Lin Fan in his previous life from the ruins of an ancient war between immortals and demons. According to Lin Fan's estimation, this martial art is even more advanced than his Five Elements Emperor art, reaching a level that even he cannot reach. However, this Hongmeng creation art has a very harsh cultivation condition, which is that the practitioner must practice from scratch. When Lin Fan obtained the Hongmeng creation art, he was about to practice to the tribulation crossing stage. Even with his courage, he did not have the courage to give up his cultivation and reincarnate to practice again. In his previous life, it was Lin Fan's great regret that he was not able to practice this supreme technique. Now, he has lived again to make up for this regret. Lin Fan now has no trace of true energy in his body, which just happens to meet the basic conditions for practicing the Hongmeng creation art. Lin Fan had already memorized the formula of the Hongmeng creation formula. After making up his mind, he closed his eyes again. With a thought, those extremely mysterious formulas suddenly flooded into his mind like a tide. Hongmeng was broken, chaos was born, something was mixed, and it was born before heaven and earth. Hide your clumsiness in cleverness, use obscurity to achieve clarity, conceal clarity in turbidity, and use bending to achieve stretching. The sun and the moon are the seal, the stars are the seal, the world is coming to an end, the path to immortality is vague. The Hongmeng creation art is extremely domineering. By practicing the Hongmeng creation art, one can absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars, integrate it into oneself, temper the body and strengthen the spirit.
If one practices the Hongmeng creation art to the Mahayana level, one's body alone would be comparable to a top-level immortal weapon.
Thinking of this, even Lin Fan, a great cultivator who had cultivated to the peak of tribulation, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If he really reached that level, he wouldn't have to rely on spiritual treasures at all. He could unleash the power to destroy the world with just a wave of his hand. A hint of heat appeared in Lin Fan's eyes, and then he stopped hesitating, sat cross-legged, and began to practice the Hongmeng creation art. The next morning, when the sky was just beginning to turn pale, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes instantly flashed with a bright light. He lightly waved his fist and clearly felt the powerful energy in his body. Lin Fan's expression changed, and he clenched the water cup on the bedside table with his right hand. The cup began to tremble slightly, and then it flew directly into Lin Fan's hand as if it was pulled by a rope. Releasing true qi and controlling objects in the void, this is clearly an ability that only people in the qi refining stage can possess. Lin Fan's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. According to his original estimation, even if he took the marrow cleansing pill, it would be impossible for him to enter the qi refining stage directly. However, he did not expect that the Hongmeng creation art was so mysterious. It was with the help of the effect of this technique that Lin Fan was able to enter the qi refining stage overnight on this earth where the spiritual energy was exhausted. The qi refining stage is the first step in the long journey of cultivating the Tao. From this moment on, Lin Fan once again embarks on the path of becoming a strong man. In this life, he is destined to stir up the world.
Chapter 9, New Moon Entertainment is in trouble.
Although he had been sitting and practicing all night, Lin Fan did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, the improvement in his cultivation made him feel refreshed. Lin Fan stood up, and all the bones in his body were crackling. At this moment, he was truly reborn. Although he is only in the qi refining stage, Lin Fan's physique at this moment is already far superior to that of ordinary people. His strength, speed, and reaction are far beyond human capability. At this moment, Lin Fan's ears moved slightly, and he heard a cry coming from the next room. Whoosh! Lin Fan's figure flashed, leaving his shadow where he was, and he appeared at the door of Qiqi's room. If someone saw him at this speed, they would be so shocked that their jaw would drop to the ground and they would not be able to pick it up again. Pushing the door open suddenly, Lin Fan saw that the little princess on the bed had kicked off the quilt, revealing her short legs.
She was kicking around randomly and crying. "What's wrong, my little baby?" Daddy is here. Don't cry, don't cry. Be good, don't cry.
Lin Fan's face changed, and he rushed to the bed, hugged Qiqi in his arms, gently rocked Qiqi's body, and said softly,
Wow, Daddy, yes, there is a big dog chasing me. It barks at me and wants to bite me. I'm so scared.
Seeing Lin Fan, Qiqi seemed to have found support. She hugged Lin Fan's arms tightly with her two little arms and said while crying, It turned out to be a nightmare.
Lin Fan felt relieved, gently wiped Qiqi's tears, and said softly, Qiqi, don't be afraid, it was a dream, don't be afraid.
No, that bad dog is so fierce, woo.
It's just a dog, Qiqi, don't be afraid, Daddy is here, Daddy will protect you. Not to mention a mere dog, even if a big monster comes, Daddy will beat it down.
Look at Daddy's fist, it's so big, with one punch, the dog will be beaten to death by Daddy. Lin Fan used hand gestures to comfort Qiqi while quietly observing her reaction. When he saw Qiqi stop crying and look at him with big eyes, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, Qiqi, Dad will always protect you and won't let you get hurt at all.
Wow, it's true, Dad.
There were still tears in Qiqi's eyes, but she was no longer afraid and said happily,
Of course, your father is Superman and will always protect Qiqi.
Lin Fan nodded solemnly.
Daddy, love you, Mua. Qiqi was immediately extremely happy.
She gave Lin Fan a kiss on the cheek, then touched her belly, pouted her lips and said pitifully, Daddy, I'm hungry.
Qiqi is hungry, what do you want to eat?
Lin Fan touched Qiqi's little head and asked. Qiqi pointed to the small pink backpack on the bedside table and said, If you want milk, there's some in the bag.
Then Qiqi, just wait here obediently. Daddy will go boil some water to make milk powder for you.
Lin Fan gently rubbed Qiqi's little head and said with a smile,
Okay, Qiqi will be good.
Qiqi nodded her head, gave Lin Fan a reassuring look, pushed Lin Fan's arm and said, Daddy, go quickly, Qiqi is waiting for you.
Okay.
Lin Fan smiled and pinched Qiqi's little face, then he stood up and walked to the head of the bed, took out a bag of Friso milk powder from Qiqi's small backpack, and walked out with it. After Lin Fan left, Qiqi crawled to the head of the bed, took out her cell phone, found the phone number marked Mom, and dialed it.
Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang a few times and then was connected. Hello, Mom, do you know who I am? Qiqi held the phone in her two little hands and said in a low voice. Oh, I can't guess. Can you tell Mom? When Ling Shuefei received the call, she was sitting in the chairman's office on the 12th floor of Xingyue Entertainment.
Her pretty face was frosty, and she had obviously encountered some problems. However, when she heard the voice of her beloved daughter, a smile appeared on her pretty face, and she asked cooperatively.
Stupid Mom, I'm calling you Mom, don't you know who I am? Qiqi said with a pout.
Oh, it turns out to be my precious daughter, Qiqi. Ling Shuefei shouted in surprise, with a smile on her face, and said softly, Qiqi, have you had fun these days?
Happy. Qiqi is so happy with Daddy. Daddy took Qiqi to the amusement park.
We took beautiful photos together, played on the slide together, and rode the Ferris wheel.
It was so tall and big.
Daddy also took Qiqi to eat hamburgers, ice cream, and chicken chops. They were so delicious.
Qiqi's cheering voice was heard from the phone.
I didn't expect that Qiqi would be so happy following that poor and dead father.
This was something Ling Shuefei had not expected.
The little girl's tone was real. Even through the phone, Ling Shuefei could still clearly feel the joy that came from her heart. It seemed that Qiqi was very dependent on this down-and-out father whom she had only met for less than 3 days.
Then do you miss your mom? Are you having so much fun playing with your dad that you almost forgot about your mom? Ling Shuefei didn't even realize that there was a hint of jealousy in her tone. Of course I miss my mom, Qiqi. Qiqi said immediately. Well, that's about right. Ling Shuefei nodded in satisfaction, then asked, Qiqi, where's he? Qiqi said in a baby voice, Are you talking about Daddy? Daddy is going to ask Grandma for Qiqi. Qiqi will wait for Daddy to come back obediently. Ling Shuefei gently instructed, Qiqi, when you drink milk later, you must test the temperature first. Don't burn yourself, understand? Don't worry, Mom, Daddy will take good care of me. Ling Shuefei felt jealous again after hearing this. What a heartless kid. At this time, Qiqi blinked her bright eyes and said, Mom, Dad and I will come to see you later, okay? Hearing this, Ling Shuefei's expression froze, she blinked her eyes, and said with a silly face, Mom still has a lot of work to deal with. After Mom finishes here, let's go see Qiqi, okay? Mom.
Qiqi drew out her voice, expressing her dissatisfaction. Qiqi, be good, come here and kiss your mother. Qiqi pouted her lips and said, it's a very reluctant kiss, Ling Shuefei couldn't help but laugh, and also kissed her, then said, Mom has to be busy with work, Qiqi, you have to take good care of yourself, bye-bye.
In vain.
After saying that, Ling Shuefei hung up the phone reluctantly. She also wanted to see her baby daughter, but the company was in some trouble now. If it couldn't be resolved, it would cause very bad consequences.
The Ling Group is a giant in the entertainment industry of Xia country. It has several entertainment companies that are well known in the country and have cultivated many first-line artists. Crescent Entertainment in Longcheng is a subsidiary of the Ling Group.
However, Crescent Entertainment is just starting out and has no reputation, and for the time being, it does not have any well-known artists who can dominate the scene.
And Ling Shuefei is now the new chairman of Crescent Entertainment, a subsidiary of Ling Group. Chapter 10, Difficulties.
Sister Feifei, Director Wang just called and said that Mr. Dong from Northern Lights is here again and he specifically wants to see you this time. Standing opposite Ling Shuefei was a short-haired woman about 24 or 25 years old. She was holding a folder in her hands and spoke with a slightly frowned brow.
Her name is Yanan, she is Ling Shuefei's best friend, personal assistant, driver, and nanny.
She was born in a broken family and suffered a lot when she was a child. Fortunately, she met Ling Shuefei later. Ling Shuefei treated her as her own sister, which made her feel unprecedented warmth. Therefore, in Yanan's heart, Ling Shuefei is the most important person in her life. Even when Ling Shuefei traveled across the ocean and lived in seclusion abroad, she always followed her. The boss Dong mentioned by Yanan is Dong Dahai, the owner of Northern Lights Clothing. Northern Lights Clothing is a long-established chain clothing brand in Longcheng, focusing on young women's clothing. Half a month ago, they approached Xinyue Entertainment, hoping that Xinyue Entertainment could send an artist to endorse their clothing brand and shoot a set of commercials for promotion. Originally, this was a very ordinary cooperation, but Dong Dahai was very picky. He either complained that this spokesperson was too short, or that one lacked temperament. Basically, all the female artists of Xinyue Entertainment were criticized by him. In the end, he even threatened that if Xinyue Entertainment could not produce an artist that satisfied him, he would make Xinyue Entertainment close down in Longcheng. Although it is pure bragging to say that Xinyue Entertainment can no longer operate in Longcheng, the other party is after all a long-established local company in Longcheng, and their network of contacts is far more than that of Xinyue Entertainment, which has just established a foothold in Longcheng. If the other party continues to make trouble like this, it will have a great impact on the reputation and word of mouth of Xinyue Entertainment. This time, Dong Dahai came to the company again to make trouble and claimed that he wanted to see the chairman. Ling Shuefei stood up, a strong aura emanating from her. She looked at Yanan with a calm and indifferent smile on her face, and accompany me to meet this boss Dong. Okay, Sister Feifei. And Yanan nodded, and the two walked out of the office. In the office of Wang Yan, Operations Director of Xinyue Entertainment. Director Wang, have you finished your call? When will you give me a clear answer? Don't you have a single artist worth showing off in such a big company like Xinyue Entertainment? Let me tell you, if my advertisement is aborted and I miss the peak sale season because of you, I will make sure you can't continue to operate in Longcheng. Don't think I'm kidding. A middle-aged fat man wearing a suit, with a fat head and big ears and a bumpy face, stood in the office with his hands in his pockets, shouting loudly. This person is Dong Dahai, the CEO of Aurora Clothing, which has signed an advertising contract with Crescent Entertainment. Boss Dong, please be patient. Our director Ling is on the way. I believe she will give you a satisfactory answer. As the operations director, Wang Yan is best at dealing with people. With a smile on her face, she soothed Dong Dahai's emotions. Humph. Dong Dahai snorted coldly and said, I heard that your new chairman is just a little girl. I want to see how she compensates me for my losses. Just then, the office door creaked open and a beautiful figure walked in. The moment he saw Ling Shuefei walk in, Dong Dahai's fat trembled, and he was completely stunned. He stared at Ling Shuefei with his eyes motionless. When the contract was signed, the chairman of Xinyue Entertainment was still an old man over 50 years old. Later, Dong Dahai only heard that the chairman had been replaced by a young woman, but he never expected that the new chairman of Xinyue Entertainment was so beautiful. Even compared with Xia country's most popular actress Lu Shihan, she is not inferior at all. Ahem, Boss Dong, let me introduce you. This is our new chairman of Xinyue Entertainment, Ling Shuefei, Director Ling.
Seeing Dong Dahai's stupid look, Wang Yan coughed twice and introduced him. Oh. Hello, Mr. Ling. I'm Dong Dahai, the boss of Longqing Aurora Clothing.
Dong Dahai walked towards Ling Shuefei, smiling and stretching out his right hand, wanting to shake hands with Ling Shuefei.
Seeing Dong Dahai's face full of fat from laughing, Ling Shuefei couldn't help but frown slightly. She saw Dong Dahai's expression just now. Ling Shuefei had seen countless people like him since she was a child. She hated such people from the bottom of her heart, so it was impossible for her to have any physical contact with them. Hello, Mr. Dong. I'm Mr. Ling's assistant. My name is Yanan. Thank you very much for your trust and support for our Xinyue Entertainment. At this time, the tacit understanding between Yanan and Ling Shuefei was apparent. She knew that Ling Shuefei had already developed a disgust for the fat and big-eared Dong Dahai, so she smiled and stood in front of Ling Shuefei, extending her right hand towards Dong Dahai. Oh, hello. Dong Dahai was unhappy, but he couldn't show it, so he just shook hands with Yanan. Please take a seat, Mr. Dong. Ling Shuefei said lightly, pointing to the sofa next to her. Okay. Dong Dahai responded, pulled up his trouser line and sat on the sofa. Boss Dong, I heard that you are not satisfied with our company's artists, right? Ling Shuefei looked at Dong Dahai, smiled and asked. No. Dong Dahai just felt that Ling Shuefei's voice was really nice. Just listening to the voice, a certain part of his body felt like it was rising. The strong words that he had prepared in his heart were a little difficult to say at this moment. After Dong Dahai stuttered for a few words, he suddenly remembered his real purpose. If the person didn't do the job he asked him to do, then he would have no hope of getting the things he entrusted him to do. So he quickly calmed himself down, coughed twice, glanced at Ling Shuefei, and leaned back on the sofa with a very calm attitude. It's just a pity for the sofa. It creaks and squeaks due to the damage done by Dong Dahai, and it seems that the springs inside are about to burst. Chairman Ling, Dong Dahai finally started talking about business. I'm not trying to embarrass you on purpose. It's just that the quality of your company's artists is disappointing. I see that new clothing is about to be launched, but the spokesperson has not been decided. You are such a big entertainment company, don't you even have an artist who can show off? Director Wang, is what Mr. Dong said the truth? Ling Shuefei remained calm and turned to ask Wang Yan. Yes, Chairman. All the current female artists in the company have auditioned, but none of them can satisfy Mr. Dong. Wang Yan nodded. Oh? Could it be that Lin Shuefei is not even worthy of Boss Dong's approval? Ling Shuefei asked in surprise, her red lips slightly parted. Lin Shuefei is currently the most popular artist in Xinyue Entertainment. She has a pretty face, a slim figure, a sweet voice, and most importantly, she is young, not even 20 years old. Her youthful and beautiful image is loved by many young people. With Lin Shuefei's ability and fame, it shouldn't be difficult for her to take on an advertisement for a not-so-famous clothing brand, right? Wang Yan explained, Chairman, you just arrived, so there are some things that are unclear. Lin Shuefei is not in Longcheng now. She was invited to participate in a music festival and went there for rehearsal a week ago. I'm afraid she won't be back for some time. Oh. Ling Shuefei nodded. Chairman Ling, I'm not trying to pick a fight on purpose. It's just that the artists in your company are really not good enough. Don't blame me for being harsh. That Lulu girl is probably less than 1.6 meters tall. And that Zhao Shan, her name is nice, but she looks like a country girl. If she were to endorse us, the Northern Lights, would have to leave the big city sooner or later and move to the rural market. Dong Dahai started to complain about the artists of Xinyue Entertainment, and he was so excited that saliva was flying everywhere. Wang Yan, who was standing by, also got angry. She was the operations director of Xinyue Entertainment. She was not happy to see Dong Dahai belittling her company's artists, so she raised her eyebrows and was about to speak. However, before Wang Yan could finish her words, Ling Shuefei spoke up, since Boss Dong is not satisfied with our company's artists, let's change them. Who do you want to replace? Are there other artists in your company? Dong Dahai asked with his eyes squinted. Ha ha. Ling Shuefei smiled and said in a calm but confident tone, look, how am I? Chapter 11 The Goddess Appears. What? After hearing Ling Shuefei's words, Dong Dahai was unable to comprehend what was going on. He stared at her with his eyes squeezed into a slit by his fat, and asked in confusion.
Our chairman means that she should be your spokesperson.
Do you think that's okay?
And Yanan knew what Ling Shufe was planning as soon as she finished speaking, so she sneered and explained directly.
This. Dong Dahai was completely confused and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. What's going on? Ling Shufe doesn't play by the rules at all. With her messing around, I don't seem to have any good way to deal with it.
This is really like a random punch defeating a master.
Chairman, you. Wang Yan's face was full of disbelief at this moment.
She never thought that Ling Shufe would come up with such an idea.
However, Wang Yan does not think Ling Shufe is qualified to be the spokesperson. It is true that Ling Shufe is very beautiful.
In terms of appearance alone, she is definitely at the top even in the entertainment industry where there are so many beautiful women. However, being a spokesperson for an advertisement is not just about being beautiful.
There are many tricks involved, including some subtle expressions, small movements, eye contact, etc.
Without professional training, it is impossible to achieve perfection.
Boss Dong, what do you think? Ling Shufe looked confident and asked Dong Dahai with a smile. It is really an honor for me to have Mr. Ling endorse my clothing.
Since Mr. Ling is interested in this, why don't you go for an audition first and talk about other things later? Dong Dahai has been in the business world for 20 years and has already developed a lot of sophistication.
He didn't mean to be final. Anyway, he will have an audition first. Whether he is satisfied or not will be up to him.
Director Wang, please arrange an audition.
Ling Shufe nodded and then said to Wang Yan. Chairman, this is inappropriate, right? You are the chairman, how can you endorse it yourself? Wang Yan looked embarrassed. It's okay, just arrange it. Ling Shufe said lightly. Okay. Seeing that Ling Shufe had made up her mind, Wang Yan didn't say anything more. She agreed and got up to leave.
Well, Mr. Ling, our company's clothing is mainly targeted at young women, with youth and beauty as the main features. We have launched a batch of new styles this quarter. How these new products sell depends on your performance, Mr. Ling. After Wang Yan walked out of the meeting room, Dong Dahai grinned with a mouthful of yellow teeth, looked at Ling Shufe with naked eyes, and said with raised eyebrows. Of course.
Please rest assured, Mr. Dong.
Although our Xinyue Entertainment cannot compare with the top domestic companies, as long as we open the door to do business, we will definitely not let our partners suffer any losses. Ling Shufe said with a faint smile on her face, without leaking a single word. Dong Dahai glanced at Ling Shufe with a hint of surprise, then his expression returned to normal and he said slowly, this is naturally the best.
Boss Dong's choice of our company as the spokesperson shows his trust in Crescent Entertainment.
On behalf of all the employees and artists of the company, I would like to thank Boss Dong for his trust. Ling Shufe always had a smile on her face when she spoke, but it subtly gave Dong Dahai a feeling of being kept at a distance, and also made him feel that this seemingly young girl in front of him was not so easy to fool. After finishing speaking, Ling Shufe turned her head and whispered to Yanan beside her, and then, make a cup of tea for Boss Dong.
Okay, Chairman. And Yanan nodded, turned around and walked out of the meeting room. When there were no outsiders around, and Yanan called Ling Shufei's sister Fei Fei.
Now that there were outsiders around, she would call Ling Shufe chairman.
Mr. Ling, you're too polite. Dong Dahai said with a smile.
A few minutes later, Wang Yan sent a message saying that the studio was ready and the audition was available at any time.
Boss Dong, please.
Ling Shufe smiled indifferently, stood up and said, her whole body exuding a calm and confident temperament. Dong Dahai was stunned for a moment, nodded, and followed Ling Shufe out.
Crescent Entertainment is an entertainment company that specializes in artist planning and brokerage.
Previously, it was headed by an elder of the Ling family.
Later, the elder was old and reached retirement age. It happened that Ling Shufe brought Qiqi back from abroad. For some reason, Ling Shufe took over the elder's position as the chairman of Crescent Entertainment.
Actually, Xinyue Entertainment is just a newly started company, which has been established for less than 3 years. So far, it has not cultivated any artist who can stand on his own.
The current leading artist, Lin Xiaofei, is just a second-tier star. As for the others, they are not even third-tier.
No matter their popularity or fan appeal, they are far from enough to support an entertainment company.
That's why Dong Dahai is now being criticized by many parties. Inside the Crescent Entertainment studio, the spotlights, cameras, background boards and other equipment were all ready, and everyone was waiting for the protagonist to appear.
Even Dong Dahai could not suppress his inner restlessness and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back.
Soon, Ling Shuefei came out.
The bright lights were all focused on Ling Shuefei. She was wearing a purple dress, which showed off her slim waist. She was wearing a lace blouse underneath, which covered her creamy skin. Her full chest made the purple dress bulge, which was very eye-catching. She was wearing a pair of crystal high heels, which made her snow-white and slender legs look even sexier and more charming.
The blower blew out gusts of wind, making Ling Shuefei's long skirt flutter.
Her faintly visible snow-white long legs made everyone unable to take their eyes off. So beautiful. Yeah, I didn't expect our chairman to be so beautiful. I dare say that if the chairman debuts, she will definitely become famous overnight. Hey, little brother, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and wipe your saliva, it's almost dripping onto the ground. You're still blaming me, look down and see what's going on there. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard at the scene. Some men with poor self-control flushed their faces and hunched their waists in embarrassment, afraid that others would notice something unusual. Crack! Crack! The photographer had been stunned for a long time. Only after being reminded by the people next to him did he come to his senses and press the shutter button continuously. After taking a group of photos, Ling Shuefei returned to the locker room to change clothes. When she appeared in everyone's sight again, she had changed into another style.
This time, Ling Shuefei changed into a denim miniskirt, and her two long, straight, white legs were proudly displayed in the air.
She wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a cute Garfield pattern printed on it. Because she was standing right in the middle of the turbulent waves, she looked even more adorable. Her long hair like a waterfall was casually scattered on her shoulders, and she wore a pink Hello Kitty hairpin on her head, making her look very playful and cute. If the previous set of clothes was urban and sexy, then this one has a youthful and energetic style. The two different styles can be switched freely without any stiffness. When the goddess shows up, she is worth two.
Chapter 12: The Man Behind Dong Dahai.
After breakfast, Lin Fan accompanied Qiqi to watch cartoons in the living room. At this time, Boonie Bears had finished playing and was replaced by a foreign fairy tale about a prince and a princess. When Qiqi saw the princess riding a white horse and the prince leading the horse in the sunset, her eyes revealed envy and longing. She shook Lin Fan's arm and said, "Dad, Qiqi wants to be a princess too."
"My little darling, you are Daddy's little princess."
Lin Fan pinched Qiqi's face and said, "Daddy, Qiqi still wants to ride the big horse." Qiqi said happily, raising her little hands. Lin Fan thought for a moment, the corners of his mouth raised in a gentle arc. He stood up, bent towards Qiqi, stretched out his left hand, put his right hand behind his back, and said gently, "The cutest Princess Qiqi in the world, your guardian knight, please mount your horse."
"Where is Malaysia?"
When Qiqi heard Lin Fan's words, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared in her jewel-like eyes. "The horse is ready, my princess." Lin Fan lay on the ground, patting his back and said. Looking at Lin Fan's actions, Qiqi was stunned for a moment. Her delicate little face suddenly turned from cloudy to bright. She smiled excitedly, shouted happily, and jumped directly from the sofa onto Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan's eyelids jumped with fright when he saw Qiqi's action. He was afraid that Qiqi would get hurt, so he quickly circulated his spiritual energy and dragged Qiqi's body, letting her fall steadily on his back. Then he carried Qiqi to her feet, shouting loudly as he crawled, "Princess Qiqi, sit tight. Your guardian knight will take you around the world. Let's go." Thick hair. Qiqi raised her little fist excitedly and shouted in a baby voice. Lin Fan took Qiqi around the living room, dining room, and kitchen for several rounds. Qiqi sat on Lin Fan's back and giggled happily. Oh. Let's ride a big horse." While Lin Fan and Qiqi and her daughter were having a great time in the rental house where Lin Fan originally stayed, Ling Shuefei's pretty face was frosty, her body was trembling slightly, her hands were tightly holding the bag, and her knuckles were a little white because she was holding too tightly. And Yanan frowned, turned on the flashlight from her mobile phone, and checked the house carefully. "Sister Feifei, it looks like no one lived in this house yesterday." After checking the house, Yanan walked to Ling Shuefei and said softly, "Damn it." Ling Shuefei's face was cold. She was angry and scared. Now she didn't know where her precious daughter was taken by that man. Although even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, she saw the man a few days ago. He was a sloppy tramp. Even if he didn't hurt Qiqi, he certainly couldn't take good care of her. Ling Shuefei regretted it very much. She was angry that she could leave Qiqi here without any worries. Now she could only pray that Qiqi wouldn't have any accidents, otherwise she would definitely go crazy.
Ling Shufe was in a state of confusion.
She hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed Qiqi's number, but was told that the phone was turned off. Ling Shufe had no choice but to dial Lin Fan's number.
Beep, beep, beep.
The phone kept ringing, but no one answered.
When the notification tone that no one answered the call came out, Ling Shufei's body swayed slightly, and her face turned pale.
And Yanan noticed Ling Shuefei's anxiety and quickly comforted her. Sister Feifei, don't worry, maybe he just took Qiqi out to play and didn't hear the ringtone. Ling Shuefei let out a long breath, forced herself to calm down, and dialed the phone again. This time, Lin Fan finally got through. In fact, Lin Fan had heard the voice when Ling Shuefei called for the first time, but he was having fun with Qiqi at that time and didn't want to pay attention. Now when the ringtone rang for the second time, he remembered that his mobile phone seemed to have not received any calls from other people except for various scam calls, sales calls, and takeaway calls. This call came twice in a row, which must be someone looking for him. It is very likely that it is Qiqi's mother, Ling Shuefei. Qiqi, Daddy should take a call first and then we can play, okay? Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned his head to ask the princess on his back for advice.
Qiqi nodded sensibly.
Lin Fan then put Qiqi down, walked to the sofa, picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table, and sure enough, the caller ID showed Ling Shuefei.
Lin Fan pressed the answer button, and Ling Shuefei's murderous voice suddenly came from the receiver. Lin Fan. Where are you now? Where did you take my daughter?
I'm telling you, if anything happens to Qiqi, I will never let you go.
Calm down before you talk to me.
After listening to Ling Shuefei's questioning, Lin Fan replied expressionlessly, and hung up the phone with a click. This woman really takes herself too seriously. She starts blaming people without any reason.
She must not be tolerated. Less than 5 seconds later, the phone rang again.
Lin Fan grinned and waited for 8 or 9 seconds before answering the call.
Where are you?
Ling Shuefei learned her lesson this time and her voice was much softer.
Jun Nan Waterfront.
Lin Fan replied calmly. Lin Fan had very little memory of Ling Shuefei.
He only remembered that Ling Shuefei was a very beautiful woman, with an angelic face and a devilish figure.
Such an evaluation was absolutely true for Ling Shuefei.
Apart from that, she was Qiqi's biological mother, nothing more.
Even the union of the two was just an accident caused by drunkenness and drugging. Therefore, Lin Fan had no other thoughts about Ling Shuefei for the time being. He did not intentionally distance himself from her, but he would definitely not try to please her.
Jun Nan Waterfront? Ling Shuefei knew Jun Nan Waterfront.
The residents of this high-end residential area were either rich or noble. However, what surprised her was that Lin Fan, who was so down and out a few days ago, ended up in Jun Nan Waterfront in the blink of an eye. But after thinking about it, Ling Shuefei was relieved. No matter how down and out he was now, Lin Fan was the young master of the Lin family after all, so it was not surprising that he had a property in Longchang. Lin Fan hummed softly.
Hearing Lin Fan's cold reaction, Ling Shuefei couldn't help but feel angry. Lin Fan, do you think you are still the young and Lin from 3 years ago?
I am patiently talking to you, but you are still ignoring me.
What do you mean by this?
Thinking of this, Ling Shuefei said angrily, which district, which building?
Number 20, Area E.
Lin Fan still spoke in a calm tone. Ling Shuefei couldn't help but roll her eyes and said through gritted teeth, where's Qiqi?
She's fine.
Lin Fan said concisely. Seeing that Lin Fan was still treating her in such a desperate manner, Ling Shuefei could no longer suppress her anger and said viciously, you.
Stay there. Don't go anywhere. After saying that, Ling Shuefei pressed the phone hard and hung up.
This woman has such a bad temper. Fortunately, my precious daughter didn't learn from her. Lin Fan pouted and said to himself, maybe it's because of the relatives coming.
Women always have a few days of bad temper every month. On the other end, seeing Ling Shuefei hang up the phone, and Yanan also roughly understood the situation and asked, are we going to Jun Nan Waterfront now?
Well, Anan, we have to hurry.
I'm really worried.
Ling Shuefei said very quickly.
Okay. And Yanan nodded.
Afterwards, the two women quickly left Lin Fan's rental house and drove to the Jun Nan Waterfront.
Chapter 13 Action. Dad, is this Mom calling?
Seeing Lin Fan hang up the phone, Qiqi beside him asked with her big eyes blinking.
Lin Fan nodded.
He didn't have much feeling towards the mother of the child whom he hadn't actually met. In his heart, he only recognized Qiqi as his precious daughter. As for the hot-tempered mom, Lin Fan would not spoil her too much.
Yeah, Mom is coming.
When Qiqi heard that it was Mom calling, she jumped up and down happily and started spinning in circles.
Silly girl, did you forget about your dad when you heard your mom was coming?
Lin Fan scolded with a jealous smile.
No, Qiqi loves daddy too. Qiqi quickly ran to Lin Fan, hugged Lin Fan's legs and said in a baby voice. Well, that's good enough.
Daddy's love for you is not in vain.
Lin Fan smiled and touched Qiqi's little head, and asked, Qiqi, do you still want to ride a big horse? Daddy must be tired. Qiqi can't keep clinging to daddy.
Qiqi tilted her little head and said sensibly. Ha, Qiqi is such a sensible and good child. Lin Fan looked at Qiqi with satisfaction. Although he did not feel the slightest bit of tiredness after breaking through the qi refining stage, Lin Fan was still very happy to see that Qiqi knew how to care for others at such a young age.
Qiqi wants to take a bath. She wants to become a sweet little girl and welcome Mommy's arrival.
Qiqi said excitedly, raising her little hand. Let's go take a shower. Lin Fan picked up Qiqi and walked into the bathroom. Fortunately, Lin Fan had foresight. When he went to the supermarket just now, he not only bought milk powder and eggs, but also bought a small cotton towel, safeguard shower gel, a small bathtub and other toiletries for Qiqi. After a crazy day of playing in the amusement park yesterday, Qiqi fell asleep on the way. She must take a bath today. Lin Fan cleaned the bathtub and filled it with warm water. Qiqi had already taken off her clothes and walked to the bathtub in her little slippers.
Lin Fan said hey yo and carried Qiqi into the bathtub.
Qiqi sat in the bathtub with her little bear butt, splashing the water and having a lot of fun. Her laughter like a silver bell floated in the bathroom. Lin Fan had no experience taking care of children and seemed a little flustered.
He didn't know what to do.
Fortunately, Qiqi was very smart and saw that her father was clumsy. She said considerately, Dad, don't worry about Qiqi. Qiqi can take a bath by herself.
You can take a bath by yourself?
Lin Fan was a little surprised. Of course, Qiqi is already 4 years old, so of course she has to learn to dress herself and take a bath. Qiqi tilted her little head back, proud like a princess, and sang in a baby voice, shower gel or fragrance soap, which one should I use today? I need to get towels and clothes ready, the water temperature is just right, and I need to rub some bubbles with some water. Today is really wonderful, remember this from head to toe, I love taking a bath.
Ha ha ha.
Looking at Qiqi's well-behaved and cute appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He looked at the little girl taking a bath in the bathtub with soft eyes, and his belief in protecting this warmth became stronger. After taking a shower, Lin Fan used a dry towel to dry Qiqi's body. While wiping her body, Qiqi playfully shook her wet hair and splashed water on Lin Fan's face. The father and daughter laughed and played for a long time before wiping their bodies clean. Lin Fan changed into a dry bath towel and wrapped Qiqi in his arms, then carried her upstairs and took out clean clothes from Qiqi's backpack and put them on.
Daddy, does Qiqi smell good?
Qiqi first smelled her own little arm, then stretched out her hand towards Lin Fan and said. Lin Fan leaned over, sniffed Qiqi's little arm, and said, It smells so good.
It makes Daddy hungry. Can I have a bite?
Qiqi looked at her own arm, then at Lin Fan. Her face became tangled. Finally, she closed her eyes, turned her face to the side and said, Go ahead and chew it. Qiqi is not afraid of pain.
Then I'll do it, ah.
Lin Fan opened his mouth wide and gently scraped Qiqi's arm, then smacked his lips and said, It smells so good.
He.
Qiqi opened her eyes and looked at Lin Fan, laughing happily. Come, Daddy, help Qiqi blow dry her hair, otherwise she will get sick easily. Qiqi nodded and sat obediently on the edge of the bed, allowing Lin Fan to blow her hair with the hairdryer. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone on the first floor began to vibrate. With Lin Fan's current perception ability, he sensed it as soon as the phone started to vibrate, but in his heart, no matter who the call was, it was not as important as drying Qiqi's hair first.
3 or 4 minutes later, Lin Fan walked downstairs holding Qiqi, and his cell phone was still vibrating.
Apparently, after seeing that no one answered the call, the other party did not give up, but continued to dial. Lin Fan took a look at the caller ID. He originally thought it was Ling Shufa calling, but he didn't expect it to be an unfamiliar number. However, after thinking about it, Lin Fan thought of the identity of the caller. Then he no longer hesitated, reached out to pick up the phone and pressed the answer button.
Brother Lin, you finally answered the phone.
After the call was connected, the other party was stunned for a moment, and then his voice was full of ecstasy. The person who called was Zhang Haitian, whom he met on the Ferris wheel the day before.
Sorry, I was busy just now,
Lin Fan said lightly. Although Lin Fan is now strong enough to walk sideways in this world, he doesn't like to bully others or pretend. The code of conduct he always follows is, if someone respects me 1 foot, I respect him 1 yard, if someone criticizes me a grain of rice, I take 3 buckets away. Zhang Haitian and his wife are kind to him and love Qiqi. They are his friends, and he naturally treats friends with his attitude.
It's okay, brother Lin.
I have prepared all the medicinal herbs you mentioned yesterday.
Look,
Zhang Haitian said very quickly, with a hint of anticipation and uneasiness in his words. Because of desire, we look forward to it. Because of worry, we feel uneasy.
Oh?
Lin Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhang Haitian was so powerful. In less than a day, he had collected all the medicinal herbs. The 100-year-old fire Ganoderma and the 100-year-old dragon blood tree were rare items. The medicinal herbs themselves were worth 20 million. In addition, to collect them in such a short time, he must have entrusted a lot of relationships. All in all, the favors and gifts involved would cost at least 30 million.
It seems that Zhang Haitian's identity is not simple.
Brother Zhang, bring the herbs to find me at Jun Nan Waterfront, Unit 20, Duplex, District E, Lin Fan said calmly. Hearing the address Lin Fan reported, Zhang Haitian was stunned. When he met Lin Fan the day before, the clothes he wore cost less than 300 yuan in total. He looked like a child from an ordinary family.
He didn't expect that he would live in Jun Nan Waterfront.
But on second thought, Zhang Haitian felt that it was not a strange thing. After all, the ability and temperament displayed by Lin Fan were definitely not ordinary, so it was normal for him to live here.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Zhang Haitian agreed twice and hung up the phone.
The ecstasy from the bottom of his heart could still be felt even through the phone. Ding dong.
Lin Fan had just finished talking to Zhang Haitian on the phone when he heard someone ringing the doorbell.
It's Mama.
Qiqi pointed at the surveillance screen at the door and shouted happily.
Chapter 14 Ling Shuefei is trapped. Sure enough, it's here.
Lin Fan shook his head, walked to the door and opened it. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fan saw a tall and stunningly beautiful woman with charming curves standing outside. The woman was about 24 or 25 years old, with clear and bright lavender pupils, 2 curved willow-shaped eyebrows, and long eyelashes that added a lot of charm to her big eyes. Her fair and flawless skin was slightly rosy, her thin lips were as delicate and charming as rose petals, and her dark wavy hair was casually draped behind her. The well-tailored OL suit perfectly outlines her graceful figure. She wore a black hip skirt on her slender thighs, which perfectly showed off her slender waist. Further down were her white and straight legs, and on her feet she wore a pair of black leather boots, which made her legs look even longer and thinner. She wore a silver-white Cartier watch on her left wrist and held a classic Hermes Kelly bag in her right hand. With the addition of jewelry such as earrings, Lin Fan could conclude that her outfit would cost no less than 1 million. Add to that the perfect body and stunning face, wow, it's priceless. Even with Lin Fan's 3,000 years of experience in the world of cultivation, he couldn't help but be amazed. Ling Shuefei's figure and appearance were not much inferior even to those so-called saints and fairies, so Lin Fan couldn't help but take a few more glances.
Have you seen enough?
A cold voice suddenly sounded. Lin Fan's face turned red, and he wondered why his concentration was so poor. He was stunned for a moment. He touched his nose awkwardly and asked, "Why did you come here suddenly?"
Why did I come here suddenly?
Ling Shuefei repeated Lin Fan's question and suddenly smiled. Then her tone suddenly turned cold and she said stiffly, "Of course I'm here to pick up my precious daughter."
After saying that, Ling Shuefei walked around Lin Fan and entered the room.
She immediately saw Qiqi, who was walking over. Qiqi also saw her eyes lit up, and she ran over with her short legs.
"Mom!"
Qiqi's crisp numbness made Ling Shuefei put away all her edge. She hurried forward, half knelt on the ground, and opened her arms to the little princess. Qiqi jumped into Ling Shuefei's arms like a swallow returning to the forest. Ling Shuefei hadn't seen her little baby for more than 2 days. At this moment, she was holding Qiqi, with a very gentle expression on her face. She exuded the radiance of motherhood, and her voice was much gentler than when she spoke to Lin Fan. "Little baby, do you miss mommy?" "I miss you, Qiqi misses me so much," Qiqi said happily, pouting and kissing Ling Shuefei on the face, while asking vaguely, "Does mom miss Qiqi?" "Of course mommy misses Qiqi, so she's here to pick her up."
Let's pack up. Your Aunt Nan is still waiting for us in the car.
Ling Shufe scratched Qiqi's little nose and said with a smile.
Okay. Qiqi immediately jumped up and down happily, then, like a little adult, she took Ling Shuefei's hand and walked to the second floor.
Looking at this heartwarming scene, Lin Fan sighed. Although he knew Ling Shuefei was here to take Qiqi away, he still couldn't bear to interrupt them.
A few minutes later, Ling Shuefei appeared on the first floor carrying Qiqi, who was dressed.
Qiqi was still carrying her small backpack. She shouted to Lin Fan, who was standing expressionlessly beside the coffee table, "Dad, change your coat quickly.
We are going home."
"Qiqi, your father is busy with something and can't take care of Qiqi, so Mom came to pick Qiqi up and take her home." Ling Shuefei thought about it, not knowing how to start the conversation, so she had to bite her lip and said it.
I'm fine.
I can take care of Qiqi," Lin Fan said directly.
"You."
Ling Shuefei immediately turned her head and stared at Lin Fan with murderous eyes. If looks could kill, Lin Fan would have been chopped into pieces.
"Woo, I don't want it. I want to be with Daddy."
When Qiqi heard that her mother was going to take her home alone and separate her from her father, she immediately started crying, twisting her body in Ling Shuefei's arms, and stretched out her little arms towards Lin Fan, asking for a hug. Seeing Qiqi crying, Lin Fan's heart trembled suddenly. He hurriedly walked forward, hugged Qiqi in his arms, and rocked her gently to comfort her.
"Qiqi, don't cry. Daddy is here. Daddy will still be the guardian knight of little Princess Qiqi."
Watching Lin Fan comforting Qiqi, Ling Shuefei felt uncomfortable and worried. Qiqi had only been with Lin Fan for less than 3 days, but she had already become so dependent on him.
If she stayed a few more days, wouldn't it be even more difficult for them to separate? In fact, this situation is normal. Qiqi has never felt the love of her father.
Now she suddenly has a father who dotes on her very much.
Naturally, she will be particularly dependent on Lin Fan.
But the more Ling Shuefei thinks about it, the more dangerous she feels.
Qiqi is everything to her. She will never allow her precious daughter to be taken away by others, even her father.
Ling Shuefei gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and stared at Lin Fan with her eyes fixed. The threat in her eyes was very obvious.
But who is Lin Fan?
In his previous life, he was an immortal who dominated the world of cultivation and looked down upon the world.
In this life, he is at least the eldest son of the 4 major families of Xia Kingdom and one of the 4 young masters of Yang'an.
He is definitely a character who is fearless.
How could he be easily intimidated by Ling Shuefei? "Dad, can we go home together?"
With Lin Fan's comfort, Qiqi finally stopped crying, but tears were still in the corners of her eyes. Her pitiful appearance made people feel pity for her.
"Dad, aren't you comfortable living here?"
Lin Fan pretended to be very aggrieved, which frightened Qiqi. She thought her father was angry, and quickly shook her head and said, "It's comfortable, Qiqi likes it here very much."
"Then can we live here?" Lin Fan reached out and gently wiped away the tears from Qiqi's eyes, and said with a smile, "In the future, Dad will buy Qiqi lots of dolls and put them in her room. He will also raise a cute dog for Qiqi to play with, and there will be many delicious and fun things." Wow!
Qiqi's eyes suddenly brightened up after hearing Lin Fan's words, as if she saw those dolls and dogs right in front of her. She said happily, "Qiqi likes dolls, and Qiqi also likes dogs."
Whatever Qiqi likes, Daddy will give it to you. Okay, let's make a pinky promise.
Qiqi nodded solemnly and stretched out her little hand towards Lin Fan.
Okay, pinky promise.
Lin Fan smiled and stretched out his hand, hooking it with Qiqi's. "We'll make a pinky promise and never change it for 100 years.
Qiqi's hands were too small.
She held Lin Fan's little finger with her whole hand and muttered in a baby voice. Seeing that Lin Fan had coaxed Qiqi back to health, Ling Shuefei felt relieved, but the sense of crisis in her heart became stronger and stronger. It was a feeling that something she loved was about to be snatched away by someone. Ling Shuefei was a little panicked, so she hurriedly said, "I'm going to take my daughter away today."
"Take her away? I'm her father. I don't agree. No one can take my daughter away," Lin Fan retorted.
"Qiqi is my daughter and I raised her. Apart from being related to her by blood, what else have you done?
Now you say you are her father. On what basis do you get that?"
After hearing Lin Fan's words, Ling Shuefei immediately became like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She stood up on the spot and her voice became a little sharp.
Chapter 15, Rushing into the Fire. "I owed you and your daughter before, so I will do my best to make it up to you now. Lin Fan sighed and said. Although Ling Shuefei's words were sharp, they were indeed the truth. In the previous incident, Lin Fan was sorry to her and her daughter, and Lin Fan could not find any words to refute. No, not necessary. Ling Shuefei turned her face to the other side and said coldly. Okay, Qiqi is here, I won't argue with you. But you came here the day before yesterday and said you would leave Qiqi with me for 5 days. It's only the 3rd day. According to the agreement, it's not time for you to come and take Qiqi away, right? Lin Fan looked down at the ground, tilted his little head to look at Qiqi, who was arguing with her parents. His heart trembled, and he spoke in a slow tone. You. Lin Fan's words made Ling Shuefei unable to find a suitable rebuttal for a moment. She could only point at Lin Fan angrily and was speechless for a long time. What do you mean by me? Since you said that Qiqi would stay with me for 5 days, and now only half of the time has passed, you can't take my daughter away. While speaking, Lin Fan looked at Ling Shuefei calmly, but for some reason, Ling Shuefei read an unquestionable look in Lin Fan's eyes, and she was stunned for a moment. That look was as deep as the ocean. Just one glance made me feel like I was sinking into it. Ling Shuefei shook her head gently, trying to dispel the strange feeling in her mind, then frowned, looked at Lin Fan and said firmly, no matter what, I must take Qiqi away today. Ha, you are being unreasonable? Lin Fan laughed in anger and looked at Ling Shuefei with a squint. You say you are unreasonable. It's clearly you who is unreasonable. Qiqi is my daughter. Why don't you let me take her away? Ling Shuefei shouted angrily. Seeing that Ling Shuefei was about to go berserk, Lin Fan suddenly realized that trying to reason with a woman would only make things more difficult for himself. Thinking of this, Lin Fan spread his hands helplessly, changed his strategy and said, if I were still the same person you saw the day before yesterday, I can completely understand why you were worried about Qiqi following me. At that time, I really didn't have the ability and qualifications to take care of Qiqi. But now you can see that I am no longer the person I was the day before yesterday. I have changed my appearance and reborn. I am now fully confident that I can take good care of Qiqi. If I remember correctly, you should be the chairman of the Longqing branch of Ling's group now. Your work every day can keep you busy and exhausted. How much time can you have to accompany Qiqi? Qiqi didn't have fatherly love to begin with. Do you want her childhood to lack motherly love? Buzz. Lin Fan's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Ling Shuefei's heart. Yes, she had her own reasons. She had to make achievements in the Longqing branch of the Ling group and complete the family's test, but this would inevitably result in her not having much free time to accompany Qiqi. Ling Shuefei felt very distressed when she thought about Qiqi being alone, without a father or a mother, and being all alone. But this man in front of me, this former dandy boy and now a down-and-out young man, can he really take good care of Qiqi? Sister Feifei, why haven't you come out yet? Is that person pestering you and won't let you leave? Just when Ling Shuefei was struggling, a female voice came from outside the door. She knew without turning around that it was Yanan who hadn't waited for her in the car for a long time, so she came to find her. Lin Fan looked up and saw a woman wearing light blue denim overalls and short sassoon hair rushing in from outside. After the woman entered the room, she saw Qiqi hugging Lin Fan's legs with tears in her eyes. She subconsciously thought that Lin Fan was abusing Qiqi. She could not suppress her anger and walked directly to Lin Fan. She pushed Lin Fan back half a step with both hands, pointed her finger at Lin Fan's face, and said loudly, Mr. Lin. Do you think you are still the 4th young master of Yong'an? Are you bullying Sister Feifei and her daughter? I tell you, as long as I and Yanan am here, you will never be disrespectful to them. I am not trying to scare you. I am a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. If you dare to show your teeth, I will kick your front teeth to pieces. If you don't believe me, just try it. As he spoke, Yanan struck a weird Taekwondo starting stance, like a ferocious little wildcat, staring at Lin Fan intently. Antonin, you are such a bad guy. Why did you hit my dad? You are such a bad guy. Qiqi will never be friends with you again. Just when Yanan was staring at Lin Fan with a provocative look, Qiqi suddenly ran over, patted Yanan's calf, called out in a baby voice, with misty eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. When they were abroad, Yanan had been with Ling Shuefei, helping to take care of Qiqi. It can be said that Qiqi was raised by Yanan with great care, and she had long placed Qiqi in a very important position in her heart. She was very precious to this little princess. Qiqi also liked Yanan very much. Apart from Ling Shuefei, Qiqi only recognized Yanan and only played with Yanan. But what's going on now? Qiqi is actually angry with me because of a man she's only seen for 2 days?
This made Nan feel unbelievable. This scene also made Ling Shuefei a little surprised, because Qiqi has always been a well-behaved and cute little girl, and has never shouted so loudly.
What is going on now?
When Nan saw Qiqi's pitiful and aggrieved look, her heart melted immediately. She quickly squatted down, touched Qiqi's little face, and said helplessly, "Qiqi, Antonin is protecting you and your mother.
I won't let you be bullied. Daddy didn't bully Qiqi. Daddy is Qiqi's guardian knight. Antonin is not allowed to bully Daddy,"
Qiqi said with her little head tilted up.
Okay, Auntie won't bully him.
Antonin couldn't persuade Qiqi, so she had to go along with her wishes. However, while speaking, she turned her head and glared at Lin Fan, with an obvious threat in her eyes.
Humph. Qiqi still looked a little angry.
Now it was Ling Shuefei's turn to be in trouble. Looking at Qiqi's look and Lin Fan's attitude, she couldn't force her to take her away today. But how could she feel at ease leaving her precious daughter to someone she didn't know at all? As if he had seen through Ling Shuefei's thoughts, Lin Fan walked back into the living room, picked up a parenting manual from the coffee table, and then turned back, patted the manual and said, "Don't worry, Qiqi is my daughter, and I love her as much as you do. I will do my best to take care of her and protect her, and I will never let her suffer any grievances." Looking at the parenting manual in Lin Fan's hand and his serious expression, Ling Shuefei was stunned.
Is this still the idle dandy in her memory? Is this still the down-and-out young man she met the day before?
What made him change so drastically in such a short time?
Is it because of Qiqi?
Thinking of this, Ling Shuefei lowered her head to look at Qiqi, who was hugging Lin Fan's trouser legs again and refused to let go. She couldn't understand what charm this man had that made Qiqi so dependent on him in just 2 days.
You. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Ling Shuefei was about to speak, the phone in Lin Fan's pocket vibrated.
Chapter 16: 2 phone calls. There should be no one else calling him now except Zhang Haitian, so Lin Fan took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and answered the call. As expected, as soon as the call was connected, Zhang Haitian's voice came from the receiver.
"Brother Lin, you live in number 20, Block E, right? I'll be there soon." "Well, come over, I'm at home."
Lin Fan replied indifferently and hung up the phone. Ling Shuefei looked at Lin Fan with some surprise. She couldn't understand who would come to see such a down-and-out young man.
Could he be the delivery man?
Less than 2 minutes later, a black Porsche 911 stopped at the door of Lin Fan's villa. Then, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a well-tailored black suit, got out of the car. He then opened the back door, took out several beautifully packaged paper boxes from the back seat, held them in his hands, and walked towards the villa. After the middle-aged man got out of the car, a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman got out from the passenger seat. She looked to be about 35 or 36 years old, wearing simple clothes and light makeup. She was carrying a small orange bag in her hand and followed the middle-aged man towards the villa. The visitors were none other than Zhang Haitian and Yuan. When Zhang Haitian saw the 2 young and beautiful women at the door of the villa, his eyes lit up, but there was no obscene or evil thoughts in his eyes, he just simply appreciated the beautiful things. "Brother Zhang, you're here." Lin Fan walked to the door to greet him.
"Brother Lin."
Zhang Haitian seemed very happy to see Lin Fan, with wrinkles on his face from smiling so much. When Ling Shuefei saw Zhang Haitian, her face changed slightly and she took the initiative to greet him. "President Zhang, why are you here?"
"Who are you?"
Zhang Haitian looked at Ling Shuefei and frowned slightly, but he didn't remember the identity of the person in front of him. It couldn't be blamed on his bad memory, it was just that he usually came into contact with too many people.
"Hello, President Zhang. I am the new chairman of Dynasty Entertainment. My name is Ling Shuefei."
Ling Shuefei stretched out her fair and slender right hand and introduced herself with a smile.
"Oh, it's the Dynasty Entertainment under the Ling Group, right?"
Zhang Haitian finally had some impression and asked as he stretched out his right hand.
"Yes.
Your surname is Ling.
Who is Ling Tian to you?"
Zhang Haitian asked again.
"It's my father."
Ling Shuefei replied. "It's true that a good father will have a good daughter.
Dynasty Entertainment is doing pretty well recently."
Zhang Haitian praised with a smile, then he ignored Ling Shuefei and looked at Lin Fan beside him. Yuan also stood beside Zhang Haitian nervously, holding Zhang Haitian's arm, looking at Lin Fan with anticipation in her eyes. When Ling Shuefei saw this scene, she was a little surprised.
She didn't understand why Zhang Haitian, with his identity, would come to find Lin Fan, and it seemed that he had something to ask of Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't know Zhang Haitian's identity, but Ling Shuefei knew a thing or two.
The Zhang family was an old family in Longcheng and was very important in Longcheng. After entering the new century, the Zhang family has gradually grown and developed.
Zhang Mingyu is the current head of the family. He has 3 sons.
The eldest son is Zhang Haitian, the current president of the Longcheng Chamber of Commerce and chairman of the largest real estate company in Longcheng, Haitian International Real Estate. He is a veritable Longcheng business tycoon and is at the same level as Ling Tian.
No wonder Ling Shuefei needs to respectfully call him President Zhang. Have you brought all the herbs?
Lin Fan asked calmly.
I brought it.
Zhang Haitian replied quickly.
Come in first.
Lin Fan opened the door and motioned Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan to enter the house.
Zhang Haitian didn't say anything polite.
He walked into the house holding the paper box, put it at the entrance, and picked up a small box from the top and walked to Qiqi.
Qiqi, do you still recognize your uncle? Zhang Haitian squatted down, touched Qiqi's little head and asked with a smile.
Remember, you are, the crybaby uncle.
Qiqi said, tilting her little head. Ha, Qiqi has a good memory. This is the little toy that uncle brought for Qiqi.
Zhang Haitian smiled heartily and handed over the small box in his hand.
Wow, thank you uncle. Qiqi's big, bright eyes shone with joy. She happily took the box, threw it aside and started fiddling with it.
Take Qiqi to the 2nd floor first. Lin Fan said to Ling Shuefei at the door.
Listening to Lin Fan's calm voice, Ling Shuefei was furious. Who do you think you are? Why do you order me around? Ling Shuefei remained unmoved and just looked at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan shook his head secretly and explained, I am going to make an elixir in the kitchen. There will be a strange smell coming out in a while. You should go upstairs first.
After hearing Lin Fan's words, Ling Shuefei didn't react at all.
And Yanin beside her laughed and said,
What did you say? Did I hear you correctly? Refining pills? Young Master Lin, when did you become a charlatan? What kind of pills are you refining? Elixirs of immortality or beauty pills? You don't need to know this.
Lin Fan didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. After all, in the minds of ordinary people, alchemy is still an illusory thing. But in Yanin's eyes, Lin Fan's attitude turned into pretentiousness and pretense. She was already unhappy with Lin Fan, and now Lin Fan was pretending like this, which made her even more annoyed.
She immediately glared at him with flaming eyes and said, I think you just want to delay time and don't want Qiqi to go with us. You. Master Lin, please make the elixir.
Before Yanin finished speaking, Zhang Haitian interrupted. Zhang Haitian had been extremely anxious for a long time, so much so that he asked a lot of people to prepare all the medicinal materials overnight, just to detoxify his wife as soon as possible. But now he encountered an unreasonable girl, which made him a little unhappy, but since he didn't know the relationship between Lin Fan and Yanin, he didn't dare to get angry.
Seeing that Zhang Haitian's actions were not joking, Ling Shuefei was shocked.
She looked up and down at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes wide open. She couldn't imagine how Zhang Haitian, with his status, could treat Lin Fan like this. Even if Lin Fan was still the 4th young master of Yan'an, Zhang Haitian couldn't treat him like this. But now, not only was Zhang Haitian's attitude correct, but his address was also very strange.
Master Lin?
It sounded like a name for a charlatan.
Master Lin, please make the elixir.
As soon as Zhang Haitian finished speaking, Gu Meiwan also spoke. Her tone was even stranger. It was a complex tone mixed with nervousness, anticipation, and uneasiness.
Oh my god, what's wrong with this world? President Zhang, have you been deceived by this guy? He is just a playboy. How can he make any pills? Before Ling Shuefei could say anything, and Yanin could no longer hold back.
She concluded that Lin Fan had used some dishonorable methods to deceive Zhang Haitian, so she hurriedly reminded him. After she finished speaking, before Zhang Haitian could reply, she glared at Lin Fan and said, Tell me.
What tricks did you use to deceive President Zhang?
I tell you, tell the truth as soon as possible. Otherwise, your true colors will be exposed and you will not look good. Miss, I have entrusted Master Lin to detoxify and cure my wife's illness.
Please don't stop me.
Zhang Haitian turned his head and looked directly at Yanin and said,
President Zhang, do you have any misunderstanding? You call him master?
And Yanan opened his eyes wide, as if he had heard something unbelievable, and sneered, "President Zhang, I'm afraid you don't know this person's identity yet. He was dressed like a homeless man the day before yesterday. I advise you to look at people more carefully, and don't be fooled by some people's sweet words."
Enough!
Zhang Haitian had been extremely anxious for a long time, and now he was delayed again and again. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't help but shouted loudly. Then, without paying attention to Yanan and Ling Shuefei, he picked up the box of medicine and made a gesture with his other hand.
"Master Lin, please." Chapter 17, Tit for Tat. "Master Lin, please."
After these words were spoken, and Yanan stopped talking. She could clearly hear the anger in Zhang Haitian's words. She was afraid that if she interrupted again, she would be kicked out of the room by the president of the Longcheng Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, and then Ling Shuefei first stopped in Yanan.
She was really worried that this straightforward best friend would say something else. Then she glanced at Qiqi and said softly, "Qiqi, would you like to go upstairs and play with Antonin?"
"Ha?"
Qiqi was stunned for a moment, raised her little head and looked at Ling Shuefei, and asked puzzledly, "Mom, why do we have to go to the second floor?"
"Qiqi is having a good time here. It might smell downstairs in a while."
"Qiqi, be obedient and go upstairs with Antonin first.
Mom will come up to find you later,"
Ling Shuefei said softly. Qiqi looked at Ling Shuefei, then turned her head to look at Lin Fan. After seeing Lin Fan smile at her, she pouting and reluctantly agreed, "Okay." Although Qiqi really wants to stay with her parents, she is a good and obedient child.
Seeing that her daughter was finally convinced, Ling Shuefei looked at Yanan, who nodded and went upstairs with Qiqi.
Lin Fan took the herbs from Zhang Haitian and walked into the kitchen.
Zhang Haitian, Gu Meiwan and Ling Shuefei followed in.
Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan followed to see what was going on, while Ling Shuefei absolutely did not believe in Lin Fan's so-called alchemy, so she followed to find out what was going on. She did not want to make fun of Lin Fan, but just thought that if Lin Fan messed up, she would have a legitimate reason to take Qiqi away. After entering the kitchen, Lin Fan placed the herbs on the stove, bent down and took out a stainless steel pot from the cabinet below, filled it half with water, then placed it on the gas stove and turned on the gas stove.
"Master Lin." Zhang Haitian couldn't help but speak out.
"Brother Zhang, just call me Brother Lin," Lin Fan said casually while fiddling with the pot.
Okay, Brother Lin, are you going to start refining the elixir now?" Zhang Haitian asked.
Not only Zhang Haitian was curious, but even Gu Meiwan and Ling Shuefei were looking at Lin Fan's actions with strange eyes. Although Zhang Haitian and his friends were ordinary people who had never been exposed to alchemy, there were related contents in film and television programs. Those alchemists were all very charming and had a fairy-like demeanor.
With a casual wave of their hands, the medicinal materials were automatically thrown into the alchemy furnace.
Now Lin Fan just took a large pot and filled it half with water.
Is this alchemy?
If someone didn't know the inside story, they would probably think that Lin Fan was going to start cooking.
This is too low. Actually, there was nothing that could be done about it.
Firstly, Lin Fan had just been promoted to the qi refining stage, his realm was unstable, and his qi was not condensed, which was not enough to support the qi needed for alchemy. Secondly, he did not have a suitable alchemy furnace at hand. Ordinary pots and pans could not withstand the burning of the qi fire and would explode in a few seconds. Besides, the detoxification pill for Gu Meiwan this time was not difficult to make.
Even without an alchemy furnace, it was easy to make.
Yeah.
Lin Fan nodded.
The ice moon violet pollen toxin that Gu Meiwan was poisoned by was not a product of the secular world, and certainly could not be detoxified by ordinary medicines.
Only the elixirs refined by cultivators could be effective.
Seeing that Lin Fan didn't want to explain too much, Zhang Haitian shut his mouth and watched obediently.
Fire Ganoderma.
Soon, the water boiled, and Lin Fan stretched out his hand and said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haitian quickly opened the box containing the fire Ganoderma, carefully took out the fire Ganoderma from the box, and handed it to Lin Fan. This fire Ganoderma is about 20-10 centimeters in size, which is considered a large piece among Ganoderma. In addition, it is over 100 years old, so this fire Ganoderma must be very expensive. It is only because of Zhang Haitian's status and wealth that he can get it in one day.
If it were an ordinary businessman, it would not be easy.
Lin Fan opened the lid of the pot with his left hand, took the fire Ganoderma with his right hand, circulated his true qi, and the fire Ganoderma instantly turned into powder and fell into the pot. When the fire Ganoderma powder is dropped into boiling water, the color of the water turns red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a faint fragrance wafts out.
Dragon Blood Tree.
After waiting for less than 10 seconds, Lin Fan took 2 dark red dragon blood tree leaves from Zhang Haitian, turned them into powder using the same method and threw them into the pot. The color of the water also changed. It was bright red before, but after the dragon blood tree leaves were thrown in, it turned dark red. Then, Lin Fan ground all the pomegranates and poinciana trees into powder and threw them into the pot.
Guliolu. The water in the pot was boiling and tumbling violently.
At this time, the medicine had gradually become viscous and its color was turning purple-red. After waiting for 3 minutes, Lin Fan held 2 petals of the red sunflower above the pot and rubbed them gently. The petals, which had already dried, suddenly turned into tiny pieces and fell into the pot.
The potion in the pot instantly calmed down. Lin Fan threw the remaining petals into the trash can. How magical! Zhang Haitian couldn't help but mutter when he saw this scene.
Ling Shufa opened her red lips slightly and stared at all this in a daze.
Could it be that Lin Fan really knew how to make pills?
After putting all the herbs into the pot, Lin Fan picked up the lid and covered the small pot.
Alchemy is a profound subject.
In the world of cultivation, any alchemy master is a talent that all the major sects are vying to win over, because the high-level elixirs they refine can increase the power of cultivators unimaginably. In his previous life, Lin Fan was a genuine alchemy master. Pills are divided into grades. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the pill, the more significant the effect.
However, the pill that Lin Fan is refining right now is of a lower grade and doesn't even have a name.
But it is more than enough to cure the poison that Gu Meiwan was infected with. The gas stove had been burning for a full 20 minutes. Lin Fan stood in front of it with his arms folded and his eyes closed. Zhang Haitian and the other 2 stood around staring at the small pot on the gas stove. The steam seemed to be about to blow the lid off. Swish! Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and then, in front of the 3 people's shocked gazes, he placed his hands on the outside of the pot.
Careful!
Ling Shufa screamed subconsciously, and then realized why she should care about that guy's life or death. Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan also looked at Lin Fan with some concern, but Lin Fan seemed to feel nothing at all. His hands were tightly pressed against the hot pot, and even his expression did not change at all.
This is a pot that has been burning on the fire for more than 20 minutes.
The temperature is definitely above 100 degrees Celsius, but Lin Fan just leaned against the pot and there was no abnormality at all.
Really thick-skinned.
Ling Shufa thought to herself.
Zhang Haitian is different.
As the president of the Dragon City Chamber of Commerce, he has a wide range of contacts and naturally knows some secrets that ordinary people cannot get to know. The so-called martial arts masters that ordinary people think only appear in literary works or TV movies are not fantasy, but real. He himself has seen with his own eyes that the personal bodyguard of a certain consortium boss can smash boulders with his palms and kick steel bars. Even the bodyguard beside him can punch through a sandbag. Lin Fan can hold the pot tightly with both hands without getting burned. He must have practiced external martial arts such as iron sand palm. It's just that you can't tell that Lin Fan has such a cultivation at such a young age. It's really precious. Thinking of this, Zhang Haitian looked at Lin Fan with a little more admiration in his eyes. Lin Fan had no idea what the 3 people were thinking at the moment, he was just concentrating on refining the elixir. He pressed his hands tightly against the wall of the pot, slowly closed his eyes, and his true energy continuously flowed out from his dantian, passed into the small pot through his palms, continuously refining the herbs in the pot. Although the pot was covered and he couldn't see what was going on inside, Lin Fan could feel that the medicinal materials in the pot were changing. The liquid medicine slowly turned into medicinal soup. As time went by, the soup became thicker and thicker, and a small vortex formed, converging towards the center. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. In Ling Shufa's eyes, Lin Fan, who was concentrating on refining the elixir at the moment, was really a little handsome. This made Ling Shufa's pretty face slightly blush. She spat secretly and looked around quietly. Seeing that no one noticed her abnormality, she felt relieved. Half an hour later, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. The elixir is ready. Chapter 18 Tit for Tat, Part 2. Lin Fan let out a breath, loosened his hands on the small pot, and then directly lifted the lid. Suddenly, a fragrance gushed out from the pot and filled the entire kitchen. Lin Fan reached his hand into the pot and took out a pea-sized, crystal-clear pill. The whole body was dark red, and a fragrance quickly spread out from the pill. This. Zhang Haitian and the other 2 couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw the pill in Lin Fan's hand.
They didn't expect that Lin Fan could actually make a pill. But they couldn't figure it out. They threw all the herbs into the water to cook, but how come the pills turned out to be round pills after they came out of the pot? Lin, brother Lin, this is. Zhang Haitian said stutteringly. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully refined the detoxification pill.
Lin Fan grinned and said lightly.
Then now. Zhang Haitian said again. Let's go out first.
Lin Fan pointed and said. Afterwards, several people walked out of the kitchen, came to the living room, and sat down. From beginning to end, Ling Shuefei had been observing Lin Fan. She couldn't understand why Lin Fan had changed so much in such a short period of time. The current Lin Fan was like a mystery, which made her curious and she couldn't wait to find out the truth. Sister-in-law, please take this pill. Lin Fan handed the pill to Gu Meiwan and said. Okay. Gu Meiwan agreed quickly, reached out to take the pill, and without hesitation, she gritted her teeth, opened her mouth and swallowed it. Zhang Haitian picked up a glass of water from the coffee table and handed it to Gu Meiwan, wanting her to drink the water to swallow the pill, but Gu Meiwan waved her hand and did not drink the water. Because the pill melts in the mouth, there is no need to chew it or drink water to swallow it. Once it enters the mouth, it instantly turns into a stream of clear water and flows down the throat. The fragrance goes from the mouth and tongue to the abdominal cavity, making Gu Meiwan feel refreshed. She can't help but let out a light hum, which makes her blush. Meiwan, how do you feel? Zhang Haitian had been staring at Gu Meiwan since she took the medicine, and now he finally couldn't help but ask. Very good. Gu Meiwan uttered 2 words softly. Very good? Zhang Haitian asked again. Well, I feel relaxed physically and mentally, more relaxed than ever before. And I can clearly feel the warmth in my lower abdomen, which is very comfortable. Gu Meiwan said brightly. If you observe carefully enough, you can see that Gu Meijuan's overall appearance has improved a lot compared to before taking the elixir. She looks radiant and even her skin has become much smoother. The original fine crow's feet have disappeared. Lin Fan and Zhang Haitian were both men and did not notice these things, but Ling Shuefei, who was sitting next to them, noticed that at this moment, Gu Meiwan, judging from her appearance alone, looked almost 10 years younger. Women all love beauty, especially stunning beauties like Ling Shuefei, who pay more attention to their appearance and are more worried about becoming old and ugly with the passage of time. Now seeing that Gu Meiwan has undergone such a big change in just a few seconds after taking a pill, how could Ling Shuefei not be shocked? But what Ling Shuefei didn't know was that this was just a side effect of an inferior elixir. If one had specially made a beauty elixir such as an anti-aging elixir, the effect would be 1,000 times more obvious. This also explains why there are almost no ugly female cultivators in the world of cultivation, and even those with average looks are rare. All of them are as beautiful as fairies. It is precisely because of the existence of various beauty elixirs that it is difficult to be ugly. Brother Lin, is this all right? Zhang Haitian turned around and looked at Lin Fan and asked. Gu Meiwan also looked up at Lin Fan. This is the most tense moment for the two of them. They are afraid that something unexpected will happen at this critical moment. Well, the ice moon violet poison that my sister-in-law was infected with has been eliminated, and the combination of medicinal ingredients in this pill will help with pregnancy. Lin Fan said with a chuckle. Very good. Zhang Haitian couldn't help but show his joy, and he hugged and cried with Gu Meiwan. No one knew how they had survived all these years. Not only was there the regret of not being able to have their own flesh and blood, but there was also the pressure of being in a wealthy and prestigious family and not being able to leave descendants. There had been a lot of unfavorable comments within the family over the years, which made Zhang Haitian feel more stressed. Now, Zhang Haitian has a feeling of seeing the light after avoiding the clouds, and he feels comfortable. Master Lin, please accept Zhang's greetings. As he spoke, Zhang Haitian stood up, clasped his hands together, and was about to bow to Lin Fan, but Lin Fan reached out his hand to hold him back. Brother Zhang, you are too polite. Brother Lin, I was wrong. I was just too happy. Zhang Haitian was in a good mood and quickly changed his words. But Brother Zhang, I have to remind you that the best time for my sister-in-law to get pregnant is within half a month after taking the pill. This is because the pill I just refined, in addition to detoxification, will leave some medicinal power remaining in the body. If this part of the medicinal power acts on the baby, it will make the baby healthier. Lin Fan said again. Oh. There is such a good thing. Okay. It seems that I have to work hard in the next half month. Zhang Haitian's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly.
Zhang Haitian's words made Gu Meiwan blush slightly, and she said angrily, "What are you talking about?"
Although they were an old couple, Gu Meiwan still felt a little embarrassed to talk like this in front of outsiders.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Haitian was not embarrassed at all and laughed heartily.
President Zhang, Madam Zhang, congratulations. Ling Shufa congratulated.
Zhang Haitian, the president of Longcheng Chamber of Commerce and the eldest son of the Zhan family, has no children.
This is a well-known fact in Longcheng.
Unexpectedly, Lin Fan actually has a way to make Gu Meiwan pregnant. Ling Shufa is still a little skeptical at this time, but seeing that Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan have 100% trust in Lin Fan's elixir, she is a smart woman and naturally will not say anything that would spoil the mood or make her uncomfortable at this time. Thank you, Miss Ling, Zhang Haitian said with a smile, then looked at Ling Shufa with a strange expression, then looked at Lin Fan, and said, Miss Ling, I wonder why you came to see Brother Lin?
Are you feeling unwell too? No. No.
Ling Shufa looked a little flustered when she heard Zhang Haitian's words. The fact that she had a child was a secret, and the child's father was Lin Fan. Apart from the parties involved, only Yanyan knew about it.
Even her father Ling Tian didn't know. Oh, I understand. It's a good thing for you young people to move around more. Ha, the man is talented and the woman is beautiful, they are definitely a match made in heaven.
Zhang Haitian said to himself.
President Zhang, you misunderstood.
Ling Shufa suddenly felt her face burning hot, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. She had never even been in a relationship, and was a complete novice when it came to matters between men and women. What nonsense are you talking about, you old frivolous boy? Gu Meiwan patted Zhang Haitian's arm and scolded in a low voice.
Zhang Haitian smiled and didn't mention it again.
Lin Fan did not say anything to explain, but was instead given a fierce look by Ling Shufa. He immediately touched his nose innocently, wondering who he had offended. It was really like a pot being thrown from the sky while one was at home. After everyone chatted for a few more sentences, Zhang Haitian proposed to invite Lin Fan to his home as a guest, so that he could formally express his gratitude to Lin Fan, and he also invited Ling Shufa. Lin Fan politely declined Zhang Haitian's invitation, but he said he would visit him in 2 days when he had time. Zhang Haitian gave up, said goodbye to Lin Fan, and left the villa with Gu Meiwan.
After seeing Zhang Haitian and his wife off, Ling Shufa immediately resumed her domineering CEO demeanor. With her hands on her waist, she stared at Lin Fan and asked, Hey, you stubborn guy, how do you know Chairman Zhang? Did your Lin family cooperate with the Longcheng Zhang family before? It is no wonder that Ling Shufa had doubts.
The Lin family is in Yan'an City and the Zhang family is in Longcheng, which are far apart. Moreover, their main businesses have no overlap. How could he, an abandoned child of the Lin family, know Zhang Haitian? Lin Fan did not answer Ling Shufa's question, but asked back. You call Brother Zhang Chairman Zhang? What business is he in? Chapter 19 Master Lin, please. Don't you know President Zhang's identity? Ling Shufa asked in surprise. I don't know. Lin Fan shrugged and said as a matter of course. Then why did you help him make the elixir? Ling Shufa asked again. I met the couple when I took Qiqi to the amusement park yesterday. Brother Zhang even took out a small toy and gave it to Qiqi. Qiqi liked it very much, so I helped them. Lin Fan said lightly. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Ling Shufa was speechless and at the same time felt a little strange. The fact that Lin Fan helped Qiqi detoxify just because the other party gave him a small toy actually reflected the position of Qiqi in Lin Fan's heart. You haven't told me what Brother Zhang does. Lin Fan said again. President Zhang is the president of the Longcheng Chamber of Commerce and the chairman of the largest real estate company in Longcheng, Qiqi International Real Estate. He is the richest man in Longcheng. On the one hand, President Zhang's financial strength and business acumen are important. On the other hand, the Zhang family's influence in Longcheng is deeply rooted, complicated, and has a great influence. Ling Shufa rolled her eyes at Lin Fan, then briefly introduced to him what she knew. After listening to Ling Shufa's introduction, Lin Fan uttered a word. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, what's wrong with your reaction? Ling Shufa looked at Lin Fan's expression, wishing she could chop him into pieces. She suppressed her inner restlessness and said, Does the pill you made really work? It's no wonder Ling Shufa was confused, because everyone in Longcheng knew that Zhang Haitian's wife was infertile. Although she had not been in Longcheng for a long time, she still knew something about the important people in Longcheng. She also knew how much Zhang Haitian and his wife had paid in order to have children. After so many years, Zhang Haitian still had no children, which meant that his wife's condition had left experts all over the world helpless. When she first came to Longqing to take office, she went to visit Zhang Haitian with her father's letter of introduction and the snow lotus she had asked someone to pick from Tianshan Mountain. Although Lin Fan's pill looks good, its effectiveness in curing diseases cannot be solely based on its appearance. Therefore, Ling Xuefei still had some doubts that Lin Fan could easily solve the problem that had troubled Zhang Haitian and his wife for more than 10 years and had stumped countless famous doctors and experts.
Can you please remove the word ma? Lin Fan glanced at Ling Xuefei and said lightly.
Ling Xuefei had originally changed her opinion of Lin Fan, thinking that this former playboy finally had some serious ideas, but before this favorable impression was truly formed, it was strangled in the cradle by Lin Fan's words. At this moment, in Ling Xuefei's eyes, Lin Fan was completely arrogant, conceited, unkind, unable to speak, and a cocky person who thought he was very powerful.
You.
Ling Xuefei was furious and thought to herself that Lin Fan was such a blockhead, rigid and stubborn, a typical straight man.
Forget it. I don't want to waste any more words with you. I want to take Qiqi away.
Ling Xuefei said coldly, and walked towards the second floor away from Lin Fan.
Wait a moment.
In a hurry, Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Ling Xuefei's wrist.
You, let go.
Ling Xuefei, who had never had close contact with a man since she was a child, felt a strange sensation when Lin Fan suddenly grabbed her wrist. She felt her body tremble slightly and her cheeks were burning.
Oh, sorry.
Lin Fan's face turned red and he let go of his hand awkwardly. However, this slender and smooth wrist felt really good to hold.
Lecher. Ling Xuefei's pretty face was dripping with blood.
She glared at Lin Fan fiercely and walked to the second floor angrily.
Well.
Lin Fan sighed and followed.
Swish.
After taking 2 steps, Ling Xuefei suddenly stopped, turned her head and stared at Lin Fan, saying, "Why are you following me?"
"I'm going to see my daughter,"
Lin Fan said confidently.
"Don't follow me, you scoundrel," Ling Xuefei scolded in a tender voice.
Lin Fan said "oh" softly, walked to the side, jumped lightly, grabbed the fence on the second floor with his right hand, turned over and jumped, appearing directly upstairs.
He turned back and glanced at Ling Xuefei, who was stunned downstairs with a raised corner of his mouth.
Ling Xuefei, who witnessed all this, had a silly expression on her face and blinked her big eyes.
She even wondered if she was hallucinating. How did he jump up to a height of more than 3 meters? Was it because he was so light that even gravity couldn't hold him back? This is because Lin Fan has restrained himself a lot, otherwise he would be able to appear upstairs in an instant. Did he go to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts in the past 3 years? With doubts in mind, Ling Xuefei also went up to the second floor with a tat-tat-tat. And was very angry at this time.
She was having fun with little Princess Qiqi. When Lin Fan appeared, Qiqi immediately left her and threw herself into her father's arms.
"Humph. You heartless girl, I treated you so well in vain, but now you really don't want your aunt anymore because you have a dad." This was the scene that Ling Xuefei saw when she walked into the room.
Lin Fan was sitting on the edge of the bed, Qiqi was nestling in Lin Fan's arms, hugging Lin Fan's neck and giggling non-stop, while Yan was standing in front of the window with his arms folded across his chest, looking angrily at the father and daughter who were laughing and playing. Without asking, Ling Xuefei knew what had happened. She gave Yan a comforting look, then walked up to Lin Fan, clapped her hands, and said softly, "Qiqi, come to your mother's arms."
"Hey, mommy."
Qiqi heard her mommy's voice, turned around happily, and stretched out her 2 chubby little arms to Ling Xuefei. "Mommy, hold me." Ling Xuefei reached out and held Qiqi in her arms, saying, "Qiqi, when you grow up a little more, mommy won't be able to hold you anymore."
Then Qiqi doesn't want to grow up. Qiqi wants mommy to hold her all the time. Qiqi said in a baby voice.
"Silly child, everyone will grow up, and you will grow tall too."
Ling Xuefei laughed. "Do we really have to grow up?" Qiqi asked with a pout. "Yeah." Ling Xuefei nodded.
"Well, when Qiqi grows up, let daddy hold her."
"Mommy can't hold her, but daddy can definitely do it. Daddy is Superman."
Qiqi tilted her little head and thought about it, her eyes lit up, and she said happily, "Oh." Ling Xuefei deeply felt what it felt like to shoot herself in the foot.
He. And Yan on the side couldn't help laughing.
It turned out that not only had she fallen out of favor, but even her biological mother Ling Xuefei was in a state of losing her position. Ling Xuefei turned around and rolled her eyes at Yan, who was gloating over her misfortune, and Yan stuck out her tongue at Ling Xuefei.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Fan also laughed heartily. She was indeed his precious daughter. She was still thinking about him in her heart.
Shut up. Ling Shuefei was not so polite to Lin Fan.
She scolded him with a frosty face.
Mommy, don't be mean to Daddy.
Qiqi rolled around in Ling Shuefei's arms and said softly.
You heartless little thing, who are you in cahoots with?
Ling Shuefei said with disgust.
Qiqi is in cahoots with Mom and Dad, and Antonin is an outsider.
Qiqi speaks without restraint as a child, saying whatever comes to her mind.
This makes Yanan, who is watching the fun on the side, very angry.
His chest heaved violently, and he made a face at Qiqi.
Who is in cahoots with him?
Ling Shuefei muttered in a low voice.
Mom, what did you say?
Qiqi asked while holding Ling Shuefei's pretty face. Mommy said she loves the baby. Ling Shuefei smiled and kissed Qiqi on the little face. Qiqi immediately laughed happily, then turned around and stretched out her two little arms to Lin Fan. Daddy, give me a kiss too.
Haha, okay.
Lin Fan smiled, stood up and gave Qiqi a gentle kiss on her little face. But what Lin Fan didn't notice was that he was kissing the same place that Ling Shuefei had just kissed. When Ling Shuefei saw it, her heart started beating fast and her pretty face turned red and hot.
Was this considered an indirect kiss?
Thinking of this, Ling Shuefei's face suddenly turned red, and she felt embarrassed at the same time.
Mom, why is your face so red? Oh, it's still hot.
Qiqi saw her mom's abnormality, reached out and touched Ling Shuefei's face, and said in surprise.
Ling Shuefei turned around and glared at Qiqi.
This little girl was really good at tricking her mother.
He.
And Yanan saw all of this and immediately started laughing, holding her stomach. Lin Fan and Qiqi looked at each other. The father and daughter had no idea what was wrong with these two people.
Chapter 20, Alchemy in a Small Cooking Pot.
In the end, Ling Shuefei still did not take Qiqi away. Lin Fan's tough attitude was one reason, but Qiqi's dependence on Lin Fan was the most troublesome thing. Moreover, the company called and said there was an urgent matter. Ling Shuefei had no choice but to say take good care of Qiqi and left Lin Fan's villa with Yanan and hurried to the company. Sitting in the Ferrari 488, Ling Shuefei took out her iPhone XS and called the company's artist director Wang Yan. She asked straight to the point, "Hello, Director Wang, I didn't explain it clearly on the phone just now.
What happened?" Ling's group is a giant in the entertainment industry in Xia country. Ling's group has several well-known entertainment companies in China and has cultivated many first-line artists. Royal Entertainment in Longcheng is a subsidiary of Ling's group. It is just starting out and has no well-known artists who can dominate the scene. Currently, Royal Entertainment is mainly committed to cultivating new talents, and Wang Yan is the director in charge of artists. She is 35 years old and can be considered a strong woman. It's like this, Mr. Ling.
Wang Yan did not dare to be negligent and reported everything to Ling Shuefei. After listening to Wang Yan's words, Ling Shuefei finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the partner was dissatisfied that the artists in his company did not meet his requirements and was making trouble in the company. The partner is a long-established chain clothing brand in Longcheng, which mainly sells clothing for young women. Half a month ago, they approached Huangchao Entertainment, hoping that Huangchao Entertainment could send an artist to endorse their clothing brand and shoot a set of advertisements for promotion. Originally, this was a very ordinary cooperation, but the boss of the other party was very picky. He either thought this one was too short or that one had no temperament. Basically, all the female artists of Huangchao Entertainment were devalued by him. In the end, he even threatened that if Huangchao Entertainment could not produce an artist that satisfied him, he would make Huangchao Entertainment unable to continue in Longcheng. Although it is boasting to say that they can stop Dynasty Entertainment from operating in Longcheng, the other party is after all a long-established local company in Longcheng, and their network of contacts is far more than that of Dynasty Entertainment, which has just established a foothold in Longcheng. If the other party continues to make trouble like this, it will have a great impact on the reputation of Dynasty Entertainment. This matter was of great importance, so Wang Yan had no choice but to call Ling Shuefei.
In fact, there is another point. Wang Yan looked down on Ling Shuefei from the bottom of her heart.
She used to be the artist director of the second-ranked entertainment company under the Ling Group, and trained several artists who were well known both domestically and internationally.
Now she was transferred to Dynasty Entertainment.
Although it seemed to be a horizontal transfer, and even the salary increased, for her, it was equivalent to transferring her from a rich area to a barren border.
How could it feel the same? The most intuitive feeling was that there were no outstanding artists under her command anymore.
Even her colleagues who were suppressed by her before could not raise their heads now laughed at her.
Wang Yan knew that she was transferred to Dynasty Entertainment just to accompany the prince to study and to assist Ling Xuefei. But in her heart, Ling Xuefei was just a little girl with a good appearance and a good family background. How could she be convinced?
If the contract had not expired, Wang Yan would have quit long ago if she would face a sky-high penalty for changing jobs now. So when she encountered problems this time, Wang Yan called Ling Xuefei. It was not because she really had no way to solve it, but she just wanted to see Ling Xuefei's joke.
Okay, I get it.
You calm down first, I'll be at the company soon. After understanding the situation, Ling Xuefei said in a flat voice.
Okay, Mr. Ling. And then, speed up.
Ling Xuefei put the phone into her bag and said with a frown.
Okay.
And Yanin nodded and quickened her pace to rush to the company.
The office of the director of Dynasty Entertainment. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan sneered. Even if you rush back to the company, what's the use? You are a little girl who knows nothing. What else can you do? You are here to be bullied. Director Wang, have you finished your call? When will you give me a clear answer? Don't you have a single artist worth showing off in such a big company like Dynasty Entertainment?
Let me tell you, if my advertisement is aborted and I miss the peak sales season because of you, I will make sure you can't continue to operate in Longchang. Don't think I'm kidding. A middle-aged fat man with a fat head and big ears and a bumpy face stood in front of Wang Yan's desk, one hand on his waist, pointing at Wang Yan with the other, and shouting loudly. Judging from his body shape, he must be about 200 pounds, his arms must be as thick as an ordinary person's legs, and he has a big belly. He probably can't see his toes when he lowers his head. He is wearing a fat suit, the jacket is open, and the shirt inside is buttoned, but judging from the posture, it is in danger of bursting if he is not careful. While he was talking, he wiped the sweat from his neck with a handkerchief. In fact, the office is air-conditioned, but with all his piles of flesh squeezed together, it would be strange if it wasn't hot. This person is none other than the CEO of Northern Lights Clothing, which has signed an advertising contract with Dynasty Entertainment. His name is Dong Dahai, a native of Longchang. He became rich by chance and has now entered the upper-class circle of Longchang. Boss Dong, please be patient. Our chairman is on her way back to the company. I believe she will give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Yan leaned back in her office chair, her face unhurried, and spoke slowly and leisurely. Chairman? I heard that your new chairman is a young girl who knows nothing. What's the use of her coming back? You are wasting my time. If the problem is not solved by then, can you afford the responsibility for the losses caused to me? Dong Dahai's face changed, he put his hands on the desk, stared at Wang Yan and said. Please rest assured, Mr. Dong. I believe in our chairman. She will not let you down. Wang Yan said in a flat tone. Although she said so, Wang Yan didn't believe that there would be any use for Ling Xuefei to come back. She had already made plans in her mind. After seeing Ling Xuefei suffer a setback, she would call the artists under her former command. After all, she had trained many first-line stars before, so it would not be difficult to call one or two to help out. Wang Yan still has some connections. I have done what you, the president, couldn't do. Let's see how much face you still have in the company then. Humph. I hope so. Dong Dahai's expression eased a little, and he snorted coldly, then he stretched out his hand and tugged at his collar, muttering, this damn weather is so hot. Ha, Boss Dong, please be patient and have a cup of tea to cool down. Wang Yan smiled and pushed the teacup on the table towards Dong Dahai. Dong Dahai glanced at Wang Yan, picked up the teacup, drank it all, then lowered his head and spit out 2 mouthfuls of tea leaves. Seeing Dong Dahai's vulgar behavior, the smile on Wang Yan's face became even wider. The more Dong Dahai acted like this, the more uncomfortable Ling Xuefei felt. She was waiting to see Ling Xuefei make a fool of herself, hoping that this young lady would not cry by then. Lin Fan's villa on the Jun Nan Waterfront. Before Ling Xuefei left, she left some clothes for Qiqi to change. Qiqi was a little depressed because her mother left, but after changing into beautiful clothes, the little princess became happy and jumped on the bed, looking like a lively and cute elf. Lin Fan looked at Qiqi's happy expression and a smile appeared on his face. He was enjoying his current life very much. Seeing the smile on Qiqi's face, he felt as if he owned the whole world. Qiqi, Daddy will take you out to buy a car. Chapter 21, Stunning Skills. Half an hour later, a bright red Ferrari 488 stopped in front of the Dynasty Entertainment building. Then, two young and beautiful women got out of the car and walked straight towards Dynasty Entertainment with their long legs. The one walking in front had long wavy hair and was wearing an OL outfit, a tight skirt, and a pair of large sunglasses that covered half of her face. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Behind her was a short-haired woman wearing overalls. Although she was not as stunning as the one in front, she was also a rare beauty. These two beauties, one big and one small, immediately attracted a lot of attention.
See that chick in front? She's so pretty.
She's so young, but she drives a luxury car. I wonder which rich man is supporting her as a mistress.
Are you stupid? Look at them walking into Dynasty Entertainment and they are so handsome. They must be artists trained by Dynasty Entertainment.
Little brother, what you said seems to make sense.
Dynasty Entertainment is quite powerful. It actually has such a beautiful artist. The two people were Ling Shuefei and Yanan, who hurried back to the company. A few minutes later, Ling Shuefei met with Dong Dahai in the conference room of the Dynasty Entertainment building. The moment Dong Dahai opened the door of the conference room and saw Ling Shuefei, he was completely stunned. He stared at Ling Shuefei with his eyes motionless. When the contract was signed, the chairman of Dynasty Entertainment was still an old man in his 50s. Later, Dong Dahai only heard that the chairman had been replaced by a young woman. However, he never expected that the new chairman of Dynasty Entertainment would be so beautiful. Her face was like a peach blossom and her skin was like cream. Even if she was sitting there quietly in her OL clothes, she had a breathtaking beauty. Even compared with Xia country's most popular actress Lu Shihan, she is not inferior at all. Ahem, Boss Dong, let me introduce you. This is the new chairman of Dynasty Entertainment, Ling Shuefei. Seeing Dong Dahai's stupid look, Wang Yan cursed him inwardly for being useless and quickly coughed twice before introducing him.
Oh.
Hello, Chairman Ling.
My name is Dong Dahai, and I'm the boss of Longqing Aurora Clothing. Dong Dahai walked towards Ling Shuefei, smiling and stretching out his right hand, wanting to shake hands with Ling Shuefei.
Seeing Dong Dahai's face full of fat from laughing, Ling Shuefei couldn't help but frown slightly. She saw Dong Dahai's expression just now. Ling Shuefei had seen countless people like him since she was a child. She hated such people from the bottom of her heart, so it was impossible for her to have any physical contact with them. Hello, Mr. Dong. I'm Chairman Ling's assistant. My name is Yanan.
Thank you very much for your trust and support for our Dynasty Entertainment. At this time, the tacit understanding between Yanan and Ling Shuefei was apparent. When she saw Ling Shuefei frowning slightly, she knew that she felt disgusted with the fat and big-eared Dong Dahai, so she quickly stretched out her right hand, smiled and stood in front of Ling Shuefei and said, "Oh, hello." The beauty was right in front of him, but he couldn't get close to her.
Dong Dahai felt unhappy, but he couldn't show it, so he just shook hands with Yanan.
"Please take a seat, Mr. Dong,"
Ling Shuefei said lightly, pointing to the chair next to her.
"Okay." Dong Dahai responded, pulled up his trouser line and sat on the chair.
Boss Dong, I heard that you are not satisfied with our company's artists, right?
Ling Shuefei said with a smile.
No. Dong Dahai felt that Ling Shuefei's voice was really beautiful.
Just listening to the voice made his heart flutter. The strong words that he had prepared in his heart were a little difficult to say at this moment.
Wang Yan sat below Dong Dahai.
Seeing Dong Dahai's inability to speak properly when he saw a beautiful woman, she felt a little disappointed. She had hoped that he could embarrass Ling Shuefei and then come to the rescue.
But who knew that Dong Dahai surrendered immediately when he saw Ling Shuefei?
This made her look incompetent. After all, you are a big boss worth hundreds of millions.
Can you be more promising?
You fat guy, you are a toad wanting to eat swan flesh.
No matter how nice your attitude is, do you still expect Ling Shuefei to be nice to you?
After Dong Dahai stuttered a few words, he suddenly remembered his real purpose. If the person didn't do the job he asked him to do, then he would have no hope of getting the things he entrusted him to do. So he quickly calmed himself down, coughed twice, glanced at Ling Shuefei, and leaned back in the chair with a very calm attitude. But it was a pity for the chair, which was creaking due to his destruction and was about to be unable to bear the weight.
Chairman Ling, Dong Dahai finally started talking about business.
I am not trying to embarrass you on purpose. It is just that the quality of your company's artists is far from satisfactory. I see that the new clothing is about to be launched, but the spokesperson has not been decided.
You are such a big entertainment company, don't you even have an artist who can show off? I am very disappointed, very disappointed.
I hope Chairman Ling can give me an explanation, and also give an explanation to the people of Longchang. After saying that, Dong Dahai sat calmly in the chair and looked at Ling Shuefei, his fingers tapping on the table from time to time. The entire conference room was very quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was the dong-dong sound of his fingers tapping on the table.
Director Wang, is what Mr. Dong said the truth?
Ling Shuefei remained calm and turned to ask Wang Yan.
Yes, Chairman.
All the current female artists in the company have auditioned, but none of them can satisfy Mr. Dong.
Wang Yan nodded. Oh? Could it be that Lin Shuefei is not even worthy of Boss Dong's approval?
Ling Shuefei asked in surprise, her red lips slightly parted. Lin Shuefei is the most popular artist in Dynasty Entertainment. She has a beautiful face, a slim figure, a sweet voice, and most importantly, she is young, less than 20 years old. Her youthful and beautiful image is loved by many young people. Although Lin Shuefei is not as popular as those first-line stars, she is not far behind. She still has a considerable number of fans.
Given time, she will definitely have a place in the entertainment industry. With Lin Shuefei's ability and fame, it shouldn't be difficult for her to take on an advertisement for a not-so-famous clothing brand, right?
Chairman, you just arrived, so there are some things that are unclear.
Lin Shuefei is not in Longcheng now.
She was invited to participate in a music festival and went there for rehearsal a week ago.
I'm afraid she will not be back for some time. Wang Yan explained. Oh. Ling Shuefei nodded. Wang Yan sneered in her heart. As the chairman of the board, you don't even know the schedules of your artists. I want to see how you solve this problem.
Chairman Ling, I'm not trying to embarrass you on purpose.
It's just that your company's artists are really not good enough. Don't blame me for being harsh. I'm just telling the truth.
That Lulu girl, she's probably less than 1.6 meters tall. And that one, Jishan, oh my god, her name sounds nice, but she looks like a country girl, a country girl. If we let her endorse us, sooner or later Aurora, will have to leave the city and move to the rural market.
Dong Dahai began to complain about the artists of Dynasty Entertainment.
He was so excited that saliva was flying everywhere. Wang Yan, who was standing by, also got angry. Although she was not convinced by Ling Shuefei, she was now the artist director of Dynasty Entertainment. It was not good for Wang Yan to see Dong Dahai belittling his artists like this, so she raised her hand and was about to ask for external help to save the situation. However, before Wang Yan could finish her words, Ling Shuefei spoke up.
Since Boss Dong is not satisfied with our company's artist, let's change him. Who do you want to replace? Are there other artists in your company? Dong Dahai asked with his eyes squinted. Ha ha.
Ling Shuefei smiled and said in a calm but confident tone, look, how am I?
Chapter 22 Indirect Kiss. What? After hearing Ling Shuefei's words, Dong Dahai was unable to comprehend what was going on.
He stared at her with his eyes squeezed into a slit by his fat, and asked in confusion. Our chairman means that she should be your spokesperson.
Do you think that's okay?
And Yanan knew what Ling Shuefei was planning as soon as she finished speaking, so she sneered and explained directly.
This. Dong Dahai was completely confused and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. What's going on? Ling Shuefei doesn't play by the rules at all. With her messing around, I don't seem to have any good way to deal with it.
This is really like a random punch defeating a master.
Chairman, you. Wang Yan's face was full of disbelief at this moment.
She never thought that Ling Shuefei would come up with such an idea.
However, Wang Yan does not think Ling Shuefei is qualified to be the spokesperson. It is true that Ling Shuefei is very beautiful.
In terms of appearance alone, she is definitely at the top even in the entertainment industry where there are so many beautiful women. However, being a spokesperson for an advertisement is not just about being beautiful.
There are many tricks involved, including some subtle expressions, small movements, eye contact, etc.
Without professional training, it is impossible to achieve perfection.
Boss Dong, what do you think? Ling Shuefei looked confident and asked Dong Dahai with a smile.
It is really an honor for me to have Chairman Ling endorse my clothing. Since Chairman Ling is interested in this, why don't you go for an audition first and talk about other things later? Dong Dahai has been in the business world for 20 years and has already developed a lot of sophistication.
He didn't mean to be final. Anyway, he will have an audition first. Whether he is satisfied or not will be up to him. Director Wang, please arrange an audition. Ling Shuefei nodded and then said to Wang Yan. Chairman, this is inappropriate, right? You are the chairman, how can you endorse it yourself? Wang Yan said. In fact, what she meant was that you should just do your job as the chairman. Can you do what an artist should do? Don't mess it up, it will make everyone look bad. It's okay, just arrange it. Ling Shuefei said lightly. Okay. Seeing that Ling Shuefei had made up her mind, Wang Yan didn't say anything more. She agreed and got up to leave.
Well, Chairman Ling, our company's clothing is mainly targeted at young women, with youth and beauty as the main features. We have launched a batch of new styles this quarter. How these new products sell depends on your performance, Chairman Ling. After Wang Yan walked out of the meeting room, Dong Dahai grinned with a mouthful of yellow teeth, looked at Ling Shuefei with naked eyes, and said with raised eyebrows. Of course. Please rest assured, Mr. Dong. Although our Dynasty Entertainment cannot compare with the top domestic companies, we will definitely not let our partners suffer any loss when we open the door for business. Ling Shuefei said with a faint smile on her face. Dong Dahai glanced at Ling Shuefei with a hint of surprise, then his expression returned to normal and he said slowly, this is naturally the best. Boss Dong's choice of our company as the spokesperson shows his trust in Dynasty Entertainment. On behalf of all the employees and artists of the company, I would like to thank Boss Dong for his trust. Ling Shuefei always had a smile on her face when she spoke, but it gave Dong Dahai an invisible feeling of being kept at a distance, and also made him feel that this seemingly young girl in front of him did not seem so easy to fool. After finishing speaking, Ling Shuefei turned her head and whispered to Yanan beside her, and make a cup of tea for Boss Dong. Okay, Chairman. And Yanan nodded, turned around and walked out of the meeting room. When there were no outsiders around, Yanan called Ling Shuefei's sister Fei Fei. Now that there were outsiders around, she would call Ling Shuefei chairman. Chairman Ling, you're too polite. Dong Dahai said with a smile. A few minutes later, Wang Yan sent a message saying that the studio was ready and the audition was available at any time. Boss Dong, please. Ling Shuefei smiled indifferently, stood up and said, her whole body exuding a calm and confident temperament. Dong Dahai was stunned for a moment, nodded, and followed Ling Shuefei out. Dynasty Entertainment is an entertainment company that specializes in artist planning and management. Previously, it had been headed by an elder of the Ling family as its chairman. Later, the elder was old and reached retirement age. It happened that Ling Shuefei brought Qiqi back from abroad. For some reason, Ling Shuefei took over the elder's position as chairman of Dynasty Entertainment. Actually, Dynasty Entertainment is just a newly started company, which has been established for less than 3 years. So far, it has not cultivated any artist who can stand on his own. The current leading artist, Lin Xiaofei, is just a second-tier star. As for the others, they are not even third-tier. No matter their popularity or fan appeal, they are far from enough to support an entertainment company. That is why Dong Dahai is now being criticized by many parties. Inside the Dynasty Entertainment studio, the lights, camera, background and other items were all ready, and everyone was waiting for the protagonist to appear. Even Dong Dahai could not suppress his inner restlessness and paced back and forth. Soon, Ling Shuefei came out. The bright lights were all focused on Ling Shuefei. She was wearing a purple dress, the constricted waist showed her slender waist to the fullest, she was wearing a lace blouse inside, covering her creamy skin, and a pair of crystal high heels on her feet, which made her snow-white and slender legs look even more sexy and charming. The blower blew out gusts of wind, making Ling Shuefei's long skirt flutter. Her faintly visible snow-white long legs made everyone unable to take their eyes off. So beautiful. Yeah, I didn't expect our chairman to be so beautiful. I dare say that if the chairman debuts, she will definitely become famous overnight. Hey, little brother, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and wipe your saliva, it's almost dripping onto the ground. You're still blaming me, look down and see what's going on there. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard at the scene. Some men with poor self-control flushed their faces and hunched their waists in embarrassment, afraid that others would notice something unusual. Crack. Crack. The photographer had been stunned for a long time. Only after being reminded by the people next to him did he come to his senses and press the shutter button continuously. After taking a group of photos, Ling Shuefei returned to the locker room to change clothes. When she appeared in everyone's sight again, she had changed into another style. This time, Ling Shuefei changed into a denim miniskirt,
and her two straight and smooth long legs were proudly displayed in the air. She wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a cute Garfield pattern printed on it. Her long hair like a waterfall was casually scattered on her shoulders, and she wore a pink Hello Kitty hairpin on her head, making her look very playful and cute. If the previous set of clothes was urban and sexy, then this one has a youthful and energetic style. The two different styles can be switched freely without any stiffness. When the goddess shows up, she is worth two. Chapter 23 Supreme Black Card. After a good start, the subsequent shooting went even more smoothly. Ling Shufa herself had so much capital that she could easily handle all styles of clothes. Soon, she took photos and videos in all the clothes prepared by Dong Dahai. The entire shooting lasted for an hour and a half. After it was over, Ling Shufa changed back into her clothes and found Dong Dahai. At this time, Dong Dahai was still immersed in the beautiful scenery shown by Ling Shufa, unable to extricate himself. He looked like a fool and didn't even notice Ling Shufa's arrival. Ahem, boss Dong. And Yanan coughed twice to remind him. Dong Dahai came back to his senses, his old face flushed, and he said in embarrassment, Chairman Ling. Boss Dong, I wonder if you are satisfied with my performance just now? Ling Shufa reached out and lifted the hair at her temples, and asked in a voice as sweet as an oriole. Satisfied, satisfied, very satisfied. Dong Dahai responded hurriedly. It's not Dong Dahai's fault that he forgot his mission. Ling Shufa is really too beautiful and stunning. He could even foresee how many young female customers would be attracted to consume after the promotional videos shot by Ling Shufa were released. Although Ling Shufa is not a star, we should never underestimate women's persistent pursuit of beauty. That's good. Ling Shufa chuckled. Wan Yen on the side had no other ideas anymore. You are totally cheating. How can I play with you? Ling Shufa took action and successfully dealt with the difficult Dong Dahai, which also won praise from the whole company. They had a new understanding of this newly appointed chairman. Even Wang Yan withdrew her contempt for Ling Shufa. It seems that this young girl in her early 20s is not a vase who knows nothing. After walking out of the gate of Dynasty Entertainment, Dong Dahai sat in his BMW and hesitated for a while before taking out his mobile phone, finding a number marked as Fu Xiao and dialing it. Beep, beep. After the phone rang a few times, the other party answered the call, and then a voice like a duck's voice came from the receiver. Fatty Dong, how is the matter going? Mr. Fu. Hearing Mr. Fu's voice, Dong Dahai bit his lip and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He didn't know if it was because of the hot weather or because of nervousness, but the sweat flowed down the fat on his face. Speak. Seeing Dong Dahai's reaction, Fu Xiao realized that things might not go smoothly, and his voice became much sterner. It's like this. I followed your instructions and deliberately made things difficult for Dynasty Entertainment. Things were going smoothly at first, and even their artist director was helpless. But then, something unexpected happened. Dong Dahai's voice became smaller and smaller. Don't waste time, hurry up and tell me what happened. Fu Xiao was already extremely impatient and asked loudly. Later. Ling Shufa, the new chairman of Dynasty Entertainment, came back. After knowing the situation, she went for the audition in person. I, Dong Dahai, have seen countless women, but I have never seen anyone like Ling Shufa. She is so beautiful. Her image is definitely the best choice for our company as the spokesperson. Dong Dahai became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had seen the scene of his own clothing company, which had seen a huge increase in sales and become a well-known domestic brand because of the endorsement of such a peerless beauty like Ling Shufa. Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. Fu Xiao became angrier and angrier as he listened. In the end, he cursed twice and hung up the phone angrily. When Dong Dahai heard the busy tone on his phone, he felt a little nervous. Fu Xiao had not done what he had asked him to do, and he was afraid that the piece of land he had asked him to help with would also be in vain. However, this time he was able to invite Ling Shufa to endorse his clothing, which was a blessing in disguise. This trip was definitely a profit. Thinking of this, Dong Dahai was in a good mood. He hummed a tuneless song, reached out and turned the car key. Then the BMW made a low roar and sped away. On the other side, on the top floor of a 25-story building, a young man was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old, about 1.75 meters tall, handsome, but with a sickly pale face, which was obviously due to excessive indulgence.
He was wearing the latest Armani knitted t-shirt, a pair of tailored casual pants, a pair of imported crocodile leather shoes, and a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist.
This outfit showed the protagonist's identity as a rich young man.
At this moment, the young man was holding a glass of red wine in his left hand, with his right hand casually placed in his trouser pocket. He squinted his eyes and looked out the window, his eyes full of yearning and possessiveness. The direction of his gaze was exactly the office building of Dynasty Entertainment. The young man's name was Fu Zhe, and he was the son of the Fu family, another big family in Longcheng. Ever since he first saw Ling Xuefei some time ago, he was deeply shocked by her grace and elegance. After that, he began to pursue Ling Xuefei madly, giving her 9,999 red roses, a feast in an Italian revolving restaurant, and expensive jewelry. He would give her anything he could think of, free of charge. But Ling Xuefei was not interested in him and declined several requests for dates and gifts, which made Fu Zhe very depressed. Think about Fu Zhe, who has a golden key in his mouth. He has always been able to get whatever he wants in Longcheng, and has never suffered such a setback. However, the power of the Ling family should not be underestimated. So although Fu Zhe wanted to get Ling Xuefei immediately, he did not dare to do anything too extreme. When Fu Zhe's courtship was repeatedly frustrated, Dong Dahai approached him and asked him to help him get a piece of land. Fu Zhe didn't want to get involved in this matter, but during the chat, Fu Zhe learned that Dong Dahai had drafted a contract with Dynasty Entertainment to endorse a clothing brand, so he had an idea and asked Dong Dahai to deliberately embarrass Dynasty Entertainment. In return, he would help Dong Dahai. Dong Dahai had no idea about the new chairman of Dynasty Entertainment. He just thought that the other party had offended Fu Zhe, so he agreed without thinking, which led to the deliberate embarrassment later. Fu Zhe originally envisioned that Ling Xuefei, who had just arrived, would be troubled by Dong Dahai, and he would stand up at the critical moment and easily help Ling Xuefei solve the problem. In the end, the beauty would be grateful for his righteous help and fall in love with his outstanding ability, and would fall in love with him, and things would naturally follow suit. The script was well written, but the plot did not develop as written in the script, which made Fu Zhe very annoyed. Ling Xuefei, the more difficult you are, the more interested I am in you. It's meaningless to get something easily. Only when I conquer a woman like you can I feel a sense of accomplishment. Fu Zhe, will make you submit to me sooner or later. Fu Zhe took a sip of red wine, licked his lips with a confident smile on his face, and muttered to himself. In Fu Zhe's mind, there is no woman he cannot get. The only difference between Ling Xuefei and the women before is that the process of conquest is a little more tortuous, but the result will not be any different. Chapter 24, Vicious Dog, Evil Woman. While Ling Xuefei was showing off her goddess charm, on the other side, Lin Fan came out of the villa holding Qiqi. As they walked outside, he patiently taught Qiqi how to pronounce words. Come, Qiqi, read with daddy, dad, dad. Lin Fan said softly while holding Qiqi. Daddy. Qiqi lay on Lin Fan's shoulder, kicking her short legs happily, and the crisp sound reached Lin Fan's ears. No, it's not daddy, daddy is Chaochu, I'm daddy, dad, daddy. Lin Fan said with a laugh. Dad? Qiqi imitated indistinctly. Listening to Qiqi's cute pronunciation, Lin Fan laughed heartily and said patiently, It's not daddy, nor is it daddy, it should be daddy. Daddy. Qiqi said in a baby voice. Ha, you little girl. Lin Fan was not angry and said with a smile. Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. At this moment, a border collie suddenly jumped out from the bushes nearby, blocked the middle of the road, and barked at Lin Fan frantically. This is obviously an adult border collie, standing more than half a meter tall on all fours, with black and white mixed hair that is very neatly groomed. It is obvious that its owner loves it very much. The border collie was dragging a broken leash under its feet. After jumping out of the grass, it stood in front of Lin Fan, bared its teeth and began to bark wildly. Ah! Big dog. Daddy is scared. Qiqi was frightened by the crazy border collie. Her two little arms tightly hugged Lin Fan's neck, and her little face turned pale with fear. Roll. Qiqi was frightened, and Lin Fan suddenly felt a nameless fire in his heart. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he squinted his eyes at the bien colt. Ah! The border collie, which had been so ferocious just now, seemed to be frightened and instantly stalled. It whimpered twice, squatted on the side of the road with its tail drooping, and did not dare to look at Lin Fan. Its body even trembled with fear. Qiqi, don't be afraid. You see, the big dog has been defeated by Dad. He won't hurt Qiqi. After Lin Fan released a bit of power to intimidate the border collie, he patted Qiqi's back and comforted her softly.
Really, Daddy?
Qiqi blinked her big gem-like eyes and slowly turned around. She saw that the big dog that was so fierce just now was now lying obediently on the side of the road.
She was immediately happy.
She hugged Lin Fan's neck and gave him a kiss on the face.
She said happily, "Wow, Daddy is so awesome. Daddy is Superman. Kong Kong? Kong Kong, where did you go?"
Just then, a somewhat anxious female voice was heard. Lin Fan looked up and saw a woman looking around and running out from the side. This was a somewhat obese woman, about 34 or 35 years old, with heavy makeup on her face, very heavy purple eyeshadow, and bright red lipstick on her lips, but her face was painted pale, as if it was painted white on a wall. She had very exaggerated earrings on both ears, a baggy purple dress, slippers on her feet, and holding the end of the leash in her hand, she was looking around anxiously, searching. Behind the fat woman, there was a tall and strong man wearing a black suit, sunglasses, and a stern face. He looked like a bodyguard or something like that.
Ah!
When the woman saw the border collie lying on the side of the road with its head hung down, she screamed and hurriedly ran to the side of the border collie. She squatted down and stroked its hair, but the border collie was frightened by Lin Fan's aura and kept trembling, whimpering, and not daring to move.
"My little darling, why are you like this? Is it you? Is it you who hit my Kong Kong?"
After the woman noticed Lin Fan standing next to her, she immediately stood up, stared at Lin Fan viciously, pointed at him and shouted.
"I didn't do anything. Instead, it was your dog that scared my daughter." Lin Fan glanced at the fat woman indifferently and said, "So it was you who did it." The fat woman didn't intend to make a big deal out of it.
After all, people who can live in Jun Nan Waterfront must be rich or noble, so there's no need to offend people because of this. But when she saw Lin Fan wearing cheap clothes, which cost less than 300 yuan, she concluded that Lin Fan was just working in the community, or was a poor relative visiting a certain family, so she immediately became angry and pointed at Lin Fan and shouted, "You little jerk! How dare you be so unreasonable to my Kong Kong? You are really blind. If anything happens to my Kong Kong, can you afford to pay for it? Auntie, don't scold Daddy. Daddy didn't hit your dog." When Qiqi saw the fat woman's bad attitude towards Lin Fan, she subconsciously wanted to protect her daddy. The obese woman glanced at Qiqi with cold eyes. Although she was surprised at how cute she was, she still cursed her viciously. "Where did you come from, little bastard? It's because of you that our Kong Kong was injured. You're such a damn bastard." Qiqi had been living abroad with Ling Fa before. She had never heard such dirty words before. She burst into tears on the spot, and her tears fell like pearls from a broken string. "Qiqi, don't cry. Daddy is here and no one can bully you." Lin Fan comforted Qiqi softly and used one hand to gently wipe the tears from Qiqi's face. Qiqi nodded sensibly and gradually stopped crying, but there was still an aggrieved expression on her little face, and her pouting mouth seemed so big that a soy sauce bottle could be hung on it. After seeing Qiqi stop crying, Lin Fan retracted his gaze and squinted at the fat woman on the other side. His eyes were cold and his voice was icy. "I'll give you one chance. Take back what you said just now and apologize. Who do you think you are? You country bumpkin who came out from nowhere and dared to hit me. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you actually want me to apologize? Ha ha, you're going to make me laugh to death. You look like a fool." The fat woman laughed out loud with her hands on her hips, as if she had heard a huge joke. Lin Fan sneered, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I am someone you can't afford to offend. Now, apologize immediately." "Okay, very good, really good. I want to see how you are someone who can't be provoked." The fat woman laughed in anger, put her hands on her hips and walked towards Lin Fan. At this time, two patrolling security guards noticed the conflict. One of the younger ones wanted to mediate, but was stopped by another older security guard beside him. "Xiao Shang, don't meddle in other people's business." "Brother Hai, it looks like a fight is about to break out over there. Should we do something about it? What if things get out of hand?" asked the young security guard Xiao Zhang in confusion. "Xiao Zhang, it's not that I don't want you to go over there and take care of it, you just arrived a few days ago and you don't know. That fat guy, did you see that shrew? She's the wife of Mr. Wang in the community and the younger sister of Chief Li of our Linjiang District Police Station. Did you see the man in sunglasses? He's the bodyguard hired by Mr. Wang at a high price. I heard that he's a retired Special Forces soldier. 7 or 8 ordinary people can't get close to him.
As for that young man, he's wearing cheap clothes. He's offended Mrs. Wang this time, so I'm afraid he's going to suffer a loss. The older security guard, Brother Hai, lit a cigarette and explained slowly. Hiss. After hearing what Brother Hai said, Xiao Zhang took a breath, his face changed, and he took a few steps back unconsciously, then looked at Lin Fan and Qiqi with sympathy. Although he felt a little bit sorry, he had no choice but to not provoke a fat woman, otherwise he might lose his job.
Thank you, Brother Hai, for the reminder, Xiao Zhang said sincerely.
Hey, Xiao Zhang, I like you.
Learn more and observe more in the future, and slowly you will understand how to do things,
Brother Hai said calmly.
Xiao Zhang smiled and nodded, without saying anything else, just quietly watching the development of the situation over there.
Chapter 25. Things got out of hand.
While the two security guards were talking, the fat woman had already walked up to Lin Fan, and after cursing him as idiot with spit flying everywhere, she raised her hand without any warning and hit Lin Fan in the face. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a sharpness. He raised his hand and casually slapped the fat woman's hand away. Then, without blinking, he slapped the fat woman in the face with his backhand. Hitting a woman is a shameful thing, but for you, I don't think there is anything shameful.
Ah! You dare to hit me! How dare you hit me!
The obese woman screamed, covering her face in confusion, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief, then turned around abruptly and shouted at the man in sunglasses behind her in a shrill voice, Xiao Mang. Break both legs of this idiot. I want him to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair.
Yes.
The man in sunglasses nodded, then took off his sunglasses and put them in his suit pocket. He walked towards Lin Fan with an expressionless face, and as he walked, he snapped his fingers, making bursts of crisp sounds. When the security guard Hai Gu on the other side saw this situation, he shook his head, sighed and said, "It's over.
This matter has become a big deal.
That kid is going to suffer a great loss." When Qiqi saw the ferocious bodyguard approaching with ill intentions, she turned pale with fear, hugged Lin Fan's neck tightly, and said worriedly, "Dad, Qiqi is scared."
"Qiqi, don't be afraid, he's just a big guy, good-looking but useless. Dad can easily deal with him."
Lin Fan patted Qiqi's back and comforted her softly. After hearing what Lin Fan said, the fat woman sneered and looked at Lin Fan with a ferocious expression. "I am just laughing. At this time, you are still bragging in front of the child. I tell you, if you dare to lay a hand on me, you will be dead. I will make you crawl out. Not only you, but also that little bastard will not be well either." As she spoke, the fat woman grinned, as if she saw the tragic end of her enemy, and she felt happy when she thought of this. The fat woman was full of confidence in this bodyguard named Xiao Mang. He was a retired Special Forces soldier and had been a fighting champion when he was in the Special Forces. After his retirement, her husband Wang Chao spent a large sum of money to hire him as a bodyguard. He was very skilled and ruthless. She had seen with her own eyes that Xiao Meng kicked a man into an idiot with one kick. Lin Fan looked at the man in sunglasses who was a head taller than him approaching. His expression did not change at all. He said calmly, "Are you sure you want to attack me? Boy, kneel down now and kowtow 3 times to the madam. Maybe the madam will be happy and let you go. Don't let me do it, otherwise, you will be in a miserable situation." The man in sunglasses said with a cruel smile on his face, cracking his neck. "Daddy." Qiqi's little face was filled with nervousness, and her 2 little arms were tightly hugging Lin Fan's neck, showing that she was very worried. "Don't be afraid, Qiqi. Dad will play with him for a while and he will be fine soon." Lin Fan consoled him with a smile, then turned to the man in sunglasses and said, "So you must fight. Okay, come on. I'll give you a chance. Put your daughter aside. I don't want to hurt the child." The man in sunglasses raised his chin and said proudly, "No need." Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "You are so arrogant, kid. Then prepare to die." The man in sunglasses was completely enraged by Lin Fan's attitude. Like a mad beast, he rushed towards Lin Fan with his fists clenched. The obese woman stood beside him, hugging her shoulders. She looked at Lin Fan as if he were a dead person, sneering and saying, "Some people are just courting death when they are alive and well." "Brother Hai. They are going to fight," Xiao Zhang exclaimed. "Alas, that boy is just a fool. He is still stubborn even at this time. Forget it, please help call 120. I hope it is not too serious." Brother Hai sighed and took out his mobile phone to dial. "Boy, if you dare to look down on me, don't blame me for being ruthless." The man in sunglasses thought to himself, and rushed to Lin Fan like thunder. He clenched his right fist and threw a powerful right hook at Lin Fan's head. The smile on the fat woman's face became even brighter, as if she saw Lin Fan lying in a pool of blood, while Qiqi closed her eyes in fear, not daring to look.
Call out.
When the sunglasses man's fist was less than 10 centimeters away from Lin Fan's head, Lin Fan moved, and his body disappeared in an instant like a ghost. The sunglasses man only felt a flash before his eyes, and his punch, which was sure to win, actually missed. He even lost his balance because he used too much force.
What?
Under the incredulous gaze of the man in sunglasses, Lin Fan appeared on the right side of his body. Then, before the man in sunglasses could react, his body flew backwards as if he was hit by a speeding truck and fell heavily on the grass behind him, rolling several times before stopping. After falling to the ground, the man in sunglasses covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked listless and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Lin Fan.
The obese woman was stunned. What was going on? How could her bodyguard Xiao Mang, such a big muscular man, be knocked out by that skinny young man in one move? Wow, Daddy is so awesome.
Qiqi opened her eyes and saw the scene, and immediately clapped her hands and cheered. The two security guards were also stunned, their eyes wide open. Brother Hai had already pressed 120 and was just about to press the dial button. His fingers froze there, and he slapped his face with his other hand, muttering in disbelief, Is this true?
Brother Hai, it's true.
I didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. He moved so fast just now that I couldn't even see how he moved. Xiao Zhang shouted excitedly. I really misjudged him.
Brother Hai muttered to himself, then shook his head and said, But what if he can fight? He injured Mr. Wang's bodyguard, which brought him endless trouble.
Sigh, he is young and hot-tempered after all.
Ahem.
The man in sunglasses had a very red face, partly because of the injury from Lin Fan's kick, and partly because of the shame and anger. He joined the army at the age of 18, and was selected by the Special Forces in the 3rd year. He served in the Special Forces, and won the fighting championship in the military competition the following year.
He was definitely a dazzling star in the army.
He had never suffered such a big setback as today. How could this thin-looking young man have such a fast speed and such strong strength?
Xiao Mang. What are you doing? Get up quickly and kill him for me.
The fat woman came to her senses and screamed at the top of her lungs. The man in sunglasses struggled to get up, lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, then took off his suit and shirt and threw them on the grass, revealing his strong muscles. He roared and rushed towards Lin Fan again. This time, he was determined to fight to the death. If he couldn't subdue Lin Fan this time, he might even lose his job.
Act recklessly.
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, his body swayed, and he appeared in front of the man in sunglasses. The man in sunglasses was startled by the sudden appearance of Lin Fan, and was about to hit Lin Fan's stomach with his knee.
But how could Lin Fan give him this chance?
He flashed to the side of the man in sunglasses, and with the same angle and the same force, he kicked the man in sunglasses in the chest with a lightning speed. The man in sunglasses let out a scream and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. In front of the fat woman's shocked gaze, he hit her right on top. Both of them fell to the grass and rolled several times before stopping.
The man in sunglasses exclaimed wow and spat out blood again.
His chest was sunken and several of his ribs were broken. He completely lost the ability to resist. The fat woman's head tilted and she was knocked unconscious. You. The man in sunglasses just managed to utter one word when his injury was aroused. He broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. He looked at Lin Fan, who was standing on the other side with a calm look in his eyes, with fear in his eyes. Lin Fan's face was calm, as if he had just done something insignificant.
Chapter 26 External Force Warrior. Something happened.
Hurry! Brother Hai's jaw dropped to the ground. He swallowed hard, dragged Xiao Zhang and ran over. At the same time, he pulled out the rubber stick from his waist and shouted, You!
Don't run!
Xiao Zhang!
Call the police.
Okay. The young security guard responded hurriedly, took out his mobile phone and dialed 110 to report the incident. Brother Hai first ran to the obese woman, shook her twice, and shouted, Madam Wang.
Madam Wang.
How are you? After being shaken twice by Brother Hai, the obese woman slowly woke up. She then looked at the bodyguard who was lying beside her and unable to get up with some fear, then looked at Lin Fan and shuddered instantly. She pushed Brother Hai away, took out her cell phone and dialed a number, then cried, Hey!
Lao Wang! What are you doing? What are you doing? Your wife has been bullied, and you still have the mind to sleep at home. He's just downstairs in the community. Bring all the bodyguards from home over here. That guy is a good fighter. Xiao Meng has been knocked down by him. Hurry up. After saying that, the fat woman hung up the phone with a pop sound, and then dialed another number. This time she cried even harder, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Brother, your sister was beaten up, hurry up and bring people over to catch the murderer. Looking at the fat woman, Brother Hai couldn't help but twitch his lips. This person was too shameless. She was very good at confusing right and wrong. At this time, Xiao Zhang had finished calling the police. He walked up to Lin Fan and said in a low voice, Brother, leave quickly before they get here, or you'll be in big trouble soon. Daddy. Qiqi subconsciously hugged him tighter and looked at Lin Fan with some worry. Don't be afraid, Qiqi. With Daddy here, there won't be any problems. Lin Fan smiled calmly, comforted Qiqi first, then smiled at Xiao Zhang and said, Thank you for reminding me. But if he wants to come, he can come. I, Lin Fan, am not afraid. You, Xiao Zhang sighed, not knowing what to say. You are not allowed to leave. If you have the guts, don't leave. Aren't you awesome? Can't you fight? Just wait. After the fat woman finished the call, she stood up with the help of Brother Hai, pointing at Lin Fan and shouting. Lin Fan glanced at the fat woman indifferently, and the fat woman immediately shrank her neck in fear. It wasn't that Lin Fan had to show off his bravery and not leave, but that he couldn't leave. Because his daughter was in his arms and had witnessed everything. If he left now, it would inevitably leave a bad impression on Qiqi's young mind, which would not be good for Qiqi's character development. Besides, he now lived on the Zhengnan riverside. He could run away, but he couldn't. Hiding was definitely not a long-term solution. They would definitely meet again in the future. If he didn't solve the trouble once and for all, it would inevitably cause unhappiness for himself and Qiqi in the future. Moreover, in his previous 3,000 years, Lin Fan had never done anything cowardly to avoid the limelight. The path of cultivation was against the will of heaven, and the emphasis was on courage and diligence. If he thought about avoiding things when he encountered them, how could he go faster and farther on the path of cultivation? A few minutes later, 4 people ran over from the other side. The leader was a bald middle-aged man with a big belly, followed by 3 burly men in suits. This middle-aged man is the fat woman's husband, Wang Chao, the largest building materials dealer in Longchang. The 3 people following him, like Xiao Meng's character, are his bodyguards hired at high salaries. Wang Chao is always accompanied by 4 bodyguards, and Xiao Meng is just the most inexperienced one among them. This time, his wife came out to walk the dog and planned to go to the supermarket to buy some things, so he asked Xiao Meng to help carry things. Unexpectedly, his wife was beaten at the door of her own house, which made Wang Chao furious. Although he didn't like the fat woman, it was thanks to her brother's relationship that he was able to develop smoothly. So when he heard that she was beaten, Wang Chao rushed over with the other 3 bodyguards in the family, wanting to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Old Wang, you finally came. It was that guy who beat me. Look at my face, it still hurts. Also, my waist is almost broken. The fat woman became energetic instantly when she saw her husband and his men coming to kill them. She threw herself on Wang Chao and cried with snot and tears. Don't worry, Mei. I will skin anyone who dares to hurt you. Wang Chao never missed an opportunity to show his loyalty. He patted the fat woman's shoulder and consoled her. Then he shook his head and said coldly, You 3, go break that kid's legs. No. I will break his limbs. The obese woman Li Dongmei looked at Lin Fan with resentment and said with gritted teeth. Then break his limbs. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Wang Chao nodded and said again. Yes, Mr. Wang. The 3 bodyguards nodded in unison, and then 3 of them, 1 in front and 2 behind, walked towards Lin Fan in a V-shaped formation. Do you 3 also want to lie on the ground like him? Lin Fan said, pointing at Xiao Meng who was unable to get up on the other side. Kid, don't think you are invincible after defeating him. To tell you the truth, he is just a second-rate character. The 3 of us brothers are all real external force martial artists. Dealing with you is like crushing an ant. Xiao Meng can't last more than 3 moves in the hands of any one of us. The bodyguard walking in front sneered. External force warrior? The bodyguard's words made Lin Fan's mind move. Could it be that on this planet with depleted spiritual energy, there are also levels of cultivation? Then what level are these so-called external force warriors? I came from the world of cultivation, and I still know too little about this strange planet. It seems that I need to make up for my homework. While Lin Fan was thinking, the three opponents had changed from walking to running. The speed of the three of them was much faster than Xiao Meng just now, and they looked more ferocious. It seemed that what that man said was true. The three of them were indeed much more powerful than the previous one. However, these are still not enough in Lin Fan's eyes. As the three bodyguards got closer and closer to Lin Fan, the smile on Li Dongmei's face became more and more intense. She began to think in her heart that after Lin Fan's hands and feet were broken, she would slap him a few times to vent her anger. Wang Chao lit a cigarette leisurely, looking at the other side calmly. Wang Chao had full confidence in these three bodyguards. They were all masters Wang Chao invited from the underground boxing world. They had fought more than a dozen black boxing matches and were still able to stand to the end. In the underground boxing arena where every match is a matter of life and death, they have been able to successfully fight more than a dozen matches. This record alone is enough to explain a lot of problems. It is precisely because of their record that Wang Chao is willing to pay them a salary of 300,000 yuan per year. Drink! In a blink of an eye, the bodyguard in the front had rushed to 1 meter in front of Lin Fan. He clenched his right fist, his arm muscles bulged, and threw a fierce uppercut at Lin Fan's chin. The two bodyguards behind him also attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and kicked Lin Fan's waist with 2 whip kicks. Lin Fan did not dodge or evade, and even his facial expression did not change at all. To outsiders, he looked as if he was frightened silly. Chapter 27, Beating. Fool! Why don't you hide it this time? You are really looking for death. Li Dongmei thought to herself as she looked at Lin Fan standing there stupidly. Die, kid! The bodyguard who was rushing in the front seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Fan being knocked away by his punch, and the expression on his face became excited, but the next scene made his expression freeze instantly. Just when the three bodyguards were about to attack Lin Fan's body flashed as if illusory, and then disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterwards, the three bodyguards screamed respectively, and flew backwards in 3 directions almost at the same time, all falling to the ground, seriously injured. There was even one who crashed into a nearby tree, breaking the tree in half. You can imagine what happened to that person. Lin Fan appeared in the middle of the original positions of the 3 people and glanced at the fallen bodyguard indifferently. Internal force warrior. A bodyguard struggled to sit up, looked at Lin Fan with horror on his face, and uttered a word. What? How is it possible? Seeing that all 3 of his bodyguards were knocked down by Lin Fan with one move, Wang Chao's eyes widened. He looked at it all in disbelief, and the fear in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. As for Li Dongmei, she was already petrified, her fat body trembling slightly because of fear, and the fat on her face trembled. She never expected that this young man who looked plain was so fierce, and defeating the bodyguard she hired with a lot of money was as easy as eating and drinking water. He was beaten when facing 1 person, and he was beaten again when facing 3 people. Is this person a devil? Wow, Daddy is so handsome, Daddy is Superman. As Lin Fan's #1 die-hard fan, Princess Qiqi saw Daddy take action and easily defeated the 3 tall and strong men. She immediately had stars in her eyes and clapped her hands and shouted excitedly. Ha ha! Hearing his daughter's praise, Lin Fan was in a good mood. He smiled and touched Qiqi's little face. However, when he turned his head to look at Wang Chao and Li Dongmei, the tenderness in his eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by a cold look. In the world of cultivation, all cultivators with high cultivation levels are decisive in killing. Just think about how many people's blood Lin Fan has on his hands along the way. Lin Fan thought he was not a good person, so he would not pretend to be merciful. His belief in life was very simple. If someone respects me, I respect him. If someone criticizes me, I take away 3 buckets. This fat woman didn't know right from wrong. She insulted him and Qiqi with vicious words. Later, she instructed the man in sunglasses to break his legs. Now she went even further and called 3 bodyguards to break his limbs. Faced with this situation, even a person with a good temper couldn't stand it, let alone Lin Fan. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and walked towards the 2 of them. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. I'm telling you. My brother is the chief of the police station. If you dare to do anything to me, he will definitely put you in jail. For life. Seeing Lin Fan approaching, Li Dongmei's face turned pale with fright. She saw clearly what happened to those bodyguards just now. The bodyguards with muscular bodies could not withstand Lin Fan's move.
If it were her, she would probably die here with her 160 to 170 pounds.
Ha, I told you, I am someone you can't afford to mess with.
But since you don't listen to my advice and insist on provoking me, you will have to pay the price.
If everyone who provokes me is safe and sound, then anyone can dare to jump in front of me in the future.
Lin Fan said this while walking at a leisurely pace.
Brother, don't do it yet, listen to me.
Wang Chaoqiang pretended to be calm and stretched out his two palms.
He swallowed his saliva, forced a smile and said, misunderstanding, this is just a misunderstanding. We are all grown men, it's not necessary.
So, if you are willing, you can stay with me in the future, and I will pay you 50,000 yuan a month.
What do you think? Husband, you.
Li Dongmei, who was standing by, became anxious when she heard what Wang Chao said, and grabbed Wang Chao's arm and shouted.
Shut up. Wang Chao rarely showed toughness in front of Li Dongmei. He interrupted Li Dongmei with a scolding, and then looked at Lin Fan sincerely.
After all, Wang Chao had been in the society for so many years, and he was very shrewd, far from his big-headed wife. He saw that Lin Fan was dressed plainly, but he was very skilled. He heard clearly what the bodyguard said about the internal force warrior, which made him more eager to recruit Lin Fan to serve him. If Lin Fan was willing to be his bodyguard, then he could basically rest assured and no longer have to worry about his enemies taking revenge on him. Spending 50,000 yuan every month in exchange for a month of peace of mind, Wang Chao thinks this deal is definitely worth it.
Lin Fan smiled, 50,000 a month?
That's right, little brother.
50,000 a month is just the basic salary.
In addition, every time you do something for me, you will be charged extra. In a year, it will be at least 1 million. After you work for me for half a year, I will provide you with a car. You can pick any one below 300,000. How about it? If you are willing, we can sign the contract right away. Wang Chao saw that Lin Fan seemed to be interested, and hurriedly threw out more generous and more tempting conditions again. Wang Chao was confident that Lin Fan would never be able to refuse the conditions he offered.
Lin Fan sneered, you think I'm only worth 50,000? If you think it's not enough, we can negotiate it. 50,000 is not enough, how about 80,000? This price is definitely acceptable. With this money, your daughter can live a life like a princess, isn't it good? Wang Chao was afraid that Lin Fan would refuse, so he quickly raised the conditions. Lin Fan shook his head, Then tell me, name a price. As long as I can afford it, I am willing to hire a master like you. Wang Chao hardened his heart and said through gritted teeth. I'm afraid you can't afford my price. Lin Fan said lightly. Brother, you're joking. Although I, Wang Chao, am not a wealthy man, I am worth tens of millions after all. I think I can still satisfy your appetite. Wang Chao smiled and said confidently. In his opinion, as long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. Lin Fan smiled and said a few words calmly. 100 million per day. What? Wang Chao was shocked by Lin Fan's offer. Then he reacted and his expression became extremely ugly. The corners of his mouth twitched twice and he said, Boy, are you kidding me? Did you finally figure it out? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said. Wang Chao's face was terribly gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, Boy. Don't think you are awesome just because you can fight. No matter how good you are at fighting, what can it matter? Are you faster than a bullet? Or do you think you are invincible? So what if you are an internal force warrior? Although there are few internal force warriors in this society, it doesn't mean there are no others except you. As a person, you should be low-key. Lin Fan curled his lips and said calmly, I have never thought that I am so awesome, nor do I think that I am invincible, but a character like you is not worthy of my fear. You. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Wang Chao was immediately furious. He couldn't remember how long it had been since anyone dared to talk to him like that. Chapter 28 The police are here. When Wang Chao was young, he was not doing very well and was bullied by many people. Later, by chance, he met his current wife Li Dongmei, and he quickly rose to prominence by relying on his status as the brother-in-law. After Wang Chao achieved a certain level of success, he dealt with all those who had had conflicts with him in the past. This is enough to show that he is a vengeful person. Although Wang Chao is not one of the top people in the entire Longcheng, he has always been self-aware and never provokes those he cannot afford to offend. To put it bluntly, he is a typical bully.
In front of people who are not as good as him, Wang Chao can do whatever he wants and act arrogantly, but in front of real big shots, he is humble like a dog. So over the years, with the help of his eldest brother-in-law, Wang Chao has been doing relatively smoothly, and few people would take the initiative to provoke him. But today, this young man, who was dressed not much better than a migrant worker, actually challenged his bottom line again and again. This has completely exhausted Wang Chao's patience. He no longer thinks about recruiting Lin Fan. If he cannot make Lin Fan regret coming into this world, it will not be enough to vent his anger. As for whether Lin Fan is someone that Wang Chao cannot afford to offend? In response to this concern, Wang Chao just laughed it off and said he had never thought about this issue at all. I have something else to do. I won't waste time talking to you. Just cut off one of your arms. Lin Fan glanced at Wang Chao indifferently and said, What? Wang Chao asked in disbelief when he heard the words cut off one of his arms from Lin Fan's mouth, and then he laughed in anger. In his opinion, Lin Fan was just a loser who could fight a little bit, and he actually said such a bold thing that asked him to cut off one of his arms. Did he really get his head caught by the door when he went out? Wow, wow, wow. At this time, the sound of sirens was heard outside the community. Wang Chao heard the sirens and was a little worried at first, but now he was completely relaxed. He laughed fearlessly. Kid, I don't know if your head was kicked by a donkey or caught by a door. You dared me to cut off my arm. Let me tell you. My brother-in-law is here. He is the director of the Linjian District Police Station. This is his jurisdiction. You dare to provoke me again and again. You can just wait to go to jail. In Wang Chao's opinion, Lin Fan was a bit good at fighting, but that was all. So what? He was still a fool with a muddled mind. As long as his brother-in-law arrived, would he dare to jump around in front of the police? Since you don't want to do it, then I'll do it myself. Lin Fan ignored the sirens that were getting closer and closer. After saying this softly, he put Qiqi on the ground and appeared in front of Wang Chao like lightning. Wang Chao was startled by Lin Fan's sudden approach and subconsciously let out a strange cry. Before he could react, he felt a piercing pain in both arms. Ah! Wang Chao suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Fan released his hands that were holding Wang Chao's arms, and his body floated back a few meters away, with no expression on his face. He gently picked up Qiqi and looked at Wang Chao, who was screaming, indifferently. Ah! Wang Chao screamed miserably, his body tilted and he knelt on the ground. His arms drooped as if they had no bones. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, his face was extremely pale, and he looked at Lin Fan as if he was looking at a devil. Husband! How are you? Li Dongmei was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and shouted at the top of her voice, Murder! Is there any law? Murder! Oh, husband! After yelling for a long time, Li Dongmei glared at Lin Fan with a face full of resentment and shouted, You're dead, idiot! My brother will be here soon. I will make you regret it. I will definitely make you regret it. He. Lin Fan didn't take Li Dongmei's threats seriously at all and was about to leave with Qiqi in his arms. It's not that he was afraid of the other party, but he had already wasted too much time here. You want to leave after beating someone up? Stop right there. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, Li Dongmei immediately left Wang Chao behind, stood up and shouted loudly. The young security guard next to him also bravely stood in front of Lin Fan. Brother Hai was lucky and was able to force himself to remain calm. Xiao Zhan looked at Lin Fan as if he was looking at a devil. His small body could not withstand Lin Fan's destruction. First, sir, you can't leave. Brother Hai said with a stiff face. Yes. We can't leave. Wait for the police to come. Xiao Zhang also shouted bravely. Lin Fan injured someone in front of them, and the injured person was a person of prominent status. If they let Lin Fan go like this, I'm afraid their work would be over. So even though they were very scared inside, Brother Hai and Xiao Zhang still had to stand up and stop it. Lin Fan looked at the two security guards standing in front of him. He had no grudge against them. In fact, the young security guard had just kindly advised him to leave, so Lin Fan did not want to attack them. You murderer! You can't leave! After being blocked by the two security guards, Li Dongmei caught up with him, with disheveled hair and a shrewish look, grabbing Lin Fan's sleeves with both hands. Noisy! Lin Fan was a little annoyed by Li Dongmei's unreasonable demands. He turned around and looked at Li Dongmei with cold eyes. Under Lin Fan's gaze, Li Dongmei felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave.
The hairs on her body stood up. In the middle of summer, she felt freezing cold. She even shivered unconsciously and subconsciously loosened her hands. Lin Fan snorted coldly, turned around, and was about to bypass the 2 security guards and leave, but at this moment, 2 police cars, one in front and one behind, had already driven into the community. The sirens blared as the police car drove straight towards Lin Fan. When Li Dongmei saw her brother was here, she immediately regained her spirits. She pushed Lin Fan aside and stumbled towards the police car, shouting as she ran, "Brother! You're finally here! Look at what he did to Lao Wang! Take him back now! I want him to go to jail! Jail!" Squeak! The police car stopped not far away, and then 6 uniformed policemen got out of the car. The one walking in front was a tall middle-aged man with a fair face and no beard, deep eye sockets, and he walked with great vigor. It was obvious that he was a man who acted in a swift and decisive manner. This person is the director of Linjiang District Police Station and Li Dongmei's biological brother, Li Ming. Chapter 29, Confusion of Right and Wrong. Li Ming was already distressed when he saw his sister crying for her parents. Then he saw his brother-in-law kneeling on the ground and wailing, and 4 bodyguards lying on the ground in dejection. He became even more angry. He quickened his pace and walked straight to Li Dongmei. He stretched out his hand to support the ladder and asked, "Sister, who hit you?" "It's him. That kid. And the little bastard in his arms. Take him away quickly. Lock him up." Li Dongmei tightly grasped Li Ming's arm. She found a support and her attitude suddenly became arrogant. She pointed at Lin Fan behind her with a resentful face. Qiqi was frightened by Li Dongmei's eyes and subconsciously hugged Lin Fan tightly. Hearing Li Dongmei's vicious words, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he squinted his eyes and said, "If you keep spewing shit, I don't mind letting you have a taste of having both arms broken." Li Dongmei was frightened by Lin Fan's cold eyes and cold words. She quickly hid behind Li Ming, holding Li Ming's shoulders tightly with both hands, and leaned out half of her head to look at Lin Fan. She shouted in Li Ming's ear, "Brother, did you see that? He still wants to hit me even after you're here. He is totally lawless. Hurry and arrest him. Stop talking, take them all away." Li Ming glanced at Lin Fan with a cold gaze, then gave a wink to the policeman behind him. One of the burly policemen took out a pair of gleaming handcuffs from his waist, stood in front of Lin Fan, pointed at him and said sternly, "Sir, you have committed the crime of intentional injury. Please come with us and go back to be investigated." After hearing what the police said, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but scream, and then Brother Hai beside him covered his mouth tightly. "Brother Hai, they..." Xiao Zhang pulled Brother Hai's hand down and shouted anxiously. Brother Hai hurriedly interrupted Xiao Zhang, and Li Ming noticed this and glanced over indifferently. Brother Hai was immediately startled, pulled Xiao Zhang to the side, and shouted in his ear, "Boy! Don't talk!" Xiao Zhang was panting heavily, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He just felt sorry for Lin Fan. After the burly policeman holding the handcuffs finished speaking, seeing that Lin Fan did not react, he stepped forward and tried to handcuff Lin Fan. When the obese woman Li Dongmei saw the police getting closer and closer to Lin Fan, the corners of her mouth raised and a happy smile appeared on her face. Wang Chao was sweating coldly from the pain, but he was still staring at this side. When Qiqi saw the police surrounding her father and trying to arrest him fiercely, she panicked immediately. She looked at the police with red eyes and tears flowed out, "Woo woo woo. Police officers, please don't arrest my father is a good man, woo woo woo." Qiqi cried loudly and hugged Lin Fan very sadly. Seeing Qiqi crying so pitifully, the sturdy policeman's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, but when he thought of the majesty of the chief, that trace of pity instantly dissipated. He sighed and said, "Little sister, your father is just under investigation. If he is innocent, we will release him." "No, no." Qiqi shook her head vigorously and cried, "My dad is a good man, he didn't do anything bad. You can't take him away. Don't be afraid, Qiqi. Daddy is fine." Seeing the little princess in his arms crying so sadly, Lin Fan felt bad. He gently wiped the tears from Qiqi's face and comforted her softly. Then he looked up at Li Ming and said lightly, "Black is black, white is white. They can't do anything to Daddy." Although with Lin Fan's current skills, these policemen could not hurt him even if they all had guns in their hands, but he considered Qiqi in his arms. In order not to scare his precious daughter, he did not choose to use force, but reached into his pocket to get the phone. "Don't move. Take your hands out." Seeing Lin Fan's actions, the policeman suddenly became nervous, thinking that he was going to take out a weapon. Let me make a call. Lin Fan smiled indifferently, took out his mobile phone and started dialing. Seeing Lin Fan making a phone call, Li Ming suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, wondering if this young man really had a powerful background.
Lin Fan got through the call. He didn't say anything nonsense, but just said one sentence lightly.
I was arrested by the Linjiang District Police Station. Chapter 30, Are People So Easy to Catch? Don't be nervous, I won't resist,
Lin Fan looked calm and relaxed, holding Qiqi and letting the burly policeman handcuff him.
Walk.
After handcuffing Lin Fan, the burly policeman pushed Lin Fan hard and scolded him harshly.
You bastard. Let's see how you can get away with this time. Li Dongmei looked at Lin Fan with resentment, rushed forward, and stretched out her hand to scratch Lin Fan.
When Qiqi saw the ferocious-looking fat woman, she was so scared that her face turned pale and she shrank in Lin Fan's arms and trembled. Lin Fan looked at Li Dongmei with a cold gaze. If this ignorant woman really wanted to do this, he wouldn't mind giving her a lesson she would never forget.
Okay, sister. Let's go now, there are too many people around.
Li Ming frowned, pulled Li Dongmei and spoke softly.
Humph. Just wait. If I don't make you regret coming into this world, I will not be named Li. Li Dongmei gave up and pointed at Lin Fan threateningly.
At this time, many people in the community noticed this side. When they saw Lin Fan being handcuffed by the police, they immediately pointed and talked.
Who is that young man? Does he live here too? That shouldn't be the case.
Looking at his appearance, he is just a poor loser. I don't know how he offended Wang Chao. Although Wang Chao is not a big shot, he just made his fortune by relying on his wife. But his elder brother-in-law, Li Ming, is the real police station chief and a top figure in Linjiang district. I'm afraid that man is going to suffer a great loss.
Soon, Lin Fan and Li Dongmei were escorted into the police car.
The burly policeman and two other colleagues also got into the police car, and were the first to leave the Jun Nan Waterfront community and drive towards the police station. Li Ming walked quickly to Wang Chao, looked at him with concern and said, "Brother-in-law, how are you?" After that, Li Ming waved to the policeman next to him and said, "Hurry up and call 120 for an ambulance."
Yes, Chief. The policeman responded quickly, took out his cell phone and started dialing a number.
Wang Chao was sweating from the pain, but he forced an ugly smile and said,
I'm fine. That's good. Li Ming nodded.
He left two policemen to take care of Wang Chao and his injured bodyguards, while he drove the police car to the police station.
In the police car,
Qiqi lay in Lin Fan's arms, looked timidly at the three policemen in the car, and said with some concern, "Dad, are we going to jail?" Lin Fan subconsciously raised his hand to touch Qiqi's head, but found that he was handcuffed, so it was inconvenient. He could only pat Qiqi's back and said softly, "No, they don't have the energy to put Dad in jail. We can leave later. We still have to buy a car today." The Bolan River runs through the middle of Longcheng, dividing it into two parts, north and south. Each part has 3 or 4 districts. The Linjiang district is on the south bank of the Bolan River, and across the river is the Binjiang district, on the north bank of the Bolan River. There is a detached villa near the river in Binjiang district, facing the Bolan River and covering an area of more than 500 square meters. The geographical location can be said to be unique. There is even a natural hot spring in the villa, which greatly increases the value of the villa. It can be said that without a net worth of over 100 million, it is impossible to afford to live in this villa. This villa has an elegant name, called Tianshui Shangchuan Villa, and its owner is the richest man in Longcheng, Zhang Haitian. Originally, this villa was bought by Zhang Haitian for his grandfather, Mr. Zhang, to spend his remaining years in retirement. However, Mr. Zhang is old after all, and his old illness has relapsed. In the past 6 months, his health has been deteriorating. He is not suitable for living in a humid place, so he moved to the Zhang family villa in the city center, so this villa became vacant. After Lin Fan made the elixir and solved Gu Meizhuan's infertility problem, Zhang Haitian put aside all work and social activities and brought his wife to Tianshui Shangchuan Villa, ready to spend a few days in their world of two and try their best to complete the glorious mission of giving birth to the next generation. Who knew that they had just returned to the villa and hadn't even sat down when they received a call from Lin Fan? Lin Fan only said one sentence and the call was hung up.
I was arrested by the Linjiang District Police Station. Just this one sentence made the face of this Longcheng business tycoon instantly turn gloomy.
He had received such a great favor from Lin Fan this time, but before he had the chance to repay him, his benefactor was arrested by the police. After he found that the call was hung up, he tried to call back, but found that the other party's phone was turned off. This made Zhang Haitian extremely angry, and he guessed that Lin Fan was most likely framed. Seeing her husband's face was very ugly, Gu Meiwan took Zhang Haitian's arm and asked softly, "What's wrong, Lao Zhang? What happened?" "Humph. Brother Lin was taken away by the police right after we left. He just called me and said just this sentence before the call was hung up. I don't think this matter is that simple. It's very likely that he was framed," Zhang Haitian said with a gloomy face. "Ah. What should we do? Lao Zhang, you have to help us." Gu Meiwan also became anxious. Lin Fan was her benefactor. "Don't worry, I'll call and find out the situation first." Zhang Haitian calmed his wife down, found the phone number of Mr. Li from Xingye Group in the address book, and dialed it. Mr. Li from Xingye Group lives on Jun Nan Waterfront. Maybe he knows something about the situation. Soon, the call was connected, and Mr. Li's generous voice came from the receiver. "Lao Zhang, I was just thinking about going out for a drink with you that day, and then you called me." Zhang Haitian said very quickly, "Lao Li, let's make an appointment for a drink another day. I have something urgent to discuss with you." "What's wrong?" As the president of Longcheng Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Haitian has been working in the business world for so many years that he has developed the ability to remain calm even when faced with a huge crisis. He rarely gets so anxious and excited, so Old Li suddenly became serious. "It's like this. A friend of mine who lives in the same residential complex as you was just arrested by the police." "Do you know what happened?" Zhang Haitian asked. "Caught by the police station?" Old Li muttered with a frown, and then said, "Just now I did see 2 police cars drive into the community and take away a young man, saying he was a murderer. The young man was holding a 3 or 4-year-old child. But judging from the way he was dressed, he looked like a poor boy. Could he be the friend you mentioned?" "Yes, it's him." After hearing Lao Li's description, Zhang Haitian could almost conclude that the person who was arrested was indeed Lin Fan, so he hurriedly asked, "Do you know what happened specifically?" "I didn't see the whole process, but it was Li Ming who arrested the man. I heard that it was because the young man had some unpleasantness with his sister and brother-in-law. In the final analysis, it was actually Li Ming's personal revenge." When Old Li heard that Lin Fan was Zhang Haitian's friend, he unconsciously leaned towards Lin Fan when he spoke, but what he said was indeed the truth. "Okay, I got it. Thanks, Lao Li. I'll treat you to a drink some other day." Zhang Haitian understood. Polite. Having said that, the two ended the call. Zhang Haitian put down his phone, his face gloomy and angry. "You are just a small police station chief, and you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? I think you have reached the end of your rope." Chapter 31 Damn Fat Woman. "Lao Zhang, what are you going to do?" Gu Meiwan also heard a general idea from the phone call and asked anxiously. "I will go to the Linjiang District Police Station in person to pick up Brother Lin." As Zhang Haitian stood up and prepared to leave, Gu Meiwan hurriedly stopped him and said with a frown, "With your status, it's not appropriate for you to leave like this, right? Why don't you call my brother? It's just a matter of a word for him." Zhang Haitian looked back at his wife, patted his head and said with a smile, "Oh, you see, I am so anxious that my mind is a little unclear. You are right, I am really not suitable to come forward directly. At the critical moment, I still have to rely on my brother-in-law." Zhang Haitian's elder brother, Gu Chengyuan, who is also Gu Meijuan's biological brother, is the director of the Longcheng Public Security Bureau. He also has another identity. Before Zhang Mingyu retired, he used to be a guard for Zhang Mingyu. And when Zhang Haitian was still young, they often visited each other. In addition to their identities, they have a very good relationship in private. After saying this, Zhang Haitian no longer hesitated and directly dialed Gu Chengyuan's number. Not long after, the call was connected, and a hearty and loud middle-aged male voice came from the receiver. "Ha, Haitian, you haven't called me for a while. Have you almost forgotten about me, your brother-in-law?" Zhang Haitian also smiled heartily and said, "How can that be possible? I'm so busy with work that I'm exhausted. But I'm calling you this time because I have good news to tell you." Gu Chengyuan asked curiously, "What good news?" "Let me tell you, other than my sister's illness being cured, nothing else is good news to me." Zhang Haitian said, "You really guessed it right. Meijuan's illness has been cured." Although Gu Meiwan is not actually pregnant yet, Lin Fan's ability to reveal her condition in one sentence, coupled with his miraculous alchemy skills, made Zhang Haitian full of confidence in him. "What?
Gu Chengyuan exclaimed, and asked with some surprise but some disbelief, is it true?
You have been running around in China and abroad for many years, but you still haven't found out the cause.
I haven't heard you talk about it recently. How did you cure it? Can I still joke with you about this? But it's a long story. Anyway, I just met an expert.
Zhang Haitian was not in the mood to explain the details of the matter at this time. He just mentioned it in one sentence and then went straight to the point, but now, this expert has been arrested by the director of the Linjiang District Police Station, and he has been slandered as a murderer. Having said that, Zhang Haitian stopped talking and waited quietly for Gu Chengyuan to speak.
Gu Chengyuan's face changed when he heard this, and he asked in a deep voice, huh? There is such a thing. Brother-in-law, are you telling the truth? Zhang Haitian said affirmatively, of course it is true. How could I say such a thing carelessly? I have learned the situation from the witnesses. After receiving Zhang Haitian's affirmation, Gu Chengyuan suppressed his anger and said, okay, if this is true, I will definitely not sit idly by. This Li Ming, it seems that he doesn't want to be the director, and he actually dared to do something illegal. Gu Chengyuan's parents died early, and he has been dependent on his sister all along. The two siblings have a very good relationship. Lin Fan cured Gu Meijuan's illness and is Gu Meijuan's benefactor, which means he is Gu Chengyuan's benefactor. Now his benefactor has been wrongly accused, so how can Gu Chengyuan sit idly by? After hanging up the phone, Gu Chengyuan drove to the Linjiang District Police Station himself. On the other side, after Lin Fan was taken back to the police station, he was first locked in an interrogation room. One of his hands was handcuffed to the iron railing, and then he locked the door and went out. Daddy! Lin Fan's handcuffs were at the bottom of the iron railing, so Lin Fan could only squat on the ground in a very awkward posture. Qiqi stood in front of Lin Fan, looking at Lin Fan's hands being handcuffed, and shedding tears sadly. Lin Fan quickly used his other hand to gently wipe away the tears on Qiqi's face and said softly, Qiqi, don't cry. Daddy is fine. Look, Daddy is fine. We can go out in a while. Qiqi sobbed and asked, really, Daddy? Lin Fan smiled and said, of course it's true. When has Dad ever lied to little Princess Qiqi? Qiqi stopped crying then. She wiped her little face with the back of her hand and smiled at Lin Fan. Not long after, there was a creaking sound and the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. Li Ming and Li Dongmei walked in one after another. Li Dongmei looked at Lin Fan with a ferocious face, as if she wanted to eat Lin Fan. After Li Ming entered the room, he locked the door behind him. Li Dongmei walked towards Lin Fan with a grim smile, fool. Aren't you quite arrogant? Now try to be arrogant again? When Qiqi saw that this person was holding such a thick stick, she subconsciously stood in front of Lin Fan. She mustered up the courage to face the ferocious Li Dongmei and said, Auntie, please don't hit my dad. He is a good man. Ha! Li Dongmei sneered twice and said, good guy? Humph. Even if he is a good dog, there is no way he can walk out of here standing today. Lin Fan looked at Li Dongmei expressionlessly, his heart was calm and he even felt like laughing. You idiot, you are in a state of laughter even when you are about to die? Seeing Lin Fan laughing, Li Dongmei sneered and cursed. Lin Fan ignored Li Dongmei's harsh words and raised his eyelids to look at her calmly and said, I say, you guys are too slow. I've been waiting here until my legs are almost numb, and you just came. Li Dongmei listened to Lin Fan's words as if she had heard a big joke. She laughed arrogantly and said, I've never seen someone like you who can't wait to die. As she spoke, Li Dongmei continued to walk towards Lin Fan with the stick in her hand, while Qiqi gritted her teeth and stood in front of Lin Fan, showing no intention of moving aside. Li Dongmei frowned and glanced at Qiqi, snorted coldly, and actually raised the stick and hit Qiqi on the head. Li Dongmei's action made Lin Fan's eyes completely cold. This damn fat woman actually dared to attack Qiqi. Didn't she ever think about whether Qiqi's small body could withstand this blow? Qiqi watched the stick getting closer and closer to her head, and was so scared that she stood still and forgot to dodge. Li Ming, who was standing behind, also saw Li Dongmei's actions. He frowned and felt that Li Dongmei was too harsh and shouldn't be so cruel to a 3 or 4-year-old child. However, he had always doted on his sister and had never said harsh words to her, so he just frowned and didn't say anything to stop her. Swish! Just when Li Dongmei's stick was about to hit Qiqi's head, Lin Fan instantly stretched out his right hand and held the stick firmly. You're already here and you still dare to act wild. Li Dongmei approached Lin Fan step by step with a cruel smile on her face. Chapter 32, Tianyan Soul Stealing Technique. Qiqi had already been frightened, and she crawled into Lin Fan's arms in fear,
her little body trembling slightly. Lin Fan felt the fear of the little princess in his arms, and a huge rage instantly rose in his heart. The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die.
Qiqi is Lin Fan's Achilles heel. This fat man has tried to harm Qiqi time and time again, repeatedly touching Lin Fan's bottom line.
Such a shrew, if she is not punished properly, it will not be enough to calm Lin Fan's inner anger.
Fat woman. Lin Fan suddenly shouted.
Hearing this, Li Dongmei subconsciously looked into Lin Fan's eyes. In her vision, Lin Fan's eyes seemed to transform into a sky full of stars, twinkling like a dream, making her heart uncontrollably immersed in it. If someone stood in front of Li Dongmei now, they would find that there was no trace of spirit in Li Dongmei's eyes. Her pupils were dilated, as if she was possessed by evil spirits and had completely lost herself. Just as Li Ming was about to step forward, Lin Fan sneered and spoke.
Go, pick up what you have in your hand and beat the guy behind you.
Hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Ming couldn't help but sneer in his heart.
Was this guy so scared that he let his sister beat him?
But the next scene made his scalp numb. Li Dongmei nodded mechanically and slowly uttered a word.
Yes.
After saying this, Li Dongmei turned around instantly, lowered her head, rolled her eyes upwards, and stared at Li Ming. Li Ming had never seen Li Dongmei with such a terrifying look in her eyes, which frightened him.
He retracted his leg and asked, "Sister? What's wrong with you?" "Ah."
Li Dongmei suddenly opened her mouth wide and roared, then raised the stick high above her head and pounced directly at Li Ming. Li Ming looked at the stick in Li Dongmei's hand, and the hair on his body stood up. He quickly dodged and shouted, "Sister!
What are you doing? I am your brother." But Li Dongmei seemed not to have heard anything and did not react to Li Ming's words at all.
After steadying herself, she turned around and glared at Li Ming, making a low sound from her mouth. Then, in Li Ming's shocked eyes, she raised the stick and hit him again.
"Lin Fan! What on earth did you do to my sister?"
Although Li Dongmei had lost her mind, Li Ming still had no way to attack her, so he had to flee and dodge, glaring at Lin Fan and yelling.
"Ha ha!"
Lin Fan smiled and said nothing.
"Ah!" Because Li Ming was distracted, Li Dongmei seized the opportunity and hit him in the face with a stick.
Li Ming immediately screamed miserably, and his body shook a few times like a sieve, and then he fell limply on the table.
Bang!
The iron table was pushed sideways by Li Ming. The severe pain in his body made Li Ming unable to remain calm any longer.
He kicked Li Dongmei in the stomach with such force that Li Dongmei crashed into the wall.
The stick slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground.
Hiss ah!
Li Ming covered his face with his shaking hands, glared at Li Dongmei and shouted, "Li Dongmei!
Are you crazy?"
Lin Fan noticed that the right half of Li Ming's face had been electrocuted and turned bloody and black.
Ha 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 ha! Li Dongmei laughed wildly like a lunatic.
After laughing for a while, she got up from the ground, picked up the fallen slippers, and rushed towards Li Ming with her teeth and claws bared. Li Ming was also irritated by his crazy sister. He no longer cared about anything else and started fighting with Li Dongmei with glared eyes.
Li Ming is a man and he has attended police academy.
Although he has not fought in recent years due to his high position, he still has some foundation.
Li Dongmei is not someone to be trifled with.
Her fat body alone is not easy to deal with, so the two of them fought evenly for a while. "You punch me and I kick you."
"Dad, what's happening to them?" Qiqi asked puzzledly as she looked at the two people fighting each other.
They were not nice to Qiqi, so God couldn't stand it anymore and punished them. Lin Fan stroked Qiqi's little head and said softly. In fact, Lin Fan only used soul-stealing magic on Li Dongmei, but this kind of thing was difficult to explain to Qiqi, so Lin Fan just mentioned it in one sentence. Soul-stealing technique, as the name implies, is used to capture the soul of a person. The person who is affected will be like being possessed by an evil spirit, losing his mind and being at the mercy of others, and he will not have any memory after the attack. This technique was obtained by Lin Fan when he killed the evil spirit master of a generation of evil cultivators.
Its full name is Tianyan soul-stealing technique, which is extremely mysterious.
At that time, Lin Fan's cultivation level was already unmatched in the cultivation world, so he did not practice this technique. Now he just relies on his memory to forcibly perform it. Although the power is many times smaller, it is still not a problem to control an ordinary person with no cultivation level for a few minutes. You know, back then, the evil spirit master had cultivated this Tianyan soul-stealing technique to the Mahayana stage. With this technique, he could even control the fusion stage cultivators to serve him, causing a bloody storm in the cultivation world. Later, because he did too many evil things, he was jointly suppressed by the major righteous sections. However, relying on the Tianyan soul-stealing technique that was hard to defend against, the evil spirit master killed many righteous masters under heavy siege, and finally escaped smoothly. If he hadn't been so ignorant and had flirted with the maid next to Lin Fan, angering Lin Fan and bringing about his own death, he might have been able to live freely in the cultivation world for thousands of years. Lin Fan watched the fight between the Li brothers and sisters calmly. He exerted a little force on his wrist, and the handcuffs on his wrist made a crisp sound and broke into 2 pieces. Lin Fan pulled his hand out and turned it casually. Qiqi opened her mouth, looked at the broken handcuffs on the ground in surprise, and asked crisply, "Dad, how did you do that?"
Because Dad is Superman. If he isn't powerful, how can he protect my little princess Qiqi?
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Wow, Daddy, you are so awesome.
Qiqi said happily while clapping her hands. She held Lin Fan's hands and turned them over and over to check them. Her big eyes were full of curiosity.
She couldn't understand how Daddy did it. Qiqi is still young and has no idea what is going on.
If someone else saw this scene, they would probably be horrified beyond words.
Iron handcuffs can be easily broken, which is completely beyond human common sense.
Li Ming and Li Dongmei had been wrestling with each other, and their physical strength had been greatly consumed, and they were out of breath.
However, under the influence of Tianyan's soul-stealing technique, Li Dongmei did not know what tiredness was.
It was as if she was possessed by a demon, and she kept scratching and scratching Li Ming, and even biting him. In short, all the parts of her body that could be used were used. Li Ming had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight with Li Dongmei.
Boom, boom, boom.
After 5 or 6 minutes, there was a knock on the door of the interrogation room.
Chapter 33, Panic.
Li Ming did not bother to continue struggling with Li Dongmei and was about to open the door of the interrogation room. However, Li Dongmei had completely lost her mind at this time and did not care about anything.
With her hands caught by Li Ming, she opened her mouth wide and bit Li Ming's neck.
If he was bitten this time, he might suffer severe arterial bleeding.
Li Ming did not dare to take it lightly and quickly retracted his arm to block his neck. Ah! Li Dongmei bit Li Ming's arm hard.
Li Ming screamed out in pain. Stimulated by the severe pain, Li Ming burst out with even stronger strength. He swung his hand and threw Li Dongmei flying backwards.
Li Dongmei's head hit the wall heavily, making a dull sound, then her head tilted and she fell into coma.
This was the second time she had fainted today. Hiss. Li Ming looked at his bloody arm with 2 obvious rows of teeth marks, his face terribly gloomy, but he still knew that all this was not Li Dongmei's intention. The culprit was still that Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Li Ming turned his head and glared at Lin Fan, wanting to kill Lin Fan, and his hand reached for his lower back without leaving any trace. On the way back, Li Ming learned from Li Dongmei that Lin Fan was very skilled, so he brought his gun with him just in case. Now Li Ming was completely enraged by Lin Fan, and he had already decided to kill Lin Fan. Swish! Li Ming raised his head instantly and looked at Lin Fan with red eyes. There was undisguised murderous intent in his eyes, especially with the blood all over his face, which made him look even more ferocious.
Hee, you want to kill me?
Lin Fan felt that Li Ming wanted to kill him, but he was not afraid at all and asked calmly.
That's right.
I'll shoot you, and then I'll say you tried to grab my gun and run away, and I killed you in self-defense. Li Ming licked his lips and said in a low voice, I think with my identity, it shouldn't be difficult to prove this, right?
You are playing with fire.
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and said in a flat voice, pushing Qiqi behind him. Facing the crazy Li Ming, Lin Fan's expression didn't change much. If the same thing happened before yesterday, Lin Fan really wouldn't have any solution, but now, he just had to sprinkle some water.
Ha, you are still stubborn even when you are about to die. I know you are a warrior, but no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than a bullet? No matter how strong your body is, can you block a firearm? Even if you break free from the handcuffs, what can it do? I have a gun in my hand, and you'd better die.
Li Ming laughed twice, pulled out his gun and pointed it at Lin Fan.
Bang, bang, bang.
At this time, the police outside the door knocked on the door again and shouted loudly, Chief.
Director Gu is here in person, he wants to see you. Director Gu? Li Ming muttered, and then suddenly he was shocked. In Longcheng, who else could be called Director Gu?
Only the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Gu Chengyuan.
The director of the Municipal Bureau was not someone a small police station chief could compare to.
Even if Li Ming had great courage, he would not dare to do stupid things under the nose of such a big shot. So Li Ming immediately restrained his murderous intent, glared at Lin Fan fiercely, put the gun back into the gun bag, then straightened his clothes and reached out to open the door of the interrogation room.
Chief, Director Gu.
The police outside the door saw the door of the interrogation room open. Just after saying a few words, he saw Li Ming's face covered with blood. He was stunned and his face changed drastically. He quickly supported Li Ming and said, "Chief,
what happened to you?"
Li Ming grimaced in pain, pointed his gun at Lin Fan in the interrogation room, and said viciously through gritted teeth, "The prisoner wanted to snatch my gun and escape. I was injured when I fought with him, and my sister was also injured by him. You quickly call an ambulance, and then call a few people to treat him well. I want to make him live a life worse than death." Li Ming's voice was trembling a little due to extreme anger and severe pain. He hated Lin Fan so much that he wanted to skin Lin Fan alive with his own hands, but the situation was special and he couldn't do it himself. He had to arrange for his men to lynch Lin Fan to vent his hatred. But just as the policeman opened his mouth to agree, a cold voice came from the corner of the corridor.
"Who are you going to make live a life worse than death?"
Li Ming looked over when he heard what he said and saw a middle-aged man in a fitted black suit walking out from the corner. The man had a square face, a resolute countenance, bright eyes, a straight figure, and walked with great vigor.
He exuded a strong aura from head to toe. Behind him, there was a burly man also in a suit.
The people who came were Gu Changyuan and his driver Xiao Lu.
As soon as Gu Changyuan appeared, he suppressed Li Ming's momentum in an instant.
He walked to the door of the interrogation room with vigorous steps, first glanced inside the interrogation room, and after seeing the situation clearly, he looked at Li Ming with a gloomy face and said in a stern voice, "I say, Li Ming, are you acting like a local emperor in this Linjiang district police station? You always want people to live a life worse than death. Those who know clearly that this is a police station, and those who don't know, think they have walked into your private residence, Li Ming. You are lawless. You know the law and break it. Gu. Director Gu." As soon as Li Ming saw the person coming, he broke out in a cold sweat and his voice began to stutter. Li Ming had not met Gu Changyuan very often, but he had heard about Gu Changyuan's character. He was a soldier who had been to the battlefield and experienced the baptism of fire. He was upright and ruthless, and his subordinates even secretly gave him the title of Iron-Blooded Director. Now that Gu Changyuan suddenly came, it must not be a good thing, so Li Ming's heart was immediately in turmoil. He was not sure what Gu Changyuan's purpose was, and he was still wondering if the thing he did had reached the ears of this iron-blooded director. Gu Changyuan sneered and said in a strange tone, "I didn't expect that you, Director Li, would recognize me, Gu.
I am really honored."
When Li Ming heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he shivered with fear. The uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger.
He smiled and apologized, Gu Director, look at what you said. You are my leader. I will always remember you and your teachings in my heart." Bang!
Gu Changyuan slapped Li Ming on the left cheek with his backhand and shouted, "Humph!
That sounds good, but do you really think that no one knows about the shameful things you did behind the scenes?
I'm telling you, based on what you've done over the years, I'm going to fire you now.
From now on, you're no longer the director of the Linjiang District Police Station. Come back with me and accept the organization's investigation." Boom! Gu Changyuan's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Ming's heart hard.
The words "you are fired" made Li Ming completely panic. Being in the system, he knew very well what this sentence meant to him, but he couldn't understand why the director of the municipal bureau would take action against him without any warning. Although he was panicking and couldn't feel Gu Changyuan's pulse, driven by the desire to survive, Li Ming still asked back, "Director Gu, if you want to fire me, there must be a reason, right? Although I, Li Ming, haven't made many contributions since I took office, I have been conscientious in maintaining public order. Why do you want to fire me as soon as you arrive?"
Gu Changyuan waved at the driver behind him and sneered, "Why? You're not convinced, right? Okay, Xiao Lu, let Director Li die knowingly." The driver Xiao Lu came out from behind Gu Changyuan with a folder in his hand and threw it directly at Li Ming.
Li Ming quickly caught the folder and opened it to look at it. After watching for a few seconds, Li Ming's whole body was soaked in sweat.
Chapter 34, Li Ming's Downfall.
Li Ming flipped through the documents in his hand and felt more and more disheartened. All the dirty things he had done, things he thought no one knew about, were listed out, even more clearly than he remembered them. Gu Changyuan snorted coldly and said, "Li Ming, as the director of the Linjiang District Police Station in Longcheng, you have abused your power for personal gain many times during your tenure and violated the law knowingly.
There is solid evidence for each of these crimes. Forget about dismissal.
For these crimes alone, you can be sentenced to at least 20 years.
It's over.
Li Ming shook his head and muttered something. All the strength in his body seemed to be drained away. He slid slowly to the ground against the wall. He slowly raised his head and looked at Gu Changyuan with lifeless eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to go crazy and rushed to Gu Changyuan, grabbed his trouser leg and asked loudly, "Why? Why do you suddenly want to check on me? Why on earth is this?" Bang! Gu Changyuan kicked Li Ming aside, then bent down and whispered in Li Ming's ear, "I have been searching for evidence against you.
Now that I have enough evidence, I will definitely deal with you."
All the strength in Li Ming's body seemed to be drained away, and he collapsed to the ground in despair.
"Take him away, and the one inside as well." Gu Changyuan waved his hand casually and gave orders as if he was shooing away a fly.
The original policemen in the police station had all followed Li Ming to bully others. Now that Li Ming has fallen, they were afraid of being implicated and had been trembling with fear. But when they heard Gu Changyuan's order, they immediately became excited and carried away Li Ming, who was like a puddle of mud.
Two people also went into the interrogation room to carry Li Dongmei.
When the two policemen went to carry Li Dongmei, the fat woman just woke up.
The effect of Tianyan's soul-stealing technique also dissipated.
She regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Fan holding Qiqi and standing leisurely at the door of the interrogation room. She immediately became excited and yelled at the two policemen beside her to arrest him. But it was obvious that the policemen would not listen to her. They lifted her up and took her out of the interrogation room without saying anything.
Li Dongmei was taken away while screaming and throwing a tantrum.
Soon, only Gu Changyuan, Lin Fan and Qiqi were left at the door of the interrogation room. Gu Changyuan glanced at Lin Fan, smiled, and took the initiative to extend his right hand and said, "Brother Lin Fan, right?"
"I am Gu Changyuan."
Lin Fan extended his right hand and shook hands with Gu Changyuan, then nodded and said with a smile, "Hello, Director Gu."
Gu Changyuan looked at Lin Fan for a few times and asked, "Are you okay? Did they give you any trouble?"
Lin Fan said calmly, "I'm fine.
Thank you, Director Gu, for this time."
"You're welcome."
Gu Changyuan waved his hand nonchalantly.
After saying something casually, he said seriously, "Mei Wan is my sister. This time you cured her illness, which also fulfilled one of my wishes.
So, I should be the one thanking you." "I see."
Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, "Brother Zhang and I get along well, so there's no need to say thank you." Gu Changyuan nodded in approval of Lin Fan's performance, thinking to himself that this young man was indeed not simple. If an ordinary person had the opportunity to make the director owe him a favor, he would be so proud. However, looking at Lin Fan's performance, he was not complacent at all. He was a good young man. No wonder Zhang Haitian cared about him so much. But what Gu Changyuan didn't know was that the reason why Lin Fan acted so calmly was largely because in his heart, Gu Changyuan was really not a big shot. Even in his concept as a cultivator, secular dignitaries, no matter how high their status or how much power they had, were no different from ordinary people to him. No matter how beautiful and charming you are, you will eventually become a skeleton. No matter how proud you are, you will eventually turn into dust. Lin Fan, whose soul has traveled through time from the world of cultivation, will certainly not be satisfied with just a few dozen years. What he pursues is immortality, and to roam freely in the universe. Not only for himself, but also for the little baby in his arms, and perhaps, other people he cares about. Gu Changyuan smiled heartily and said, "You already call Haitian brother Zhang, so don't be polite to me. I am a few years older than you, so it shouldn't be a disadvantage to call me brother Gu, right?" Gu Changyuan was born in a military family. He was generous and unconventional. Lin Fan liked this kind of character very much, so he didn't act pretentiously. He nodded and said, "Brother Gu, I won't be polite then. Brother Lin, Gu Changyuan, won't beat around the bush. I like you very much, ha ha." Gu Changyuan patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. At this time, the clever Qiqi blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Gu Changyuan warily, and said in a baby voice, "Uncle, you can't like daddy, only mommy can like daddy." Ha ha ha. Hearing the child's childish and innocent words, Gu Changyuan and Lin Fan both laughed. Buzz ding ling ling. At this time, Gu Changyuan's cell phone rang. He took out his phone, took a look, and answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Haitian's anxious voice came from the receiver. "Brother, how is Brother Lin's matter going?" "See, my brother-in-law is getting anxious.
Gu Chengyuan glanced at Lin Fan, smiled and said to him, then said to the phone, "Don't worry, Li Ming is just a small director, how can he make a big fuss? I've come here in person, if anything happens to brother Lin, then I'd better not be the director anymore." "Phew, that's good." Zhang Haitian was obviously relieved. "I've come forward, what do you have to worry about?" Gu Chengyuan made a joke unhappily, then looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Brother Lin, shall we go sit with my brother-in-law?" "Okay." Lin Fan nodded. Zhang Haitian had invited him to his home before, but he declined at that time because he didn't want to cause trouble. This time, he felt like he had accepted his favor. No matter what, he should go to his house to thank him. "Okay, let's go." Gu Chengyuan smiled, said something to Zhang Haitian, hung up the phone, walked out of the police station with Lin Fan, and drove to Tianshui Shangchuan Villa. Chapter 35, Secrets of the Ancient Martial Arts World Part 1. Half an hour later, a black Audi sedan stopped at the gate of Tianshui Shangchuan Villa. Then, a middle-aged man in a suit and a young man in simple clothes holding a cute baby got out of the car one after another. After getting off the car, Lin Fan looked at the villa in front of him with some surprise. The villa was built against the Bolan River. Ordinary people could not see any clues, but Lin Fan could see that there was a faint spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding the villa, and the trees around the villa were more lush and healthy than other places. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh, "This is such a great place." Gu Chengyuan introduced, "Brother Lin, to be honest, the location of this villa is very particular." The old leader asked Haitian to buy this villa for the old man to spend his remaining years in peace, so he specially invited a feng shui master from Shanghai port to carefully survey the feng shui of Longcheng and finally chose this place. The feng shui master is very prestigious. He said that this is a blessed land. If you choose to live here, you can not only maintain physical and mental health, but also bless your descendants. If the old man was not unwell and not suitable to be near water, he would have lived here all the time. The old leader that Gu Chengyuan mentioned is naturally Zhang Mingyu, the current head of the Zhang family. After listening to Gu Chengyuan's words, Lin Fan nodded. Although the feng shui master's words were vague, they were not wrong. On the earth where spiritual energy is exhausted, it is not easy to come across such a place with rich spiritual energy. However, any blessed place like this can at least guarantee lush flowers and plants, pleasant climate, warm winter, and cool summer. For cultivators, it can speed up their cultivation. In the world of cultivation, there are countless blessed places. All the top sects and families have chosen the top blessed places as their base camps. Their cultivation speed is many times faster than that of the outside world, which is the basis for their long-term prosperity. Although this area in front of us is a low-end blessed place that no one cares about in the world of cultivation, it is definitely a good place on this earth with exhausted spiritual energy. Lin Fan asked casually, "A villa like this should be expensive, right?" Gu Chengyuan stretched out his hand to indicate a number and said, "Hai Tian spent 20 million to buy this piece of land. After the villa is built, its current market value is definitely more than 60 million. Adding in the fact that it is a blessed land of feng shui, the conservative estimate is 80 to 90 million, which can only be higher, not lower." After hearing this number, Lin Fan nodded without too much psychological fluctuation. Gu Chengyuan noticed this calm performance and his evaluation of Lin Fan was raised to a higher level again. Big brother, Brother Lin, you are here. Hello, little Princess Qiqi." At this time, Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan had already taken the initiative to walk out of the door to greet them, smiling and saying hello. "Hello, uncle." Qiqi recognized Zhang Haitian. She liked this uncle very much because he would bring her small gifts every time they met. After exchanging a few words at the door, everyone walked into the villa together. After entering the gate of the villa, Lin Fan saw that there was a 3-story villa in the yard. Together with the yard, the area was at least 500 square meters. Just after entering the gate, a stone road led to the small building. Various exotic flowers and plants were planted on both sides. The whole villa was filled with a light fragrance, which was elegant but not pungent. Being in it made people feel extremely comfortable physically and mentally. After everyone entered the villa, they took their seats. Zhang Haitian took out a small toy like a magic trick and gave it to Qiqi. Qiqi smiled happily with her eyes narrowed. Gu Meiwan took Qiqi from Lin Fan's arms and took her aside to play. Gu Meiwan has always wanted to have a child but was unable to do so, so she particularly likes children when she sees them. Lin Fan watched Qiqi run to the side to play, then he retracted his gaze, clasped his fists and said, "Brother Zhang, Brother Gu, thank you very much for this time." Zhang Haitian waved his hand casually and said, "Brother Lin, you are too polite."
Speaking of which, you cured Maywan of the poison, and my husband and I haven't been able to thank you properly yet.
Poison?
Gu Changyuan, who was a criminal investigator, keenly grasped the key information in Zhang Haitian's words.
His eyes narrowed and his voice became extremely cold. Haitian, what kind of poison? What's going on?
Majuan's infertility is not her own problem, but she was poisoned. Zhang Haitian sighed and said slowly.
This is outrageous. Who did it?
Gu Changyuan was immediately furious and punched the coffee table and shouted. Gu Changyuan really likes this sister who has grown up with him.
Gu Meijuan's inability to bear children has always been a concern for him.
Now he knows that she was poisoned.
How can he not be angry? Alas. Zhang Haitian sighed and said slowly, I don't have sufficient evidence yet, but don't worry, brother. I will definitely give Meiwan and you a satisfactory answer.
Brother Zhang, Lin Fan thought for a moment and reminded him, this ice moon violet is not an ordinary flower.
Ordinary people can't touch it at all, and they don't know its effects.
The mastermind behind this must have the help of an expert.
You'd better not act rashly.
Zhang Haitian didn't react when he heard Lin Fan's words.
Gu Changyuan, who had a hot temper, couldn't help it.
He grabbed the ceramic cup on the coffee table and crushed it with a force.
He glared and said, Master? I want to see which master it is. Humph.
Zhang Haitian said with a smile, Brother Lin, you don't know that my brother is not only the director of the Longqing Public Security Bureau, but also a real external force warrior. He is even one step away from being promoted to an internal force warrior. He is very powerful, so there is no need to worry.
Oh?
Lin Fan's mind moved, and he asked, I wonder how the external force warriors and internal force warriors are divided.
Is there a higher realm above this?
Lin Fan learned from Wang Chao's bodyguard that there are also levels of cultivation on Earth. At that time, the other party believed that Lin Fan was an internal force warrior, which made Lin Fan eager to understand the specific situation. Zhang Haitian himself had no cultivation and was not particularly knowledgeable about this aspect, so he looked up at Gu Changyuan, who smiled slightly and said, Well, since Brother Lin is interested, I will tell you the secrets of this. Lin Fan said, Please speak. Gu Changyuan cleared his throat and said slowly, Our Xia country has a long history of about 5,000 years. Since ancient times, martial arts have been a tradition and have been passed down for a long time.
We have formed a complete training system and level division.
Of course, ordinary people don't know these things, and they are only circulated in the ancient martial arts world.
Lin Fan asked, Ancient martial arts world?
That's right, Gu Changyuan nodded and continued, After all, martial artists are a minority in modern society. If they are allowed to act freely in society, it will cause serious social unrest and affect public security. Therefore, in order to prevent martial artists from breaking the law with martial arts, the courts of all dynasties, and even the current government, have strict control over them. The state machinery holds an absolutely powerful force and has established special departments to restrain martial artists and prohibit them from making trouble in the secular world. The circle of martial artists, which was called the martial arts world or the Jianghu in ancient times, is now called the ancient martial arts world, and martial artists are collectively referred to as ancient martial artists. Due to the change of dynasties in our Xia country, coupled with the rampage of foreign powers and the turmoil in the country in modern times, many martial arts have been lost.
The ancient martial arts world is no longer as prosperous as it used to be.
The number of ancient martial artists has dropped sharply. Now, most people don't even know the existence of ancient martial arts. In their eyes, flying over eaves and walking on walls is just a fantasy that exists in martial arts novels. According to the information I have currently obtained, there are 3 major realms in the ancient martial arts realm, namely external strength, internal strength, and Qi strength. I am currently an external strength warrior, and I am only one step away from internal strength.
Chapter 36, Secrets of the Ancient Martial Arts World Part 2. After hearing this, Lin Fan asked again, How are external strength, internal strength, and Qi strength specifically divided? Zhang Haitian also looked at Gu Changyuan with interest. He was not a martial artist, so he only had some knowledge about the ancient martial arts world and was not clear about the specific situation. Now that he had the opportunity to learn about this unfamiliar field, he was quite interested. Gu Changyuan punched out like the wind twice and said, People who practice martial arts should focus on training their muscles, bones and skin externally and their breath internally. This sentence describes the first 2 realms of ancient martial artists. External force warriors stimulate their body's potential and strengthen their bodies. When they reach this level, they are completely different from ordinary people, as if they were reborn.
They may be as fast as lightning, as strong as a bull, or have defenses as strong as steel.
In short, ordinary people cannot hurt external force warriors at all.
But external force warriors rely only on the energy of their bodies, and can only practice some external martial arts. As the saying goes, if you practice boxing without practicing martial arts, it will be all for nothing when you grow old. Practicing external martial arts alone will never be considered a high-class martial artist. When they encounter internal force warriors, their physical fitness, which they are so proud of, will not work at all, and they will be defeated in an instant. Of course, there are exceptions to everything, just like the Western Chu overlord 2,000 years ago, who was an exception. According to historical records, the Western Chu overlord was only an external force warrior, but his physique was extremely special, and he seemed to have practiced a special body training method, which made his body extremely strong. With just the strength of his body, he was able to suppress the internal force warriors.
Let's talk about internal force warriors.
If an external force warrior produces a trace of energy in his body, he is considered to have entered the internal force stage, which is also known as a Qigong master. This energy is called true energy, or internal force. Internal force warriors can already initially communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and use it to strengthen and condense the true energy in their bodies, so that it can circulate in the body, continuously strengthen the body's functions, and greatly improve their strength, speed, reaction speed, etc.
I don't have any talent for cultivation.
So far, I have only touched the threshold of internal strength.
I don't know when I can advance. This is really a disgrace to Baguaquan.
Having said that, Gu Chengyuan's tone was not depressed at all, but instead contained a hint of pride. In the last century, the country was in a state of war for nearly half of the time. When the nation's survival was at stake, the ancient martial arts world could not sit idly by.
Many ancient martial arts families and sects emerged, and countless ancient martial artists went to the battlefield one after another to kill the enemy.
Although ancient warriors have strong individual combat capabilities, they are not gods after all.
No matter how high their realm is, how can they guarantee their safety on a battlefield full of artillery fire? Countless ancient warriors fell on the battlefield to defend their country, which led to the lowest number of ancient warriors in history after entering the new century. Gu Chengyuan was not a martial arts fanatic.
He first served in the army and then served as an official in the system. He was able to practice to the peak of external strength in his spare time, which was definitely worthy of pride and honor. In Lin Fan's opinion, Gu Chengyuan's explanation of the two realms of external and internal strength seemed to be no different from the acquired and innate in the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, in addition to the cultivators, there is also a much larger world of secular beings, and in the secular world, there are also levels of cultivation, namely acquired and innate, which seems to correspond exactly to the external and internal strength of the ancient martial arts world on Earth.
So, does Qi Jin correspond to the Qi refining stage in the world of cultivation?
In this case, there might really be cultivators on Earth.
In other words, there is a cultivation system on Earth similar to that in the world of cultivation.
Thinking of this, Lin Fan's mind moved, and he looked at Gu Chengyuan and asked, "Brother Gu, I wonder how Qi Jin is defined?" Zhang Haitian thought of Lin Fan's bare hands clinging to the small cooking pot that morning, and an idea came to his mind.
He smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you should also be an ancient martial artist, right? I wonder what realm you are in now."
"Oh?"
Gu Chengyuan looked at Lin Fan in surprise and said, "Brother Lin is also an ancient warrior?" I guess so."
Lin Fan touched his nose and said.
Gu Chengyuan was a little surprised that Lin Fan was an ancient martial artist, but he recovered quickly.
He thought that Lin Fan was so young that he must be a rookie who had just entered the external force realm. He did not think too much about it, but just asked in confusion, "You are an ancient martial artist yourself, how come you know nothing about the ancient martial arts realm? Didn't your master teach you these basic common sense?"
Lin Fan didn't know how to answer this question. Could it be that he was a time traveler from the world of cultivation and was not a martial artist, but a cultivator?
Regardless of whether anyone would believe this statement, Lin Fan didn't intend to let anyone else know the secret that he was a time traveler. "Forget it, this is not important.
It's rare to meet an ancient warrior. How about fighting with me?"
Before Lin Fan could say anything, Gu Chengyuan looked at him with fiery eyes, eager to try. Zhang Haitian looked at Gu Chengyuan with a smile and said, "Brother, you have this old problem again.
Gu Chengyuan is good in everything except being aggressive.
He is already in his 40s, but he is still as competitive as a young man in his 20s. He will fight with any ancient warrior he catches."
However, in modern society, the number of ancient warriors is really rare.
He has not encountered one for a long time. Now that he has finally met Lin Fan, he immediately feels itchy.
Brother Gu, this isn't good, right?
Lin Fan was also helpless.
We are all grown men, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, I won't hurt you, let's stop here.
Gu Chengyuan thought that Lin Fan was afraid of being defeated and getting injured, so he said magnanimously.
Okay.
It seemed that he had to fight today, so Lin Fan had no choice but to nod.
Seeing Lin Fan nod, Gu Chengyuan's face lit up with joy.
He stood up, took off his suit and threw it on the sofa, then pulled Lin Fan out of the house. Zhang Haitian smiled and shook his head, then stood up and followed him out of the house.
Lao Shang, brother, what are you going to do? Gu Meiwan noticed the commotion here and asked.
What else can we do? Your brother wants to fight with brother Lin. Zhang Haitian was helpless about this competitive brother-in-law. After hearing this, Qiqi immediately ran out the door, shouting in a baby voice as she ran, "Come on, Daddy, you are the best."
Don't worry, brother Lin.
I will save you some face in front of your daughter. Gu Chengyuan looked back at Qiqi who had chased after him, and said generously. Lin Fan thought that this person was quite interesting, so he didn't say much and just nodded. Soon, Gu Chengyuan and Lin Fan came to the yard, facing each other, and stood 5 meters apart. Gu Chengyuan put his left hand behind his back and stretched out his right hand, saying with an air of a master, "Brother Lin, you go first." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Brother Gu, go ahead."
Gu Chengyuan was not a pretentious person.
His face changed immediately. After saying be careful, he growled and made a starting posture of Baguaquan, then rushed towards Lin Fan.
The 5-meter distance was reached in an instant.
Gu Chengyuan clenched his right fist and hit Lin Fan on the side of the face.
This time, Gu Chengyuan only used 70% of his strength.
He was not sure about Lin Fan's strength and was worried about hurting Lin Fan by mistake.
Brother Lin, be careful.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Haitian couldn't help but give a reminder. As Lin Fan's #1 die-hard fan, Qiqi had no doubt about Lin Fan's strength, so she was just a little nervous but not worried, because in her heart, Daddy was definitely the most powerful and invincible. Facing Gu Chengyuan's attack, Lin Fan didn't move at all, as if he had given up resistance.
Gu Chengyuan didn't care about that.
When his fist was about to hit Lin Fan's face, he reduced the force by 2 points. In this way, even if he really hit Lin Fan, he would not be seriously injured. Swish! Gu Chengyuan only felt a flash before his eyes, and Lin Fan's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. His punch, which was originally destined to win, actually missed.
Chapter 37, Secrets of the Ancient Martial Arts World Part 2.
Gu Chengyuan was surprised that the punch he thought was going to win missed. He steadied himself, turned around and looked at Lin Fan, who had appeared behind him at some point, with a much more serious expression on his face. Lin Fan's speed was too fast, far beyond Gu Chengyuan's understanding of external force warriors, but he didn't think much about it and just thought that Lin Fan was focusing on increasing his speed. As for whether Lin Fan's realm was higher than his, Gu Chengyuan did not think about it. After all, Lin Fan was too young.
Brother Lin, it's not manly to keep avoiding us. Gu Chengyuan said jokingly with a smile.
Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "If that's the case, then Brother Gu, take my move as well."
Come on.
Gu Chengyuan shouted, getting ready for defense, but Lin Fan's next move left him confused. Lin Fan bent down and picked up a fallen petal from under his feet. He pinched the petal between the index and middle fingers of his right hand, looked up at Gu Chengyuan, then circulated his spiritual power, gathered it on the petal between his fingers, and flicked his wrist lightly. Suddenly, the petals were like a meteor, seemingly light but actually shooting towards Gu Chengyuan as fast as lightning. At this moment, Gu Chengyuan's face became extremely horrified, and the hairs on his body stood up instantly. Gu Chengyuan could clearly see the petals getting closer and closer to him. He knew he should dodge, but his body didn't have time to react. In Gu Chengyuan's gaze, the petals were getting closer and closer, and he could even hear his own heartbeat clearly. Time seemed to have frozen, and it seemed very slow, but in fact the whole process was fleeting.
Before Gu Chengyuan could even blink, the petals floated before his eyes.
Swish! The petals passed by Gu Chengyuan's face and touched his ears. Then, the petals continued to shoot backwards. Bang! A slight sound came from behind. Gu Chengyuan turned around slowly with a dull expression and looked behind him, only to see that the petal had actually shot into the tree trunk behind him. The petals were embedded in the trunk about 1 centimeter, and the exposed part regained its soft state and slowly drooped down.
What? Gu Changyuan's pupils shrank and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. He felt a slight pain in his earlobe, so he slowly raised his hand and touched it. After he took his fingers off, there was a faint trace of blood on it. Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan were even more stunned. How could a petal, which could be crushed if held with a little more force, actually hurt people like a hidden weapon? The couple looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Yes, looking at the blood on his hands, Gu Changyuan took a breath of cold air and said in a lost voice, flying flowers and fallen leaves can hurt people? You are Master of Qi Jin. Gu Changyuan looked at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. He originally thought that Lin Fan was just a rookie who had just started learning external energy. He even spoke to him in the tone of a martial arts senior. He didn't expect that he was actually a master of Qi energy. A true Qi master. A living master of Qi. The Qi master is within reach. This person is a master of Qi. Even in the ancient times when martial arts were flourishing, he would be considered a top figure. Even more so now that martial arts are in such decline. After a long while, Gu Changyuan finally recovered from his shock. He quickly stepped forward, clasped his fists towards Lin Fan, and said respectfully, I don't know your true identity, master. I hope you won't mind. At this moment, Gu Changyuan was talking to Lin Fan as an ancient martial artist. In the ancient martial arts world, the belief was that the strong were respected and the accomplished were the teachers, so age was not that important. If Gu Changyuan was nice to Lin Fan before because he solved his sister's infertility problem, then now, in addition to gratitude, he feels a deep sense of awe towards Lin Fan, because he knows how terrifying a Qi master is. External strength and internal strength can only be called warriors, while Qi strength is called a master. The difference between them is incomparable. Lin Fan was not a hypocritical person. He quickly reached out to help Gu Changyuan up and asked with interest, Brother Gu, is the level I just demonstrated the level of a Qi master? Gu Changyuan looked at Lin Fan with a strange look in his eyes, thinking that Master Lin himself had already reached such a realm, but he still didn't know the specific divisions? However, he was just a little confused and didn't ask in detail. He hesitated for a moment and said, that's right, internal force warriors can only use true Qi to further strengthen their body functions, but this is only the most superficial use of true Qi. Once they can release true Qi and use it to fight the enemy, they have entered the stage of Qi power. The move that Master Lin showed just now is the typical characteristic of a Qi power master. Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people. A master of Qi Jin can release his Qi and attach it to external objects, so anything can be turned into a sharp weapon to hurt people. In the hands of a master of Qi Jin, a willow branch can be a sharp sword that cuts through iron like mud, a leaf or petal can be a hidden weapon that takes a person's life, and even embroidery thread can easily penetrate a steel plate. The last time I saw a Qi Jin master was 5 years ago. I didn't expect to see a Qi Jin master again today, and he is such a young Qi Jin master. This trip is really worthwhile. True Qi is attached to external objects? Lin Fan noticed what Gu Changyuan said. From his literal meaning, he could only release the Qi to the objects that his hands touched, not the real Qi release. This was consistent with the characteristics of the early stage of Qi refining. Now that he could control objects in the void, he had entered the middle stage of Qi refining. Corresponding to the level of ancient martial arts practice, he should be one level higher. Thinking of this, Lin Fan looked at Gu Changyuan with burning eyes and asked, is there a higher realm above the Qi master? I'm ashamed. I'm just an external force warrior. The highest realm I can reach at the moment is only the master of Qi force. I'm not very clear about the realms above that. Gu Changyuan's words made Lin Fan quite disappointed, but his next words made Lin Fan's eyes light up again. But I heard that there is a title of Grandmaster in the ancient martial arts world. It seems that if it is changed to a martial arts Grandmaster, I heard that when they reach the martial arts Grandmaster level, they have all cultivated their internal energy to perfection. They have shed their mortal bodies and can control objects in the void. They can easily take people's heads from a distance of 100 meters. It's extremely terrifying. The mysterious martial arts such as the 18 dragons subduing palms and the 6 meridians divine sword mentioned in martial arts novels are a general description of the ability of martial arts grandmasters. Having said that, Lin Fan had a general understanding of the primary level of cultivation on Earth. A martial artist with external strength is equivalent to an acquired state, while a martial artist with internal strength is equivalent to an innate state. These two realms are just the secular levels in the world of cultivation. The Qi Master and the Martial Arts Grandmaster correspond to the early and middle stages of Qi refining respectively. Lin Fan is now in the middle stage of Qi refining,
which means he is a martial arts grandmaster in the ancient martial arts world. However, Lin Fan had absolute confidence. An ordinary martial arts master would not last more than 3 moves in his hands. After all, he came from the world of cultivation. He was not a martial artist, but a genuine immortal cultivator. His use and mastery of true Qi was far beyond the reach of the so-called ancient martial artists on Earth. The cultivation civilization of the world of cultivation is more than 1,000 years ahead of that of Earth. Lin Fan did not reveal his true level of cultivation, not because he was trying to hide his abilities, but because he knew very well how shocking a 25-year-old martial arts master was to the world. Through Gu Chengyuan's introduction, Lin Fan realized, or was certain, that this Earth was not as simple as he had imagined. Now he had only been exposed to information equivalent to the middle stage of Qi refining, but this was definitely not the end. There must be existences of higher realms on this planet. The Earth seems to be exhausted of spiritual energy, but in fact it is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Fan is confident that he is invincible in the same realm, but he does not know much about higher realms. Before he has absolute strength to do whatever he wants, Lin Fan does not want to cause too much trouble. Chapter 38 Gu Chengyuan's Request. While Gu Chengyuan was shocked at Lin Fan's strength, Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan were also stunned. Their hearts were as turbulent as if a storm had swept through them and they could not calm down. They looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Such a delicate petal could actually penetrate into the tree trunk. How terrifying is this force? This is not a movie, but a true story that happened right under our noses. As for the little princess Qiqi, she had no idea what Lin Fan's move just now meant. She only knew that her daddy had won, and had beaten that sturdy and fierce uncle. She immediately clapped her hands happily and jumped up and down to cheer. Wow! Daddy is so awesome! Daddy is so handsome! Hearing Qiqi's cheering voice, Lin Fan turned around, with a warm smile on his face, walked towards Qiqi, stretched out his hands to pick Qiqi up, and kissed her on her little face. Daddy's kiss made the smile on Qiqi's face even brighter. Gu Chengyuan looked at Lin Fan's back, and his heart was still unsettled for a long time. He never thought that the young man he rescued from the police station today, this young father with a cute baby, was actually a master of Qi. At the same time, he was also scared. Although they didn't meet much, he could see that Lin Fan loved his daughter very much. If he was a little later today and Qiqi's safety was threatened, he was afraid that this master of Qi would use his real skills. Qiqi's laughter, as clear and melodious as a silver bell, brought Zhang Haitian back to his senses from the shock. He looked at Lin Fan and said, "Brother Lin, no. Master Lin, you really gave us a big surprise." Before, Zhang Haitian called Lin Fan Master Lin because of his profound medical skills, and now he called him Master Lin because of his even more terrifying skills. Zhang Haitian didn't know how much more surprises and accidents the young man in front of him could bring him. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly, "Brother Zhang, don't call me master. These are just some insignificant little tricks, not worth mentioning." Hearing this, Gu Chengyuan, who had just walked over, said with a smile, "Master Lin, you are joking. There are not many people in the world today who can do this little trick you mentioned." Lin Fan turned around and said with a wry smile, "Brother Gu, you are here too. No matter whether my realm is high or low, you two helped me today, so we are friends. Don't mention the word master again." Ha ha! Zhang Haitian laughed heartily, patted Gu Chengyuan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, we are both old, but we are not as free and easy as Brother Lin. Brother Lin, you are right, we were the ones who were pretentious just now. Master of Qi, that's a legendary existence. This is the first time I've come into such close contact with him. Doesn't this mean I have no experience?" Gu Chengyuan said with a sneer. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Daddy, Qiqi is hungry." At this time, Qiqi covered her belly and said pitifully. Lin Fan then realized that his visit to the police station had wasted quite a bit of time. It was already noon without him noticing. No wonder his little baby was hungry. Hearing this, Zhang Haitian clapped his hands and smiled, "Little Princess Qiqi, are you hungry? How about eating here with your uncle?" Qiqi asked crisply, "Uncle, what delicious food do you have here?" Zhang Haitian smiled and said, "Uncle knows a lot of chefs. He can cook all kinds of cuisines from all over the world. Just tell Uncle what you want to eat, and he will tell them to start cooking." Hearing this, Qiqi's eyes lit up, and she counted her fingers happily and said, "Wow, I want to eat. I want to eat roasted pig's trotters, I also want to eat cola chicken wings, and I also want to eat braised fish." When the adults saw Qiqi's cute posture, they all smiled and walked back to the villa together, while Zhang Haitian called the chef to start cooking. The chef Zhang Haitian contacted was very efficient, and half an hour later, the prepared meals were delivered to the door of the villa.
Gu Meiwan also cleaned up the restaurant, and everyone chatted while eating.
Zhang Haitian and his wife and Gu Changyuan were all generous and straightforward people, and Lin Fan was quite happy to get along with them. There was constant laughter at the dinner table and the atmosphere was very harmonious.
Qiqi's innocent remarks from time to time also made the adults laugh and cry.
Halfway through the meal, Gu Changyuan put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, turned his head to look at Lin Fan, hesitated for a long time, and still didn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue.
"Brother Gu, if you have something to say, just say it." Lin Fan was a man who had noticed Gu Changyuan's abnormality a long time ago. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Gu Changyuan and said. Gu Changyuan blushed and said, "Brother Lin, I have an unreasonable request, but I don't know if I should say it." Before Lin Fan could say anything, Zhang Haitian, who was sitting on the other side, said with a smile, "Brother, you've said this much, how can I ask you not to say it?" After Zhang Haitian's adjustment, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Lin Fan smiled, raised his hand and said, "Brother Gu, feel free to say whatever you want to say." "It's like this." Gu Changyuan took a sip from the wine glass in front of him, wiped his mouth and said, "We have a tradition in the police community of Nanjiang province. Every August 8th, we hold a provincial police competition and allocate resources according to the rankings. This competition is usually attended by special police from various cities. I am not only the director of the Longqing Public Security Bureau, but also the captain of the Longqing Special Police Brigade, the Flying Dragon Special Combat Team. I used to have an old rival in the army. He was in charge of the Special Police Brigade of the neighboring Donghai City, the Tiger Commando. In the past 3 years of competitions, the Tigers came first and the Flying Dragons came second. Do you know what a saying is circulating in the police community of Nanjiang province?" At this point, Gu Changyuan's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and glanced at Lin Fan, then gritted his teeth and said slowly, "The flying dragon is not a dragon, but a large reptile on the ground. When the tiger roars, the flying dragon will escape underground." At this point, Gu Changyuan poured another glass of wine, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. He wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, then slapped the table and said angrily, "Damn it, when I was killing enemies on the battlefield, Jiaodamoji was still hiding in the kitchen chopping cabbage, and now he's riding on my head. If someone else had one, it would be fine, but this Jiaodamoji had a grudge against me when he was in the army. At that time, one of his cousins violated military discipline and was punished by me, and lost the opportunity for promotion. He has always held a grudge against me, and has been bullying me and disgusting me with things over the years. After the competition last year, I was impulsive and fell for his trick. I made a bet that whoever won this year would have to surrender to the winner in public, admit his mistake, and shout 3 times that he was a bastard. Brother Lin, can you bear to see me, your brother, make such a fool of myself at my age?" After saying that, Gu Changyuan looked at Lin Fan eagerly, waiting for his reply. Chapter 39, The Situation of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. After listening to Gu Changyuan's story, Lin Fan looked at him with a bit of a smile and asked, "Brother Gu, how do you want me to help you?" Gu Changyuan became excited when he heard this. He grabbed Lin Fan's arm and said very quickly, "I want you to help me train those kids in the training team." Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed. He just wanted to take Qiqi out to play every day. Such a life would be free and happy, but he didn't want to take on all these troubles for nothing. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, Gu Changyuan felt a little disappointed, but he was not the kind of person who would give up easily, so he quickly asked, "Brother Lin, do you have any concerns?" Lin Fan looked down at Qiqi, who was sitting on his lap, eating a chicken drumstick with her mouth full of grease. He picked up a napkin and gently wiped the corner of Qiqi's mouth, then said slowly, "I still have to take care of Qiqi, so I'm afraid I don't have much time." Seeing Lin Fan's patience and attentiveness when dealing with Qiqi, Gu Changyuan had an idea and said, "Brother Lin, Qiqi is almost 4 years old now, it's time for her to go to kindergarten. If you do me a favor, I will take care of all the matters related to Qiqi's schooling. Although it's not a difficult task, it's still troublesome if you really have to do it yourself. In addition, I will give you the title of Special Consultant of Longqing Police Force, which should save you a lot of trouble." Having said that, it would be too inhumane for Lin Fan to remain restrained. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and uttered a word softly. "Good." Gu Changyuan's conditions were one thing, and the reason why Lin Fan agreed to this was mainly because Gu Changyuan helped him and answered many of his questions. Lin Fan had always been clear about gratitude and resentment, and in this matter, he owed Gu Changyuan a favor, so he agreed to Gu Changyuan's request, which was not too difficult.
When Gu Chengyuan saw that Lin Fan agreed, his face lit up and he laughed twice. He picked up the bottle and filled it up for himself. He raised the glass and said to Lin Fan, "Brother Lin, thank you in advance. I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want." After saying that, Gu Chengyuan raised his neck and drank the wine in the glass. Lin Fan smiled, picked up his own glass and drank it all in one gulp. Ah, what a relief. I didn't expect that I, Gu, would meet a distinguished person today. Brother Lin, I'll toast you again. Gu Chengyuan picked up the bottle with a red face and pretended to pour the wine. Gu Meiwan, who was sitting on the other side of him, quickly reached out to stop him and said with a frown, "Brother, you don't know what your health is like, you should drink less. I just have a little alcoholic liver disease, it's nothing." Although Gu Chengyuan said this, he still put down his wine glass and did not refill it. Instead, he looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Brother Lin, there is only 1 month left before the competition. What are you going to do?" 1 month? That's enough. Lin Fan muttered, tapping his fingers on the table and said, "Brother Gu, please give me a brief introduction to the basic situation of the current members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces." Well, okay. Gu Chengyuan nodded and began to talk. "I am now only the captain of the Phylong Special Operations Team in name only, but I have been busy with affairs in the past 2 years and have no time to take care of the affairs of the Special Operations Team. All affairs of the team, as well as routine training and missions, are all handled by the Deputy Captain Yang Song. The Phylong Special Forces consists of 3 teams, A, B, and C. Each team has 15 members and a team leader. The total number of members in the entire Special Forces team is 47. The personnel ratios of the 3 teams are basically the same. Assaulters, snipers, observers, demolition experts, technical experts, etc. are all excellent police officers selected from major police academies and military academies as well as the police teams of the counties and cities under Longcheng. They can definitely represent the strongest force of our Longcheng police. This year's competition has not been announced yet, but it will be nothing more than the following types of events: urban street fighting, police and criminal role-playing, jungle confrontation, etc. In short, it requires very high comprehensive qualities. My people are absolutely top-notch in terms of comprehensive qualities, but compared to those people in the Flying Tigers, they have a fatal shortcoming, and that is fighting ability. Most of the members of the Tiger team were selected by Zhao Demoji from the Special Forces. He also specially invited martial artists to serve as combat instructors to teach his members combat lessons. The best among them can even fight with external force martial artists without losing. This results in every competition, my people are at a disadvantage in close combat and are defeated by the opponent. That's why I want to ask Brother Lin for help. Please train these little guys well so that they can bring honor to me, old Gu, in this year's competition. Gu Chengyuan became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen his team members defeat the Tiger Commandos. Lin Fan listened to Gu Chengyuan's story quietly, thought for a while, and asked, "Brother Gu, you are a real external force martial artist yourself, isn't it enough to just teach them casually?" Gu Chengyuan's face turned red, he scratched his head and said, "I want to, but the master's strict rules prohibit private teaching. I can only use my Baguaquan, and I can't teach it to outsiders, not even my closest relatives. If it weren't for this restriction, I would have trained a whole team of warriors long ago, and I would have directly defeated Zhao Demoji's team." So that's how it is. Lin Fan nodded. Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan might not be able to understand Gu Chengyuan's concerns, but Lin Fan could fully understand. In the world of cultivation, there are many factions, and each major sect and family has its own unique skills. This is also the foundation of their founding, and it is definitely impossible for outsiders to master it. This is the case even in the world of cultivation, let alone on Earth. After all, human selfishness is common to all walks of life. Gu Chengyuan asked again, "Brother Lin, do you have any ideas?" Lin Fan nodded and said, "Well, I do have a suitable quick success method that I can teach them. How about this, when you go back, notify them first and ask them not to eat seafood or drink alcohol for the next 3 days. They should stop their regular training and rest for 3 days. After 3 days, the training will officially begin." At this point, Lin Fan raised his lips and said, "It's a hellish training camp." Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but shudder. He began to mourn for the members of the Special Forces team in his heart. The training that Lin Fan mentioned was definitely not an ordinary training, but now only drastic measures can achieve a Jedi reversal. Okay. Gu Chengyuan nodded sharply and said, I can't wait to see Zhao Demoji calling himself a cuckold." Lin Fan gently stroked Qiqi's little head, smiling without saying a word.
On the other side, the Feng family in Yang'an City. Are you telling the truth?
Sitting on the sofa was a young man who was nearly 1.8 meters tall but as thin as a stick. He was holding a beautiful woman in revealing clothes in his arms. He held a red wine glass in his right hand and asked with squinted eyes.
That's true, master.
A slightly plump young man hunched over in front of the sofa and smiled flatteringly. Yesterday at 10:30 in the morning, I withdrew 100,000 yuan from the ATM of XX Bank in XX Street, Longcheng.
I also saw the surveillance video.
It was indeed that person, but the strange thing is that he was holding a child in his arms.
I haven't found out the identity of this child yet. Humph. Does he think my money is so easy to spend?
The skinny young man snorted coldly and said gloomily, Feng Yuan, quickly deal with the things on hand and set off within 3 days to take my money back. Also, teach that ignorant guy a lesson, but don't beat him to death. I want to see him begging on the street penniless.
Oh, by the way, bring the thing in his arms back to me, no matter if it's his own or not.
Yes, young master. The plump young man named Feng Yuan responded, his back slowly straightened, and his aura became more and more condensed. It was obvious that this young man with an unremarkable appearance was not an ordinary person.
Master, don't be angry. Come, eat some grapes.
The woman in the pauper young man's arms picked up a grape from the side, peeled it gently, and put it to the pauper young man's mouth in a coquettish voice.
Feng Yuan blushed and left the room quietly.
Chapter 40, Luxury Cars, Flowers, and Gemstone Necklaces.
When Lin Fan and Qiqi were visiting Tianshui Shangchuan Villa, on the other side, under the office building of Dynasty Entertainment,
a stylish black Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse convertible supercar came from a distance, did a beautiful drift, and stopped in front of the gate of Dynasty Entertainment.
The supercar's metallic body, streamlined lines, and eye-catching logo all attracted the attention of onlookers.
After the car stopped, the young driver took off his sunglasses, picked up a bunch of gorgeous roses from the passenger seat, put it to his nose and smelled it, then smiled with satisfaction, opened the door and got out of the car, put the roses on the front hood, and sprinkled petals on the front and back seats. After doing all this, the young man took out a small and exquisite gift box from his pocket, leaned against the car door, and stood leisurely beside the car. The young man looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. He was wearing a well-tailored black custom-made suit and a pair of crocodile leather shoes imported from Italy. He had a faint smile on his face and stared at the door of Dynasty Entertainment with fiery eyes. Under the scorching sun of July, the young man continued to sweat, but he only took out a towel from time to time to wipe the sweat from his neck, without showing any impatience. In the security booth at the entrance of Dynasty Entertainment, 2 security guards were pointing at a luxury car. A security guard with fair skin and slightly curly hair was fanning himself with his hat. He pouted and said, Hey, rich people nowadays really know how to have fun.
Why are you here to fuck chicken necks in the hot sun?
As soon as he finished speaking, a thin security guard next to him said, You seem stupid, but that's Master Fuzé.
How many people in Longqing don't know him?
Ever since we got a new chairman, he's been coming here every few days, giving us all kinds of gifts and flattering us, but our chairman doesn't appreciate it at all. The curly-haired security guard pouted and said, Oh, I thought so. So you're here to woo our chairman.
You're really putting in a lot of effort.
The skinny security guard looked around and said in a low voice, Who made our chairman look so impressive?
If I had the capital, I would catch him too. You? You must be dreaming, ha 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 ha, you don't even have the qualifications to be a bootlicker.
You are still okay, you know how difficult it is to be alone.
Just as the 2 security guards were talking, Ling Shuefei and Inyanan walked out of the building. It is lunchtime now.
The 2 of them don't like to order takeout, so they usually go downstairs and have lunch at several nearby restaurants. After Fuzé learned this information, he often ran to the downstairs of Dynasty Entertainment to block Ling Shuefei at lunchtime. As soon as Fuzé saw the beautiful figure he had been thinking about, he immediately perked up, straightened his collar, picked up the roses on the hood of the sports car, strode to Ling Shuefei, handed the flowers to her, and said with a pitiful look, Shuefei, you finally came out.
I was almost melted by the sun while waiting for you. Standing there was like taking a bath. But for you, I can endure anything. The most beautiful roses are given to the most beautiful you. Flowers and beauties are the most beautiful scenery in the world.
No need, Mr. Fu, I can't afford it. Ling Shuefei frowned and politely refused.
Ling Shuefei's words were quite polite, but Inyanan was not so easy to talk to.
She stepped forward and said sarcastically, Young Master Fu, if you can't wait, then don't wait. If you just beg young Master Fu, I don't know how many women will rush to throw themselves at you.
Why do you have to come here and hit a wall? And then, you are still so humorous.
Fu Zai's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, but he concealed it very well. He then changed the subject and said with a smile, Shuefei, this is a gemstone necklace that I asked a friend to buy at an auction abroad.
It is called Crystal Love.
I think both the name and the appearance of it are very suitable for your temperament. You will look very good wearing it.
Please accept it.
As he spoke, Fu Zai opened the gift box, revealing a necklace inside. On the necklace hung a quail-egg-sized sapphire, which shone exceptionally brightly in the sun. Such a large gem could definitely drive countless women crazy, and Fu Zai believed that Ling Shuefei was no exception, so he spared no expense to take out this crystal love necklace.
As long as I can get the beauty in front of me, all the current investments are nothing.
It is only a matter of time before she comes back. Unfortunately, Fu Zai's ideals are very hopeful, but the reality is very bleak. Ling Shuefei only glanced at the gemstone necklace in Fu Zai's hand, then looked away, with almost no emotion. She opened her red lips and said lightly, Master Fu, this gift is too expensive.
Please take it back.
Shuefei, Fu Zai was a little anxious. He handed the flowers and necklace to Ling Shuefei and said anxiously, Shuefei, this is a token of my love for you.
You must accept it.
Mr. Fu, please respect yourself.
Sister Feifei and I are going to have dinner. As for your flower necklace, you can find any woman you want.
I don't think she will refuse you. And Yanan suddenly stood between Fu Zai and Ling Shuefei, made an X shape with her hands, tilted her neck, and stared at Fu Zai without blinking.
Okay, I won't bother you for now. I wish you a pleasant meal.
Fu Zai was not angry at all. He was still polite. He bowed like a gentleman and said with a smile, but Shuefei, you must come to the cocktail party tonight. After saying this, without waiting for Ling Shuefei to refuse, Fu Zai took back the flowers and necklace and turned around very casually. After turning around, the smile on Fu Zai's face disappeared instantly.
His face turned ashen and terribly gloomy.
He snorted inaudibly and walked towards the car with big strides. After arriving in front of the car, Fu Zai threw the flowers and necklace into the car, then got into the car with great ease. He turned the key, and the Bugatti supercar made a low roar and sped out rapidly.
Humph!
A playboy who flirts with other girls all day long actually wants to pursue you, Sister Feifei. He is really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Watching Fu Zai drive away, and Yanan put her hands on her hips and said with a pout. She had no good feelings at all towards this young man who had been pestering Ling Shuefei.
Let's go, and then Ling Shuefei didn't say much.
She sighed softly, patted in Yanan's shoulder, and turned to leave. And Yanan quickly retracted her gaze and followed Ling Shuefei's pace. Although Ling Shuefei didn't show anything, was it really true that she had no feelings at all? When Ling Shuefei took Qiqi abroad, although they were away from home and had no relatives, at least they lived a leisurely and comfortable life without so many intrigues and conflicts of interest. Now that they have returned to their own territory, due to various reasons, every step they take is cautious. The condemnation within the family, the pressure from the elders, the hypocrisy of the old hands in the new company, and the flies that pestered her all day long, all made Ling Shuefei feel very tired. Just like the Dong Dahai who made trouble in the company this morning, if it wasn't a last resort, how could Ling Shuefei personally step out to be the spokesperson? Fortunately, with a good helper, and Qiqi, the spiritual pillar, Ling Shuefei was able to transform into a fearless and cool female president, bravely facing many accusations and difficulties, overcoming all obstacles and moving forward with heavy burdens. Thinking of Qiqi, Ling Shuefei's mouth corners unconsciously curled up a faint arc, and she didn't know what her little baby was doing now. For some reason, Ling Shuefei missed Qiqi very much at this moment, so as she walked towards the dining place, she took out her cell phone and called Qiqi.
Chapter 41, Dragon City International Automobile City.
Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Qiqi's clear and cheerful voice came from the receiver. Mom, I'm Qiqi, I'm your favorite little baby Qiqi. Hearing the voice of her precious daughter, Ling Shuefei's annoyance was swept away, and a bright smile spread across her face. She said softly, of course Mom knows you are Qiqi. Qiqi baby, have you eaten? Qiqi said happily, eat, Qiqi is full. Ling Shuefei smiled and asked, what delicious food did Qiqi eat? Qiqi ate a lot of delicious food, including big chicken legs, braised fish, and cola chicken wings. They were so delicious. Qiqi's baby voice came from the phone. According to Qiqi's description, the man and his daughter seemed to eat quite well. He still had some conscience. If Qiqi couldn't even eat well, I would take Qiqi away from him no matter what.
Ling Shuefei's lips curled up slightly, and it was just a faint smile, but it had a breathtaking beauty. She asked softly, "What are you doing now, little baby? Do you miss your mother?" Yes, Qiqi misses mommy. Now, daddy is taking Qiqi to buy a car. Qiqi said happily. Buy a car? Ling Shuefei asked puzzledly. Yes. Daddy said that if we buy a car, we can take Qiqi to many places to play. Mom, let's not talk about it anymore. Daddy and I have to choose a car. After saying this, before Ling Shuefei could react, a series of beep, beep, beep sounds came from the phone, and the call was hung up. Ling Shuefei held the phone in a daze, with a silly and unbelievable expression on her face. Qiqi actually hung up her phone? What happened? In the past, because of my busy work, I had no time to take care of Qiqi. Every time I called her, Qiqi would pester me with a lot of words, and I had to coax her softly for a while before I could end the call. Now Qiqi followed Lin Fan and actually hung up my phone? Could it be that after less than 3 days of getting along, Qiqi has become closer to her father? Ling Shuefei's sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. She felt that if she continued like this, it would be very difficult for her to take Qiqi away in the future. What can I do for you, miss? The restaurant waiter asked several questions, but Ling Shuefei remained indifferent. Fortunately, the waiter was of good character and did not get angry because she ignored him. He still looked at Ling Shuefei with a smile. Sister Feifei, it's time to order. And Yanan called out several times and waved her hands in front of Ling Shuefei twice before she saw Ling Shuefei turn her head and look at her with a confused expression. And Yanan asked in confusion, Sister Feifei, what's wrong with you? What did Qiqi say to you? You looked so distraught. I called you several times but you didn't hear me. Nothing. Ling Shuefei came back to her senses and found that she had been standing in front of the KFC counter without knowing when. The waiter opposite was looking at her with a smile on his face. Ling Shuefei smiled apologetically and pointed at the menu and said, "Excuse me, please give me this a set meal." Okay, miss. The waiter nodded with a smile and placed the order for Ling Shuefei. On the other side, the entrance to Longqing International Automobile City. After Qiqi hung up the phone, she lay in Lin Fan's arms, looking around curiously with her big eyes. The bank card that Lin Fan won from the bet had a deposit of 5 million yuan. Apart from the 100,000 yuan he took out the day before for daily expenses, there were still 4.9 million yuan in the card. This amount of money could definitely buy most cars. Of course, supercars worth tens or even hundreds of millions of yuan, such as Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lamborghini Murcielago, and Aston Martin, are another matter. If Lin Fan was still one of the 4 young masters of Yangon, it would not be difficult for him to buy these cars, but now, his entire fortune is less than 5 million in his card. Fortunately, Lin Fan was not planning to buy a very luxurious car, not because he was reluctant to spend money, nor because he could not afford it. In Lin Fan's eyes, money is just a number. With his current ability, is he still worried about not having enough money to spend? In the past, Lin Fan, one of the 4 young masters of Yangon, could only drive a luxury supercar. But now, his experiences, state of mind, and vision are different, so his pursuits are naturally different. In his previous life, when Lin Fan went out, he rode in a golden chariot pulled by the immortal beast, the sea dragon. His status in the world of cultivation was probably on the same level as the Aston Martin 177, which was limited to 77 units on Earth. Now that Lin Fan is on Earth, these secular cars, whether they are famous brand supercars or Cherry QQ, have no obvious difference in his eyes. They are all just means of transportation. After finishing his meal at Tianshui Shanchuan Villa, Lin Fan did not stay long. After chatting for a few minutes, he took Qiqi out of the villa, hailed a taxi at the door and went to Longqing International Auto City to buy a car. There are many car shopping guides in the Auto City, half of them are men and half are women. They range from part-time college students in their teens and 20s to workplace veterans in their 30s and 40s. They are all organized and disciplined, and will receive customers in a certain order. If you are lucky and come across a big deal, the dividends alone can make your wallet fatter. However, this kind of thing all depends on fate. Few people would grab orders out of jealousy, because doing so would be despised by their peers. Once they become public enemies, it would be difficult to survive in this circle. Now, the one who received Lin Fan was a beautiful young girl, who looked to be in her early 20s at most, with long flowing hair, fair skin, and a height of about 1.6 meters. She was a petite and cute girl, wearing a pair of white flat shoes.
She was very sweet when she smiled, and her eyes seemed to have turned into two crescent moons, which made her very likable. The girl's name, Chen Ran, was written on the work badge on her chest. In fact, the person who should have received Lin Fan was another male shopping guide in his 30s. He had been in this business for more than 10 years and was very experienced and had a unique vision. He saw that Lin Fan's clothes were all cheap goods and he didn't look like someone who could afford a car. He might just bring the child in his arms to see the world. It might be a waste of time for him to work hard for a long time, so he played a trick and asked a part-time college student behind him to receive Lin Fan. Chen Ran only used her spare time to work part-time in the auto city to earn some pocket money. She was a pure newcomer and didn't know all these things. She thought that the old employees were taking care of her. After thanking them, she called Lin Fan to go and choose a car. Chapter 42, Buying a Car in Full. Chen Ran had a sweet smile on his face that was different from his professional smile, and he warmly entertained Lin Fan. "Hello sir, welcome to Launching International Auto City. Are you looking to buy a car?" Before Lin Fan could say anything, Qiqi raised her hand and answered, "Yes, sister, we are here to see the car." Seeing the innocent and cute Qiqi, Chen Ran couldn't help but praise her. "What a beautiful child." Qiqi smiled sweetly and said, "Sister, you are also very beautiful." Chen Ran smiled back when he heard that. The two beauties, one big and one small, smiled at each other, forming a beautiful landscape in this busy automobile city. Chen Ran retracted his gaze to look at Lin Fan, and asked with a smile, "Sir, do you have a favorite car model?" Lin Fan said calmly, "I don't have any favorites. Take me to see the domestic models first." I didn't expect that this young father in front of me is actually a loyal supporter of domestic brands. Chen Ran thought, stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture, leading Lin Fan to the car display area. "Sir, there are not many purely domestic brands in our auto city, only a dozen or so. Domestic cars mainly target the mid and low-end markets. This is the Seahorse Knight. It has a good price-performance ratio and is priced at only 120,000 yuan. It is also a popular model among the public." Lin Fan glanced at the black Seahorse Knight, nodded slightly, and said nothing. Seeing this, Chen Ran led Lin Fan forward and pointed to the next wine red car and introduced it. "This is the MG6, which is of the same grade as the Haima Knight. The price is 138,000 yuan. Chen Ran led Lin Fan to look at the car display area one by one, introduced all the domestic models, and browsed all the domestic brands. Half an hour had passed unknowingly. Finally, Chen Ran took Lin Fan to an SUV, pointed at the black SUV on the platform and said, "This is the Haval H6 launched in 2017. It is a model with good sales in our auto city and a god car among domestic SUVs. The new Haval H6 luxury and super luxury models have been redesigned in appearance. There are two versions of Haval H6. The front face of the blue label version of the new car has been replaced with a new style of air intake grille, fog lamp area decoration, and exhaust layout. The overall look is more fashionable and sporty. The red label version has been adjusted in detail, and the decoration of the fog lamp area has been replaced with a C-shaped chrome decoration, adding a touch of refinement. In addition, the two versions of the new car have also been replaced with LED headlights, which have more outstanding lighting effects and ensure safer driving at night." Chen Ran introduced the car with great passion and emotion. Before, Lin Fan's attitude had always been very cold, and he seemed not satisfied with the car models she introduced. She was a little worried that this deal would fall through, and that would mean all her work would be in vain, so she tried even harder to sell it. Although as a car shopping guide, Chen Ran has a lot of experience in working for nothing, but she still doesn't want to give up any opportunity. After all, her family conditions are not good. If she can earn more money, it can also reduce the burden on her parents at home. Listening to the girl's earnest introduction, Lin Fan smiled slightly. In fact, this car is quite good overall. From appearance to performance, it is acceptable. Moreover, the space inside the SUV is relatively large, which also meets Lin Fan's requirements. "Qiqi, do you like this car?" Lin Fan asked the little baby in his arms for his opinion. "Well, it's okay. These cars all look similar, but Qiqi wants a blue one." Qiqi thought for a moment and said, blinking her clear, bright eyes. Seeing Qiqi agreed, Lin Fan naturally had no objection, so he turned to Chen Ran and said, "Let's take this Haval H6. Give me a blue super luxury model." "Yes sir, please follow me." Chen Ran was a little excited. She had been working here part-time for 3 months and this was only her 5th order. Although the price of this domestic car model was not expensive and the dividends were not much, for a newbie like her, this was enough to make her happy for several days. Chen Ran looked at Lin Fan with gratitude in his eyes, and took Lin Fan to go through the formalities. After copying his ID card, signing documents, and paying by credit card, 20 minutes later, Lin Fan drove a brand new blue Great Wall Haval H6 luxury SUV with Qiqi in tow and left the auto city. I didn't expect that this person, who looks ordinary, actually paid in full for the car. After Chen Ran sent Lin Fan away, she couldn't help but think curiously, but no matter what, the car was sold, and she was still very happy. The dividends from this order were enough for her living expenses for a month.
Chen Ran returned to the front desk humming a song happily. Xiao Ran, have you placed the order? Is it the young customer holding the child just now?
Asked the male shopping guide who had given Lin Fan to Chen Ran before. He just asked Chen Ran to receive Lin Fan, while he himself received a customer who was wearing all branded clothes. However, that person looked and consulted a lot, but in the end did not buy a car. He saw Chen Ran taking Lin Fan to the trading center, so he asked a question.
Yes, the order has been placed. The customer just paid in full for a Haval H6 super luxury SUV.
Chen Ran replied with a smile. Oh, congratulations, Xiao Ran. Hearing Chen Ran's words, the male shopping guide said with a smile, feeling relieved. Originally, he regretted letting the customer go, but now that he heard that the customer only bought a domestic car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, he felt much more balanced. If Chen Ran's transaction was for a car worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan, who knows how the male shopping guide would feel. He might even hold a grudge against Chen Ran or try to trip him up behind his back. After all, he has been here for more than 10 years, and his connections and experience are far beyond what this college student who has just graduated can compare to. People are like this, they cannot stand others being better than themselves. When others are at the bottom of the valley with themselves, they will not feel any resentment in their hearts, but if they are at the bottom of the valley and see others have climbed out of the valley, they will feel resentment and injustice, but they have never thought about what those who climbed out of the valley have paid.
Ran, congratulations.
Another girl of the same age as Chen Ran said, holding Chen Ran's hand.
The girl's name is Wu Qian.
She is a classmate and good friend of Chen Ran. They came here to work together. Now that she sees her good friend make a deal, she feels happy too.
Xian, brother Jian, let's go to Zuodiexuan for dinner tonight.
I'll treat you. After several months of part-time work, Chen Ran was not completely unfamiliar with the ways of the world. No matter what, this order originally belonged to the male shopping guide named Brother Jian. It could be said that he gave him this opportunity, so it was reasonable for him to express his gratitude. Brother Jian looked at Chen Ran with a faint smile on his face, thinking that this little girl was quite smart. Although a meal at Zuodiexuan would only cost 200 or 300 yuan at most, Chen Ran's behavior made Brother Jian feel very comfortable. It also made Brother Jian accept Chen Ran as a newcomer from the bottom of his heart, thinking that he could take good care of her in the future. After Lin Fan took Qiqi out of the auto city, they went shopping in the mall. Now that they had a car, everything was convenient. They bought a lot of household items on this trip and installed a child safety seat on the passenger seat of the car. Afterwards, they went to a toy store and bought a lot of toys. Qiqi was so happy that she hugged Lin Fan's neck and kissed him non-stop, laughing all the way. The father and daughter spent more than 2 hours in the mall. Except for some large items that the manufacturer had delivered to Jun Nan Waterfront, the rest of the things filled the car. Lin Fan put Qiqi in the child safety seat, fastened the seatbelt, and prepared to take Qiqi home. As soon as Lin Fan started the engine, he thought of something. Chapter 43, Little Partner. Lin Fan thought about how Qiqi was frightened by the crazy border collie when she went out that morning. Lin Fan was a little worried that this experience would leave an indelible mark on Qiqi's young mind. Although being frightened by a dog seemed to be a common thing, Qiqi was still young. What if such a small thing left a psychological trauma on her? Would she be afraid of dogs in the future? Or even other furry animals? Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Lin Fan didn't dare to take the risk. He would not allow even a 10,000th chance of an accident to occur in Qiqi's normal growth, so he decided to nip this hidden danger in the bud. It just so happened that he had that thing which could come in handy. Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned his head, gently stroked Qiqi's little head, and asked with a smile, "Qiqi, let's find you a friend to play with, okay?"
Friend?
Hearing this, Qiqi turned her head and looked at Lin Fan with her big sapphire eyes full of joy. She clapped her hands and said happily, okay, Qiqi has always played alone, because in that place, the other children look different from Qiqi, and Qiqi can't understand what they say. After hearing what Qiqi said, Lin Fan felt a deep sense of self-blame.
Qiqi has lived abroad since she was a child.
That world does not belong to her at all, so of course she feels lonely there. Now Qiqi has returned to her motherland and to Lin Fan. He will definitely make up for what he has owed to Qiqi over the years and work hard to be a competent and good father.
Okay, Dad will take you to see your friends.
After saying that, Lin Fan turned the key, and the Havel H6 emitted a low roar, spewed out a puff of exhaust gas, started instantly, and drove away.
Qiqi asked worriedly, Daddy, will he like Qiqi? Will he be willing to play with Qiqi?
Lin Fan smiled and said, of course, Qiqi is so cute, of course I will like Qiqi. Qiqi suddenly became happier, and cheerful voices floated in the carriage.
Daddy, you are so nice, Muamiwa.
More than 20 minutes later, Lin Fan drove to the door of a pet shop called Duo Mile. There is a large LED display screen at the entrance of Damali Pet Shop, on which photos or videos of various cute pets are played in turn, including common cats and dogs, as well as hedgehogs, woodpeckers, turtles, etc. They are all very cute pets, and are accompanied by their sound effects, attracting many passing children and people who like small animals to stop or come into the store to check out.
Qiqi, let's go inside and choose a dog to be your friend, okay?
After stopping the car, Lin Fan pulled the handbrake, turned his head and looked at Qiqi and asked,
Dog?
When Qiqi heard the word, her body trembled uncontrollably, and a hint of fear appeared in her big eyes. She remembered very clearly that the big dog was very ferocious in the morning.
Wow, Daddy, don't do that. Qiqi is scared.
Qiqi sat in the safety seat, kicking her short legs, crying.
Oh my little baby.
When Lin Fan saw Qiqi crying, he panicked immediately. He hurriedly unbuckled Qiqi's seatbelt, picked Qiqi up and held her in his arms, rocking her gently. He patted Qiqi's back with one hand and comforted her softly, Qiqi, don't cry.
Qiqi, don't be afraid. Haven't you heard that dogs are good friends of humans and the most loyal companions? They won't hurt my little princess Qiqi. Look, those cats and dogs are so cute. Isn't it nice to have a little friend to play with Qiqi and grow up together?
As he spoke, Lin Fan pointed at the LED display screen at the entrance of the store. Hearing this, Qiqi crawled out of Lin Fan's arms, tears still hanging on her long eyelashes. She sobbed softly and looked in the direction of Lin Fan's finger. Qiqi, the dog in the morning didn't mean to hurt Qiqi. He must have been injured or lost. He was very scared, so he asked us for help. Look at these little animals, they are so cute, and my little princess Qiqi is so cute too.
You two will definitely become very good friends.
Seeing that Qiqi's emotions had stabilized a little, Lin Fan's expression relaxed a little and he continued to comfort her.
Dad, are you telling the truth?
Qiqi raised her head and looked at Lin Fan seriously and asked.
Of course, how could Dad lie to Qiqi?
Lin Fan nodded quickly.
Well, okay then. Daddy will definitely not lie to Qiqi, Qiqi believes in Daddy.
Then let's go find our friends. Qiqi reached out and touched the tears on her face, blinked her eyes and said.
Qiqi is so good.
Lin Fan pursed his lips and kissed Qiqi on her little face, then opened the car door, got out of the car holding Qiqi, and walked towards the pet shop. After entering the store, Lin Fan discovered that the store's front was not big, but the space inside was quite large, with an area of more than 100 square meters. There were many cages on both sides, with small animals of various species in them. Some lay quietly, while others jumped and cried happily when they saw strangers coming in. A budgie at the door of the store even flapped its wings and cried.
Welcome! Welcome!
Seeing a customer coming in, a man in work clothes and black square-framed glasses came up to the pet shop and said with a smile, Hello, sir, how can I help you? Lin Fan took a quick look around and said calmly, I want to buy a pet dog. Lin Fan wanted to buy a dog because Qiqi was scared by the border collie today. As the saying goes, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. The best person to eliminate Qiqi's fear is still a dog. He hopes to completely eliminate Qiqi's fear by raising a dog and letting her get along with the dog. Another reason is that dogs are more suitable as pets and are more suitable to be with children because of their personality characteristics. Of course, even though they are all dogs, different breeds have different personality traits. The Golden Retriever is a warm-hearted dog. It is famous for its gentleness, friendliness, and intelligence. The Husky is known for its ability to destroy the house and do stupid things. It always makes its owner laugh and cry. The Teddy Bear has a small body and great energy. He can do anything in the world. There is nothing he dare not do. The The man with the glasses smiled and asked, "We have a wide variety of pet dogs in our store. What kind of dog would you like to buy?" Lin Fan said calmly, "Let me take a look myself first." "Okay, sir, the pet dogs in the cages are disinfected and cleaned regularly, so there are no bacteria. Please rest assured. There is a label on the outside of each cage with a brief introduction and price. You can contact me at any time if you need anything." The man with glasses nodded, gave a brief explanation and left. After the man with glasses left, Lin Fan held Qiqi and walked around the store. While checking, Lin Fan explained to Qiqi. "Qiqi, look, this one is called a border collie. It's the same breed as the dog we met this morning. Look at it, it's only 1 month old. Isn't it cute? It ranks first in the world in terms of IQ. It's very smart, has a strong learning ability, and is easy to train. This little one is a teacup dog. It is one of the smallest dogs in the world. You see, it is so small that it can fit into a teacup. That's why it is called a teacup dog. Isn't it very descriptive? This dog with wrinkles all over its face looks ugly yet cute, isn't it? It's called a pug, and it looks a lot like a movie star from Shanghai port. This fierce dog is called a bulldog, commonly known as a tiger dog. Do you remember the big dog in Tom and Jerry? It's of this breed." Lin Fan explained all the way, and Qiqi watched with wide eyes, curiously. She was scared at the beginning, then slowly became only a little scared, and finally not scared at all, because the pets in this pet shop have all been trained and are very docile. This completely dispelled Qiqi's inner uneasiness. She also happily greeted the dogs in the cages and had a lot of fun. At the beginning, Lin Fan was still holding Qiqi in his arms. Later, he simply put Qiqi on the ground and let Qiqi play by herself beside the cage, having close contact and interacting with the dog in the cage. "Dad, he's so pitiful." Qiqi suddenly pointed at a shabby cage in the corner, turned around and looked at Lin Fan, and said in a baby voice. Chapter 44. The decision is yours. "Ha?" Lin Fan looked over and saw a husky standing quietly in a cage in the corner. Its appearance retained the usual silly and cute characteristics of a husky, but what was even more noticeable was that the husky's left hind leg seemed to have not developed fully. It was curled up and very short. It could only stand on 3 feet and could not even stand steadily. Moreover, this husky was much thinner than the average husky, almost to the point of being skin and bones, with sparse hair and clearly visible bones on its back. It looked very pitiful. This is a husky that is born with congenital maldevelopment and physical disabilities. "Dog, what's wrong with your foot? Is it injured?" Qiqi squatted in front of the cage, stretched out her little hand carefully, and touched the husky's head. Seeing Qiqi's actions, the husky just raised his eyelids lazily, whimpered softly twice, and then lay down on the ground, not moving anymore, allowing Qiqi to stroke his head. "Boss, boss." Lin Fan waved at the man with glasses, who walked over quickly and asked, "What's wrong, sir? Do you need any help?" Lin Fan pointed at the husky in the cage and asked, "What's wrong with this dog?" "Oh, this one." The man with glasses glanced at it calmly and said, "This husky was born with a disability. Its left hind leg is not fully developed. I felt sorry for him and couldn't bear to abandon him, so he has been kept in the store." "But who would buy a disabled dog? This dog is more than 6 months old and has been in a corner with no one paying attention to it. Daddy, can we take him home? He's so pitiful. And there's a Qi in his name. I want to play with him." Qiqi said with love overflowing, grabbing Lin Fan's trouser leg. Of course. Lin Fan did not correct the mistake in Qiqi's words. Instead, he thought Qiqi was very innocent and cute. He gave Qiqi a reassuring look, then looked at the man with glasses and said, "I'll buy this dog. How much is it?" The man with glasses looked at Lin Fan in surprise and said, Sir, you have to think carefully. He is disabled. It will take some effort for you to buy him back and take care of him. It's not that the man with glasses has no business to do. He has been with these small animals for a long time and inevitably develops feelings for them. He is worried that after Lin Fan buys the disabled dog, he will not be able to fulfill his responsibility to take care of him. What if he abandons the dog after a few days? Then this poor little dog that can't even walk properly will not be able to survive in this big city. Lin Fan nodded and said, "It's him. Since my daughter has chosen him, I will definitely take good care of him." Seeing that Lin Fan seemed to have seen through his worries, the man with glasses felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Sir, you are such a caring person, and your daughter is even more kind-hearted.
How about this? I'll give you this dog for free. I didn't expect to sell it, but I couldn't bear to see it become a stray dog, so I kept it in the store and fed it every day to keep it. Uncle, you are a good man.
Qiqi tilted her little head and said crisply.
Ha ha.
Hearing the child's compliment, the man with glasses laughed heartily. Lin Fan touched Qiqi's little head. Although he was a ruthless person who was determined to kill, he did not want Qiqi to become a cold-blooded person. She was still young, and character development should start from a young age. He was still very happy to see Qiqi was so loving.
Boss, could you please get me some more dog food?
Lin Fan was embarrassed to take the dog for free, so he bought some accessories.
Okay, sir, do you need a toy? The man with glasses nodded and asked again. Toys?
Lin Fan was stunned. He had never kept a pet and was not clear about the twists and turns involved.
Yes, sir. We have two main types of dog toys here.
One is for owners and pets to interact with each other, the man with glasses said, picking up the things on the shelf next to him and introducing them. For example, this cotton rope toy, one end of which is for the puppy to bite, and the other end is held in the owner's hand, and a relatively gentle tug of war game is played, which allows the puppy to experience the fun of interaction.
This screaming chicken is a sound-making toy.
Puppies are generally curious about such sharp sounds, which can attract puppies. These marbles are throwing toys, which are relatively elastic and have an irregular bouncing trajectory.
After being thrown out, the puppy can find them and fetch them back.
These frisbees are a step further than marbles. They need to be used in open areas and stay in the air for a longer time. Slowly train the puppy to jump up and catch the frisbees, which is a good improvement for both the intelligence and physical fitness of the puppy. Of course, this husky has physical defects, so some of these interactive toys may not be suitable for it. In addition to interactive toys, we also have toys for the puppy to play with. Look at these rubber toys, they are quite elastic and willful, and they are filled with snacks in the middle, just like chewing gum, which can be used up by the puppy to chew. This can effectively consume the puppy's time and energy, and prevent them from having too much energy to destroy the house all day long. These are educational toys, and snacks are also placed in them to train the puppy to try different ways to get food, which is conducive to exercising thinking ability.
The man with glasses enthusiastically introduced the products in the store.
Lin Fan did not interrupt him and listened patiently. After listening to the man with glasses' introduction, Qiqi's eyes lit up and she raised her chubby little arms and cheered, buy toys, Daddy, we want to buy a lot of toys, I want to play with the dog.
Okay, baby.
Lin Fan would naturally not refuse Qiqi's request. He waved his hand and said, give me one of each of those toys, and a few bags of dog food over there, and also a doghouse.
Yes, sir. Although it was strange why Lin Fan would buy toys for throwing and throwing, the man with glasses would definitely not refuse the offer.
He smiled and responded, then continued, our store provides door-to-door and door-to-door dog delivery services. If it is convenient, please leave your address and phone number and we will deliver to your home. Although this disabled puppy didn't sell for any money, these toys are worth a lot of money, as well as dog food, so it's not all in vain. Lin Fan nodded and said, Jun Nan Waterfront, E-District, number 20, duplex, the phone number is 185-2781, my last name is Lin. Although he was surprised that this young man in street clothes actually lived in Jun Nan Waterfront, the man with glasses was only slightly stunned and didn't say anything more. He lowered his head and wrote down Lin Fan's address, phone number, and other information in the notebook, then raised his head and said with a smile, okay, Mr. Lin, please pay the fee first, and please keep this receipt. Lin Fan nodded, took the receipt, glanced at it, put it in his pocket, paid the money, and asked, when can you deliver it?
The man with glasses replied, I'm available anytime.
Lin Fan said, let's go now, follow my car.
Okay, Mr. Lin.
The man with glasses agreed and asked another person in the store to pack up the things and move them onto a Wuling Hongguang pickup truck parked at the door. After they had moved their things, Lin Fan drove his Havel H6 first and headed for the Jun Nan Waterfront, while the man with glasses followed behind in a small truck.
Soon, the two cars arrived at the Jun Nan Waterfront.
After the man with glasses moved all the things into Lin Fan's villa, he said goodbye.
The husky left its familiar home and came to a strange environment. It was a little uncomfortable.
After being put down, it lay on the ground motionless, looking around with some uneasiness in its eyes.
You are so pitiful, little dog.
I will take good care of you.
Qiqi squatted beside the husky, gently stroked the husky's body, and spoke in a baby voice. Seeing this, Lin Fan walked over and said, Qiqi, do you want to make the puppy healthy again? Think about it, think about it. Dad, do you have any ideas?
When Qiqi heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately threw herself happily into Lin Fan's arms and asked while blinking her bright big eyes. Lin Fan touched Qiqi's little head, smiled slightly, and uttered 2 words.
Certainly. Chapter 45 Little Fool. Really? Dad?
Qiqi asked, with little stars twinkling in her eyes, looking at Lin Fan with longing.
Lin Fan said, of course it's true. How could Dad lie to Qiqi? Wow, Daddy, you are Superman. After receiving Lin Fan's affirmative answer, Qiqi immediately cheered and jumped for joy.
Then she squatted down, put her mouth next to the husky's ear, and whispered softly, "Little dog, Daddy can heal your leg.
You have to be good. When you get better, we can play together."
I don't know if the husky understood what Lin Fan and Qiqi said.
He actually raised his eyelids to look at Qiqi and whimpered twice.
Qiqi saw that the husky responded and said excitedly, "Daddy, look, the puppy understands, you should help him treat it quickly."
How could such a stupid husky understand human language?
Believe it or not, I don't believe it, and Lin Fan doesn't believe it either.
Lin Fan pulled up his trouser line, squatted down next to Qiqi, and said, "Qiqi, don't worry, let's give the puppy a name first, okay?" Qiqi pouted and said, "Yes, he needs a name." "Dad, what do you think we should call him?"
Lin Fan smiled and said, "He is Qiqi's friend, so of course Qiqi should give him a name."
Dad believes Qiqi will definitely give him a nice name. Okay. Qiqi nodded and began to think seriously. Xiaobai?
No, Xiaobai is Crayon Shin Chan's puppy, I don't want to have the same name as him.
Benben? I hope you can run happily like a healthy puppy. That's not good either, it sounds like stupid, I don't want you to be really stupid. Look at your fur, white and black, how about calling you Oreo?
No, Qiqi will get hungry easily if I keep calling you that name. Qiqi tilted her head and listed several names, but she rejected them all. The little princess grabbed Lin Fan's trouser leg, pouted and said, "Oh, Dad, naming is so difficult." "Little fool, don't be anxious, we can just think about it slowly." Lin Fan looked at Qiqi, who was thinking seriously, and said softly. Qiqi turned her head and looked at Lin Fan seriously, and asked solemnly, "Dad, why do you call Qiqi a little fool?"
Qiqi is not stupid at all, she is smart.
Lin Fan touched Qiqi's little head, laughed and said, "Because Dad likes Qiqi."
Little fool is a nickname, it doesn't mean Qiqi is stupid. Is that so?
Qiqi nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and she said, "Then let's call him Sha Sha, what do you think, Dad?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Okay, Sha Sha is a cute name, let's call him Sha Sha." The name Sha Sha is very consistent with the characteristics of the husky breed. However, Lin Fan did not say this out loud. From the moment Qiqi saw the silly and cute husky, his fate was destined to change drastically. This was his opportunity, a great opportunity. Who would have thought that the great demon that would follow Lin Fan in the future, stirring up the storm and becoming famous, the sky-roaring divine beast, would actually have such a cute name? As the saying goes, among men, there is Lubu among horses, there is red hair among dogs, there is Sha Sha. Qiqi stroked the husky named Sha Sha and said softly, Sha Sha, from now on you will be called Sha Sha. You have to be good and obedient, and Daddy will help you heal your leg later."
"Ah."
Sha Sha called out softly and rubbed his head against Qiqi's hand. Although he was not very smart, he could still feel the friendliness of the human girl in front of him. Lin Fan bent down and said softly, "Qiqi, Daddy is treating Sha Sha now, you go upstairs and play obediently. We bought so many toys this time, you play with them first, and come down after Daddy is better, okay?"
Qiqi looked up and asked in confusion, "Why do you want Qiqi to go upstairs?"
"Qiqi wants to see Daddy treating Sha Sha." Lin Fan patiently explained, "It's not that Daddy doesn't want Qiqi to watch, it's because the process of treating Sha Sha might be painful, and he will feel very uncomfortable. Daddy doesn't want Qiqi to see Sha Sha feel so uncomfortable." Qiqi shook her head and said firmly, "Qiqi is not afraid. Qiqi will stay with Sha Sha. We are partners and we must support each other."
"Okay." Lin Fan nodded. "Then Qiqi has to promise Dad that no matter what happens later, don't be afraid or panic, understand?"
Qiqi clenched her fists and said, "Well, I know.
Qiqi is very brave."
Seeing that Qiqi was so sensible, Lin Fan stopped worrying and took out a pill from his pocket. Tian Lingzi, a first-grade elixir, is used to open the intelligence of livestock, strengthen their bodies, and prolong their lifespan. This elixir was originally just a useless item, but now that Lin Fan is on Earth, it can play a significant role. "Come here, little fool, I'll give you something good to eat." Lin Fan waved at Xiaoxia, then handed the Tianlingzi to Xiaoxia's mouth.
Ah, woo-woo.
Xiaoxia stretched out his nose to sniff it, then actually shook his head to express his refusal.
You silly dog, this is good stuff.
Seeing that Xiaoxia refused to eat, Lin Fan had no choice but to use a little bit of his power.
Animals are even more sensitive to power than humans.
Xiaoxia was frightened and shivered, with a hint of panic in his eyes.
He didn't dare to be naughty anymore.
He opened his mouth, took the pill in Lin Fan's hand and swallowed it. After Xiaoxia swallowed the Tianlingzi, Lin Fan held Qiqi in his arms, took 2 steps back, and quietly observed Xiaoxia's changes. The effect of Tianlingzi in the world of cultivation is average. That's because the world of cultivation is full of spiritual energy. Even ordinary livestock are much stronger than those on Earth. Now that this elixir is used on creatures on Earth, the effect should be much stronger. Lin Fan was also looking forward to the specific effect of Tianlingzi on Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia looked at Lin Fan in confusion, as if he felt nothing. However, Lin Fan and Qiqi could see that there seemed to be some starlight twinkling on Xiaoxia's forehead. Then, a ball of light appeared in his body, starting from his forehead and slowly moving towards his torso and limbs. It soon spread throughout his body, and wherever it passed, it became warm.
This is Tianlingzi's energy strengthening and repairing Xiaoxia's body. Finally, the energy stopped at Xiaoxia's left hind leg, which was his disabled leg. Xiaoxia's left hind leg was born underdeveloped and had bone atrophy, but at this moment, under the nourishment of Tianlingzi's medicine, it actually began to develop again.
At this moment, Xiaoxia felt a cool breeze coming from his left hind leg, which made him close his eyes comfortably and feel it quietly. Qiqi stared at Xiaoxia with her big eyes without blinking, but soon, what happened in front of her made her open her mouth in surprise. Xiaoxia's originally shriveled left hind leg, like a spring that had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly straightened up and began to slowly extend outward. This is a miracle comparable to the resurrection of human beings and the turning of flesh and bones into white.
No, it is a miracle.
It is happening right before our eyes. Xiaoxia's flesh, blood, and bones were all reorganized and regenerated, breaking through the original skin and flesh to grow new hind legs.
The process of regrowth was very painful.
Before Xiaoxia could experience the feeling of the energy nourishing his body, he had to endure the tremendous pain in his legs.
Ouch!
Xiaoxia howled in pain and instinctively tried to jump up. Seeing this, Lin Fan pushed down into the air with his backhand. Xiaoxia suddenly felt as if he was being pressed down by a huge force. He lay back on the ground obediently, his body trembling slightly and whimpering in pain. Seeing how miserable Xiaoxia was, Qiqi became anxious too. She clenched her fists and stared at Xiaoxia, silently cheering him up.
This process lasted for nearly half a minute before it stopped. Xiaoxia's left hind leg successfully developed and was no different from a normal right hind leg.
Xiaoxia was breathing heavily, but before he could relax, an even stronger feeling came over him.
Chapter 46, The Birth of a Generation of Fierce Beasts. Although Tianlingzi is only a first-grade elixir, the energy it contains is quite enormous for this ordinary husky. This energy can not only repair the husky's physical defects, but also completely change his physique. When Tianlingzi's energy completely exploded in Xiaoxia's body, Xiaoxia screamed ah, and then his body began to twitch violently. Dad, Xiaoxia looks so painful.
Seeing Xiaoxia in so much pain, Qiqi couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she lay in Lin Fan's arms and said. Lin Fan comforted him, this is a process he must go through.
We have to believe in Xiaoxia. He will definitely be able to persevere.
Hearing this, Qiqi crawled out of Lin Fan's arms, looked at the little fool on the ground, and waved her little fist to cheer him up.
Come on, little idiot. You're the best. You must get better. Lin Fan also looked at the husky.
To be honest, he was not completely sure whether the ordinary species on this earth could withstand the energy of Tianlingzi. The law of nature is fair. If Xiaoxia wants to recover his health, or even be reborn, then he must go through this painful process, and the dangerous tests involved are also indispensable.
Just like the song goes, no rain, no rainbow, no one can succeed easily.
Xiaoxia was now suffering from unimaginable pain. His body was twitching, his eyelids were turning flared, and his teeth were chattering. After a few seconds, all his teeth fell out. Then, his hair began to fall off one by one, revealing the pink skin underneath.
Ah!
Xiaoxia howled in pain, and his bones began to make cracking sounds, just like firecrackers.
Along with the noise, Xiaoxia's body twitched.
Next, an even more shocking scene happened. Xiaoxia's body began to grow larger and larger, just like a balloon being inflated, slowly growing. First, the flesh that was almost close to the bones began to become plump, and then, the skeleton inside the body began to grow. Originally, Xiaoxia was only 6 months old and had not yet fully developed. But now, in just a short while, his body has grown to the size of an adult husky, and it has not stopped yet, it is still growing. Qiqi stared at the scene with wide eyes. Her young mind could not understand what was happening before her eyes. After more than a minute, Xiaoxia finally stopped growing. At this time, his size had exceeded that of an adult Tibetan Mastiff. Xiaoxia was still lying on the ground. As long as he stood up, his forelimbs would be nearly 1 meter high. If he stood up with his hind legs on the ground, he could definitely put his front legs on Lin Fan's shoulders. At this moment, Xiaoxia no longer looked weak and pitiful as before, but a ferocious beast. His limbs were strong and powerful, his pure black claws were very sharp, and his teeth were also extremely sharp. No, maybe it would be more appropriate to call them fangs now. Xiaoxia's hair also grew back, still the same color, but more shiny and lush than before. The black hair was as black as ink, and the white hair was purer than before. In addition to the original black and white hair, Xiaoxia also grew a few tufts of golden hair on his chest, chin, and behind his ears, and even his eyebrows turned golden. These tufts of golden hair gave Xiaoxia a sense of nobility, as if he had become an aristocrat among dogs, the emperor among dogs. Not only did his body undergo earth-shaking changes, but Xiaoxia's intelligence was also completely awakened at this moment. He is now definitely the smartest dog in the world. No, to be more precise, Xiaoxia is no longer an ordinary dog, he can now be considered a monster. After the transformation was completed, Xiaoxia stood up happily and turned around on the spot, trying to see his body clearly. However, since the transformation had just been completed, he had not yet adapted to his new body and fell down as soon as he stood up. Daddy, why did Xiaoxia become like this? Qiqi is scared. When Qiqi saw that the originally skinny Xiaoxia had become so terrifying, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She lay in Lin Fan's arms, not even daring to look at Xiaoxia. Stupid dog, the transformation is complete, why don't you shrink it down quickly? Lin Fan glared at Xiaoxia and scolded him. Xiaoxia was enjoying the joy brought by the transformation of his body and wanted to stand up and cheer, but when he heard Lin Fan's voice, he was suddenly shocked. He was different from before, and his spiritual wisdom had been opened. He knew that his current changes were brought about by the man in front of him, so he did not dare to neglect the order of this benefactor. He quickly lay back on the ground, his chin on the floor, looking at Lin Fan pitifully. Although Xiaoxia has intelligence now, he still cannot understand what Lin Fan said about shrinking. When Lin Fan saw Xiaoxia's performance, he knew that he was not yet able to master his strength skillfully, so he took 2 steps forward and stretched out his right hand to press on Xiaoxia's forehead. The little fool lay there obediently, not moving a muscle. Lin Fan was transmitting his thoughts to Xiaoxia, teaching him the most basic method of mastering power. After a few seconds, Lin Fan retracted his right hand and said, "Now you know how to do it, shrink it back to its previous size." Xiaoxia whimpered. His current body made him feel very majestic. He reluctantly followed Lin Fan's method and slowly shrunk in size. Soon, he returned to his original size, but he was no longer skinny like before. His torso and limbs were very full and healthy. If he were to describe it with a human body, it would be the kind of body that looks thin when dressed and plump when undressed. He didn't have exaggerated muscle lines, but was well proportioned and toned. That was your original form just now, but it can only be used in combat. Normally, you should be in this form. Lin Fan warned sternly, unless there is an enemy, you are not allowed to change back to your original form. Do you understand? Xiaoxia quickly stood up, nodded, then wagged his tail, ran and jumped around Lin Fan happily, and rubbed his head against Lin Fan's calves. Lin Fan pointed at the little fool under his feet and said to Qiqi, "Qiqi, look, the little fool has returned to normal." Qiqi glanced down and saw the familiar figure of Xiaoxia playing happily below. She clapped her hands happily and said, Xiaoxia, are you okay now?" Ah. Hearing Qiqi's voice, Xiaoxia jumped even more happily. He remembered clearly that it was because of this little girl that he was able to leave the pet shop not long ago and have such a great opportunity now. So for Qiqi, Xiaoxia put her in the same position as Lin Fan. Seeing Xiaoxia saying hello to her, Qiqi was very happy and waved back, saying, "Hello, Xiaoxia, I'm Qiqi, we'll be partners from now on." Seeing Qiqi so happy, Lin Fan was also very happy. He said to Xiaoxia, "From now on, Qiqi is your little master. You have to protect Qiqi's safety and not let her get hurt at all. Do you understand?" Woof. Woof. Xiaoxia was indeed very smart now.
He actually nodded and called out twice. Seeing Xiaoxia's reaction, Lin Fan smiled with relief. Tian Lingzi finally did not let him down. He just didn't know how strong Xiaoxia's combat ability was now.
He could try it if he had the chance. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with Xiaoxia's successful transformation. He cleaned Xiaoxia's body thoroughly and washed away all the dirt left by the transformation. With Xiaoxia's current physique, he would not be infected with lice and bacteria, so he could be allowed to get close to Qiqi without any worries.
The following time was completely spent interacting with Qiqi and Xiaoxia.
The two of them had a lot of fun playing, while Lin Fan cleaned up the stray hairs and teeth left behind by Xiaoxia's transformation. A few times, when Qiqi was about to fall, Xiaoxia burst out with amazing speed and rushed under Qiqi in advance, acting as a cushion.
Lin Fan was very satisfied with Xiaoxia's performance.
He knew how to protect Qiqi, and the speed of his burst was not much slower than when he used all his strength. Not to mention his strength, just this speed, combined with his sharp claws and fangs, made him a powerful weapon and a 100% loyal weapon that would never betray him.
With him by Qiqi's side, Lin Fan felt more at ease. Chapter 47, Rainbow Candy. 9 p.m., Queen's Road. Queen's Road is a street in Longqing that is famous for its entertainment industry.
The whole street is lined with hotels, KTVs, slow rock bars, etc. At this moment, a group of young men and women were talking loudly, laughing, scolding and playing arrogantly, and walking arm in arm on the street with a pace that showed no regard for relatives, parading through the streets. There were 8 people in this group, half of them were men and half were women, all in their early 20s, dressed in frivolous clothes, with all kinds of decorative chains hanging on their bodies, which made a constant gingling sound when they walked, and their hair was dyed in all kinds of colors, looking like a box of rainbow candies turned into spirits, with colorful tattoos on their wrists and necks. Most of the men wore tight leather pants that were tied on their crotches and floral vests that showed their chest hair, and most of the women wore short skirts and belly-exposing clothes for fear of wasting too much fabric. Most of them had cigarettes in their mouths, puffing smoke as they walked, attracting the attention of passers-by.
Brother Long, have you made a fortune today? You actually want to take us to the Dihao Hotel for dinner. There are so many of us, and the most ordinary meal should cost at least 2,000 yuan, right?
A Xiao Huang with a head full of yellow hair on the far left stretched his neck and said jokingly.
That's right, Brother Long, did you get rich by stealing electric bikes, or were you kept by some blind rich woman?
Xiao Lu on the other side also teased. The young man called Brother Long, with hair dyed gray, walked in the middle, with his left arm around a girl who was so heavily made up that her true face could not be seen, and with his right hand playing with a lighter. He sneered at what he said and said, "You people are short-sighted, vulgar, and snobbish.
Don't you know who I am, Long Zhe?
I have $1, and I won't bring it to you to spend 50 cents. We are all brothers, so of course we should share the good and the bad.
Didn't I help the eldest brother sell a batch of goods a few days ago?
He gave me 30,000 yuan as a reward for his hard work, so of course we have to celebrate. Don't be polite to me tonight, let's eat and drink as much as we want, and then we'll find a place to play all night.
Brother Long will pay for all the expenses tonight. Brother Long is awesome."
Hearing this, several people held him happily, and Long Zhe seemed to enjoy the feeling of being held in high esteem.
He smiled triumphantly, showing his big teeth that were yellowed by smoke. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Dihao Hotel, a 5-star hotel. There was a large open space in front of the hotel, which was used as an open-air parking lot. It was full of luxury cars. Looking around, there was no car worth less than 500,000 yuan. There was even a black Bugatti convertible supercar, which was extremely eye-catching. Pfft, so rich.
Long Zhe glanced at Bugatti, spat, then looked up at the magnificently decorated hotel, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go."
Walk.
The group walked up the stairs chatting and laughing, but when they were about to enter the hotel, they were stopped by the security guard at the door.
"Sorry, guys, you can't go in."
The security guard's attitude was quite good, but his expression and eyes clearly revealed contempt, which made Long Zhe, who felt good about himself, unhappy. He took his hand away from his female companion's neck, took a step forward, and pushed the security guard's chest hard.
He pointed his index finger at the security guard and tilted his head and said, "What do you mean? What's the matter? You opened the door to do business, and there is still a rule to keep customers out of the door and not let them in?"
The security guard also had a bad temper. He slapped Long Zhe's hand away and said with a frown, "Don't make a move, kid.
Who are you talking to here? Don't you see where you are? Do you have the right to act wild?"
Being confronted by a security guard in front of his companions, Long Zhe immediately felt a little embarrassed.
He glared and yelled, "How can you be so arrogant? Come on, call your manager. I just want to ask, why don't you, a lousy security guard, let us in?"
Seeing the dispute happening here, several other security guards also came over.
The security guard looked at Long Zhe with disdain and sneered, "Why?" "Because our Dihao hotel is booked tonight." Hearing this, Long Zhe rolled his eyes, but still said unconvincedly, "You are bragging. Who in Longcheng has the energy to book the entire Dihao? Are you kidding me?" The security guard said arrogantly, "Boy, do you know who owns our hotel? The Fu family. So do you think it's a problem for the young master of the Fu family to book a place in his own hotel?" "Fu? Young Master Fu?" Long Zhe lost his temper immediately upon hearing the name.
He was also a native of Longcheng, so he naturally knew who young Master Fu was.
He was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend.
Not to mention him, even the so-called big brother in his mouth had to kowtow in front of young Master Fu. So he quickly smiled and said, "So young Master Fu has reserved the place. Ha, then let's go to someone else's place." The security guard waved his hands impatiently, "Go, we go quickly, don't offend Mr. Fu's distinguished guests." Although Long Zhe felt aggrieved, he had no other choice but to wave to the people behind him and prepare to leave with his rainbow candies. The rainbow candies also looked dejected and unwilling. But as soon as they turned around, they saw a bright red Ferrari 488 driving from a distance and stopping in the parking lot in front of the hotel. Then, two young and beautiful beauties pushed open the car door and got out, walking towards the hotel side by side. The beauty walking on the left was wearing a purple evening gown, with long wavy hair like a waterfall, fair and flawless cheeks, a slender neck, and long legs. She was the best of the best. As soon as she appeared, she immediately became the most dazzling star tonight. The beauty walking on the right is wearing a blue evening dress, playful sassoon short hair, and a slim figure. Although she is not as stunning as the beauty on the left, she is definitely a rare beauty. The two women talked softly as they walked up the stairs together. After showing their invitation to the security guard, they walked into the hotel. Only when the two girls disappeared from his sight did Long Zhe reluctantly withdraw his gaze and said to the security guard, "We have reserved the place, so how can they get in?" The security guard sneered and said, "Because they are the protagonists of the banquet that Master Fu is hosting tonight. They are so beautiful. No wonder Fu Xiao is willing to put so much effort into them." Long Zhe muttered in a low voice, clapped his hands, and shouted, "If you can't stay here, I will find another place to stay. Let's go to Jinjuan KTV to have fun." So the rainbow candies reluctantly walked down from the entrance of the Emperor Hotel. Xiao Huang pouted and said, "Brother Long, rich people are different. They booked such a big 5-star hotel just to pick up girls. I'm stunned." Xiao Lu looked at Xiao Huang with a squinting eye and said, "Didn't you see that chick just now? If I were Master Fu, I would also be willing to spend a fortune on her." Long Zhe waved his hands in annoyance and said, "Okay, stop wasting time. Isn't this the life of the rich? I'm sorry to spoil the fun tonight, but it's okay. Tomorrow night, I'll invite you to the Jun Nan Waterfront and find a villa for a party. You can have fun and have fun. Then I'll let you experience it up close." "What? It's the life of the rich." Xiao Huang's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Brother Long, do you have a villa on the Jiangnan riverside?" Long Zhe raised his chin and said proudly, "Anyway, just call more girls and leave the rest to your brother Long." "Brother Xinlong, there's nothing wrong." When the rainbow candies heard that there was more to come, they cheered again, and the group of people left the Emperor Hotel while laughing and joking. Chapter 48, Bronze Sparrow Tower. On the 3rd floor of the Dihao Hotel, there is a large hall with a very poetic name, called Tonkatai. It is specially used to host various large-scale cocktail parties, gatherings, banquets, etc. As a 5-star hotel, how much money does it cost to hold one here? Ordinary people whose imagination is limited by poverty really cannot imagine it. The overall decoration of Tonkatai is extremely luxurious. The exquisitely shaped chandeliers and wall lamps illuminate the entire hall. There is also a stage in front. Usually, some singers or bands are invited to perform, and sometimes stars are invited to guest star. On both sides of the stage, there are 2 lifelike golden dragons, with huge dragon heads facing the hall, which looks majestic. At this moment, there is a band on the stage playing melodious music, which makes the whole atmosphere even more lively. Apart from the stage, there is the main part of the hall, which is very large and can accommodate 50 or 60 people for a cocktail party. At this moment, Tonkatai was very lively. There were long leather sofas on both sides of the hall. A little further into the middle, there were rectangular tables one after another. The tables were filled with foreign wines and various exquisitely shaped desserts. Some people were sitting on the sofas, talking loudly, and some were standing in the middle of the hall, holding goblets in their hands, laughing and chatting. These people all had one thing in common, that is, they were dressed very formally and elegantly, and whether in appearance or in their speech and behavior, they all acted like successful people and social elites. Waiters in black suits and white shirts were walking around, carrying trays with glasses of red wine on them. In the front left of the stage, Fuzhe and several young men of similar age were chatting together, each holding a glass of red wine. A fat young man stretched out his hand and tugged at his tie, then looked at Fuzhe and asked, "Mr. Fu, are you sure that Ling Xuefei will really come?" Fuzhe picked up the wineglass and took a sip of red wine, nodded, and said confidently, "Of course, for this cocktail party, I used my father's name to invite most of the successful people from all walks of life in Longcheng. The gimmick is so big that if she is not stupid, she will definitely come. After all, if her dynasty entertainment wants to gain a foothold in Longcheng, it has to make more friends and build more roads." Hearing this, another young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiled and said, "It seems that you are determined to win, Mr. Fu." Fuzhe grinned and squinted his eyes and said, "Of course. I, Fuzhe, have spent so much time and effort on her. Even if she is an iceberg, I will melt her." "I really don't believe it, hum." After saying this, Fuzhe raised his neck, drank the red wine in the glass, wiped the corner of his mouth, and turned his head to look towards the door. "Mr. Fu, is Ling Xuefei really that beautiful? Is she worth all your effort?" The young man with glasses asked in surprise. He had never seen Fuzhe care so much about a woman. "See for yourself." A smug smile appeared on Fuzhe's face. He pointed towards the gate and said. Hearing this, everyone turned and looked towards the gate. At the same time, just like pressing the mute button while watching TV, the whole hall suddenly became silent. The person who was speaking halfway through the sentence spoke lower and lower with the second half. The person at the door looked at the door with a dull expression, and this dull expression seemed to be contagious, gradually spreading from the door to the hall. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing and what they were saying, and looked towards the door. The two waiters even bumped into each other because they were focusing on the door and didn't notice each other, and their wine glasses broke into pieces. The men's eyes were brighter than each other, and their eyeballs were wide open. The women's expressions were even more interesting, showing envy, jealousy, anger, etc. The reason for this sudden change was entirely due to Ling Xuefei's appearance. Ling Xuefei was like a princess from a fairy tale. As soon as she appeared, she instantly became the focus of the whole audience. She wore light makeup and had a faint smile on her face. She didn't seem flustered at all because of being stared at by so many people. She had a strong aura and walked from the door to the front of the hall with her long legs. The tapping sound of her high heels hitting the floor was very obvious. And Yanan also tilted her neck and walked side by side with Ling Xuefei, her little face flushed. Although she had experienced many things like this during the years she had been with Ling Xuefei, she still couldn't adapt to the feeling of standing in the center of everyone's attention. This beautiful lady must be Ling Xuefei, the new chairman of Dynasty Entertainment. It's so beautiful. From today on, my goddess is no longer Lu Shirhan, but Ling Xuefei. Exclamations and murmurs echoed in the hall. Fuck. So exciting. No wonder you, Mr. Fu, are willing to put so much effort into her. The young man with glasses looked at Ling Xuefei, who was approaching him in a daze. His heart, which had been involved in many affairs of beauty for many years and was not surprised by seeing so many beautiful women, suddenly trembled at this moment. He felt excited, and with it a hint of nervousness. What a beauty! I, the old Su, have seen countless women, but this is the first time I've seen a beauty like Ling Xuefei. It's really rare to see such a beauty in my life. The fat young man who spoke earlier also sighed. Ha ha. Fuzhe had a smug smile on his face. These young masters praising Ling Xuefei made him feel proud, because in his heart, he had already regarded Ling Xuefei as his woman. This woman who was the focus of everyone's attention would belong to him sooner or later. Fuzhe picked up a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray and walked towards Ling Xuefei. Xuefei, you look so beautiful today. Fuzhe's face was full of wrinkles from smiling, and he spoke to Ling Xuefei in a disgusting tone. The god of war in Yanan stood up again at this moment, and poured a basin of water to almost extinguish the flames in Fuzhe's heart. Mr. Fu, are you saying that our sister Feifei is not beautiful? The expression on Fuzhe's face froze for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. Fortunately, he had a thick skin, which had been honed to be as tough as the corners of a city wall.
This was just a drizzle to him and had no effect on him at all. Fu Zhe just laughed, raised the wine glass in his left hand and handed it to Ling Shuefei, and said in a soothing tone, "Shuefei, would you please do me the honor of having a drink?" At this moment, the two of them were almost at the center of everyone's attention. Although Ling Shuefei felt uncomfortable with Fu Zhe, it was not easy to offend Fu Zhe under such circumstances, so she had to reach out and take the wine glass from Fu Zhe's hand. Cheers! Seeing this, Fu Zhe grinned, raised his wine glass in his right hand, gently clinked it with Ling Shuefei's, then raised his neck and took a sip. Ling Shuefei also opened her red lips and took a sip of wine. Seeing this, Fu Zhe laughed, stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture, saying, "Shuefei, come, I will introduce you to the friends who came today. This is Mr. Gu from Weiye Group. He and my father have been friends for many years." In the following time, Fu Zhe took on the role of host and took Ling Shuefei to meet this president and that boss. To outsiders, it seemed as if Ling Shuefei and Fu Zhe had a very close relationship. Some bosses who had frequent dealings with the Fu family even made jokes about Fu Zhe and Ling Shuefei. In response, Fu Zhe said no, but he was secretly very happy in his heart. Ling Shuefei wanted to leave several times, and she didn't even want to come to today's party, but in order to complete the family test, for her own freedom and Qiqi, she had to come. Fortunately, Ling Shuefei was not completely inexperienced in similar social events, but toasting again and again really made her feel irritated. The whole cocktail party lasted from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Although Ling Shuefei only took a small sip each time, she drank quite a lot of wine after all the toasts. She began to feel a little dizzy. Fortunately, there was Yanan, who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, by her side, so it was not too embarrassing. After the cocktail party, Fu Zhe naturally offered to send Ling Shuefei home, but it was unknown what he really thought. However, both Ling Shuefei and Yanan were wary of him and would not allow such a thing to happen. Yanan even called the company in advance to ask them to drive over to pick them up, blocking Fu Zhe's mouth. After Ling Shuefei left, Fu Zhe stood at the door of the hotel with a gloomy face, his fists clenched and a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 49, Two women arrive suddenly. No words were spoken that night. The next morning at 7:30. Ling Shuefei woke up slowly. She had a few glasses of red wine the night before, so she had a slight headache when she woke up this morning. But it was nothing serious. After she gently rubbed her temples, the pain was relieved a lot. Soon, Ling Shuefei walked out of the room in her pajamas and prepared to go to the bathroom, while Yanan had already gotten up and was making breakfast in the kitchen. This was her habit. Yanan would not indulge herself just because Ling Shuefei was nice to her. She knew very well what she should and should not do. "Sister Feifei, you drank last night, why don't you get some sleep?" Seeing Ling Shuefei coming out, Yanan put down the work in her hands, wiped her hands on her apron, walked out, looked at Ling Shuefei and said. Ling Shuefei shook her head and said, "No need to sleep, Yanan, let's go out early today and go see Qiqi." Yanan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "Okay, then you do it for a while, breakfast will be ready soon." After saying that, Yanan returned to the kitchen to continue making breakfast, while Ling Shuefei simply washed up and sat on the sofa to browse the news on her mobile phone. Ling Shuefei runs an entertainment company herself, so she usually pays attention to news in the entertainment industry. When she saw a piece of news about a youth idol TV series starring popular actress Lu Shirhan, which was exclusively premiered and received rave reviews, she smiled. Her unmade-up face blossomed into a bright smile that even made the morning sunlight slanting in through the window seem a little dim. 5 minutes later, Yanan came out of the kitchen with breakfast and greeted Ling Shuefei. Ling Shuefei then put down her phone, ate breakfast with Yanan, put on some light makeup, and the two girls went out. While in the car, Ling Shuefei called Lin Fan. The words were very concise, just a hello. Lin Fan's response was also simple. After he answered the phone, he just said This made Ling Shuefei roll her eyes in her heart, thinking that Lin Fan was really a steel-straight man with a bad temper, no understanding of romance, and harsh words. Saying one more word to him would make her angry for a long time. Ling Shuefei asked calmly, "Is Qiqi still asleep?" The response she gave was still the simplest yeah. This guy, will he die if he says one more word? Ling Shuefei gritted her teeth in anger, her chest heaving violently. She had followed her father into the business world since she was 18 years old. Although she was young, she was very mature in mind. There were very few people and things that could make her so angry. But for some reason, when she thought of Lin Fan's expressionless face, even a slightly disgusted expression, and the word he gently uttered, Ling Shuefei felt very angry. "What's up?"
Seeing that Ling Shuefei didn't speak for a long time, Lin Fan asked with some confusion.
It's okay. I need to go see my daughter, that's all. Ling Shuefei said this angrily and hung up the phone.
And Yanan looked at Ling Shuefei's angry face in the rearview mirror and said with a smile, Sister Feifei, lady. You stupid girl, how dare you make fun of me?
Drive your car now.
Ling Shuefei cursed with a smile and turned to look at the scenery outside the window. On the other side, Lin Fan looked at the hung-up phone with a look of confusion on his face. He shook his head and muttered, What's wrong with this woman so early in the morning?
Is her period not over yet?
More than 20 minutes later, Ling Shuefei's Ferrari 488 drove into the Jun Nan Waterfront. After Lin Fan opened the door, he saw a puffy-faced Ling Shuefei, but still breathtakingly beautiful. This time, Ling Shuefei did not wear an OL outfit, but a more casual outfit. She wore a white short-sleeved top, and the loose short-sleeved top could not hide her exquisite figure. She wore a denim miniskirt on the bottom, and her two white and straight long legs were exposed, which was extremely eye-catching. She was no longer wearing high heels on her feet, but a pair of light pink flat sneakers.
This outfit is very different from the image of the domineering female president the day before. It is less unattainable and more sunny and casual.
Lin Fan looked at the completely different beauty in front of him, and for some reason he was dazed. He only came to his senses when he saw Ling Shuefei's murderous gaze. Fortunately, he had practiced for 3,000 years, and although his cultivation was almost gone, he had not lost his face.
He looked at Ling Shuefei calmly and said, Why are you here?
Ling Shuefei did not answer this question, which seemed a bit stupid to her.
She simply pushed Lin Fan away and walked into the room.
She put her bag at the entrance and went upstairs as if she was familiar with the way. And Yanan made a face at Lin Fan and followed Ling Shuefei upstairs.
Nervous woman.
Lin Fan shook his head, closed the door and went upstairs. Ling Shuefei gently pushed open the door of Qiqi's room and walked in quietly.
Woof. Woof.
Ah. As soon as Ling Shuefei entered the house, she heard these two voices one after another. The first one was Xiaoxiao's vigilant cry, and the second one was Ling Shuefei's instinctive cry after being frightened. Xiaoxiao was sleeping in Qiqi's room at night, and a stranger suddenly walked in. He was eager to protect his master, so he stood in front of the bed, baring his fangs, and barked twice at Ling Shuefei at the door. Then he panted, staring at Ling Shuefei motionlessly, as if he would pounce on her and bite her if they had a disagreement. Ling Shuefei originally wanted to sneak into the room to give Qiqi a surprise, but she didn't expect that when she opened the door, she didn't see her daughter. Instead, she saw a ferocious dog standing by the bed, baring its teeth and barking at her. Ling Shuefei was frightened and instinctively stepped back, but because she moved too quickly, she lost her balance and fell backwards. And Yanan followed closely behind Ling Shuefei. When she heard Ling Shuefei's call, her face changed instantly. She hurriedly took 2 steps forward, just in time to meet Ling Shuefei backing out of the room. One retreated in panic, the other stepped forward anxiously, and the two inevitably bumped into each other. The two delicate bodies collided at the door of Qiqi's room and fell down together. And Yanan, this stupid teammate, not only failed to support Ling Shuefei, but she herself tripped and grabbed Ling Shuefei's shoulders, and both of them fell to the ground.
It's over. This time it's really embarrassing. The guy couldn't even straighten his back from laughing. Why is there a dog in Qiqi's room? Qiqi is still young.
If she gets infected with some bacteria or viruses, she will easily get sick. How come this guy shows up at home after just 1 day of not seeing him? He's really trying to make things difficult for me.
In these short few seconds, so many thoughts flashed through Ling Shuefei's mind, but the expected pain did not come.
Instead, she felt as if she was caught by something soft.
Ouch!
And Yanan sat down on the ground and cried out in pain. The scream brought Ling Shuefei back to her senses, and then she found that she was actually in that man's arms.
Chapter 50, In Yanan's Heartbreak.
Ling Shuefei first saw a pair of male hands holding her arms. The warmth from the palms was so obvious that she felt a strange sensation in her body. Then Ling Shuefei slowly raised her head and saw the chin with green stubble, rosy and plump lips, straight nose, and deep and bright eyes. Lin Fan had an evil smile on his face, looking down at Ling Shuefei.
Ling Shuefei's face turned red in an instant.
She hurriedly struggled to break free from Lin Fan's arms and was about to stand up. However, as soon as she stood up, her body swayed and she fell down again.
You stupid woman, don't move if you sprain your ankle. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, stood up and supported Ling Shuefei again, but his slightly disgusted words made Ling Shuefei very annoyed.
You are such a stubborn guy. You took advantage of me and even spoke to me in such a disgusted tone.
Doesn't your conscience hurt?
Ling Shuefei pushed Lin Fan away and stood firmly against the wall, leaning on her left foot.
She didn't dare to put any strength on it.
She looked at Lin Fan with a red face, and her eyes seemed to be spewing flames.
You scoundrel!
And Yanan also stood up, rubbing his waist, and protected Ling Shuefei in front of him, like a little wildcat with its fur standing on end. He looked at Lin Fan with vigilance, as if he was going to bite Lin Fan if they didn't agree with him.
Lin Fan looked at the two women with a mixture of laughter and tears, and spread his hands and said, "Look at you two, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness."
What was your last sentence?
Ling Shuefei frowned slightly.
The pain in her ankle was so clear that she couldn't ignore it.
But she didn't want to show it in front of Lin Fan.
She glared at Lin Fan with gritted teeth. And Yanan raised her chin fiercely, pointed at Lin Fan with her second thumb, and said, "Be careful.
I'm telling you, don't bully us just because we're women.
If you dare to touch Sister Feifei again, I'll chop off your dirty hands."
Lin Fan rolled his eyes and said, "Please understand the situation, okay?
I'm trying to save your Sister Feifei."
He emphasized the last three words Sister Feifei and glanced at Ling Shuefei out of the corner of his eye.
The blush on Ling Shuefei's face had not yet faded. After hearing what was said, she looked up at Lin Fan and decisively changed the subject, saying, "Why is there a dog in Qiqi's room?"
Did you deliberately put a dog in there to scare me? Hearing Ling Shuefei's obviously unreasonable words, Lin Fan really didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Before he could say anything, Ling Shuefei said, "Also, did you know that cats and dogs can breed bacteria? If you let them stay with Qiqi, what if Qiqi gets sick?" "No, it won't work if Qiqi stays with you. I want to take Qiqi back now." After saying that, Ling Shuefei held onto the wall and was about to walk into the room, but her feet were so painful that as soon as they touched the ground, she suddenly pulled them back, her eyebrows furrowed, with a look of pain on her face.
And Yanan quickly supported Ling Shuefei, "Sister Feifei, be careful." Mama, is that you?"
At this time, Qiqi's still somewhat confused voice came from the room, which sounded more like mumbling. Obviously, the movement at the door had woken Qiqi up. When Ling Shuefei heard Qiqi's voice, the painful expression on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a warm smile like spring breeze. "Qiqi, it's Mom is here to see you." Then, there was a noise coming from the room, and then Qiqi ran out of the room in diapers, with short legs and bare feet.
She threw herself into Ling Shuefei's arms like a young swallow, hugged Ling Shuefei and said in a baby voice, "Mom, Qiqi missed you. Qiqi even dreamed about you when she was sleeping."
As soon as she saw her precious daughter, Ling Shuefei seemed to no longer feel the pain in her ankle. She bent over and gently kissed Qiqi's little head, then asked with a smile, "What did Qiqi dream about?" Lin Fan said to Xiaoxia, who was wagging his tail at the door, "Go and fetch Qiqi's slippers." After hearing what Lin Fan said, Ling Shuefei was still wondering who this guy was talking to. Then she was surprised to find that the husky, which looked so stupid and scared itself to fall, actually listened to Lin Fan's orders, ran to the bed with its tail wagging, and brought Qiqi's little slippers over. Xiaoxia ran over twice, picked up both of Qiqi's slippers and placed them at Qiqi's feet, then rubbed his head on Qiqi's legs. Qiqi looked down and saw that Xiaoxia had brought her slippers. She smiled and touched Xiaoxia's head, then put on the slippers obediently, then turned her head and looked at Ling Shuefei excitedly and said, "I dreamed that we went to the amusement park together, and we rode the water slide and the Ferris wheel." Listening to Qiqi's words, Ling Shuefei felt a surge of guilt. Since returning to China, she had spent very little time with Qiqi. She had promised to take Qiqi to the amusement park several times, but all of them were shelved for various reasons. Now that she was busy recently, she must fulfill her promise. But Qiqi's next words made Ling Shuefei feel a little unhappy again.
Dad and Mom took Qiqi to the playground and had a lot of fun. Dad even bought Qiqi ice cream.
Looking at Qiqi, who was so excited and unsatisfied, Ling Shuefei felt a little jealous. Now Qiqi couldn't forget this man even in her dreams. It seemed that his status in Qiqi's heart was getting higher and higher.
However, who wanted to go out with him?
Lin Fan smiled happily and said, "If Qiqi still wants to go to the amusement park, Dad will take you there again today."
Ling Shuefei turned around and gave Lin Fan a look, then turned back and touched Qiqi's pink little face, smiling and said, "Qiqi, Mommy will take you to the playground in a few days, okay?"
Okay. Qiqi clapped her hands happily and jumped up and down, saying, "And Dad, the three of us are going to play together."
"No."
Just as Ling Shuefei was about to say something, Lin Fan spoke up first, "Okay, whatever little darling Qiqi says, Daddy will satisfy you."
Hearing this, Ling Shuefei rolled her eyes at Lin Fan, but did not say anything in rebuttal. She did not want to make Qiqi unhappy. And Yanan squatted down and looked at Qiqi, then asked with a smile, Qiqi, can you bring Aunt Yanan with you when you go to the amusement park?
Originally, Yanan thought that Qiqi would definitely be happy to go with her, because in a foreign country, apart from Ling Shuefei, only Yanan took care of Qiqi, and they had a very good relationship. Qiqi also stuck to Yanan, but Qiqi gave her an answer that she didn't expect. No, Antonin, if you want to go to the playground, go by yourself, or find a blue friend to go with you. We are going to go out to play as a family of 3, and no outsiders are allowed. Hearing Qiqi's serious words and seeing her serious expression, Yanan's expression froze instantly. After a moment's pause, she reacted and looked at Qiqi in feigned anger and said, You heartless little thing. I bought you so many delicious and fun things, but now you don't want me anymore. When Qiqi saw that Yanan was angry, she suddenly became a little conflicted. She was kind-hearted and didn't want to make Yanan, who had always been very nice to her, unhappy. However, she had finally gone out to play with her parents and she definitely didn't want to bring a light bulb with her. So Qiqi was in a dilemma. She hooked her chubby little fingers together, lowered her head and pouted her lips to think for a while, then she raised her head, blinked her bright big eyes and looked at Yanan and said, Well, next time Qiqi goes alone and plays with Antonin again. But this time, Antonin can't disturb me and my parents. Chapter 51, All Men Are Pigs. Hearing Qiqi's words, Yanan suddenly felt a little amused. She reached out and poked Qiqi on the forehead, snorted, and said, You ungrateful little girl, you have forgotten how good Antonin was to you. Qiqi may not be good at anything else, but her skill of acting cute and funny has definitely reached the maximum level. She stepped out of Ling Shuefei's arms, ran to Yanan with her short legs, hugged Yanan's legs, tilted her little head towards Yanan's face, pursed her little mouth and blew a kiss, and said crisply, Auntie Yanan is the best. And Yanan was completely exhausted by Qiqi's kiss. She smiled and hugged Qiqi. With a little effort, she stood up while holding Qiqi. She kissed Qiqi on the face and said, You still have a conscience. Qiqi hugged Yanan's neck and said with a smile, As long as Antonin doesn't bully Daddy, Qiqi will always be the best, the third best in the world with Antonin. Ah. And Yanan looked disappointed and said to Qiqi, So I can only rank third? Qiqi said seriously while bending her chubby little fingers, Well, Daddy and Mommy are tied for first place, so Auntie Yanan can only be ranked third. And Yanan felt the pain in her heart again, but she couldn't get angry with this cute little princess anyway, so she had to scratch Qiqi's nose and said, Huh, little girl, you really forgot your aunt now that you have parents. While Yanan and Qiqi were chatting and laughing, Lin Fan looked at Ling Shuefei, hesitated for a moment, and asked, You just sprained your ankle. It seems to be quite serious. Do you want me to take a look? Hearing this, Ling Shuefei immediately looked at Lin Fan with a vigilant expression and decisively refused, No, I can do it myself. What a joke. Don't think that just because you are Qiqi's father you can touch my body. I have seen many people like you. You have no good intentions and bad intentions. All men are big pigs. You, the former fourth young master of Yanyan, are even more of a pig. And Yanan on the side also looked at Lin Fan with contempt. During this period of contact, in her mind, Lin Fan had already established the image of being vulgar, lustful, obscene and dirty. Now, hearing that Lin Fan proposed to show Ling Shuefei's feet, the impression of Lin Fan in her mind became even worse. Ling Shuefei and Yanan had a deep misunderstanding of Lin Fan, but Qiqi was Lin Fan's #1 die-hard fan. After hearing what he said, Qiqi first looked at Ling Shuefei in confusion, and found that the latter was indeed tiptoeing, which was a bit unnatural, so she looked up at Lin Fan and urged, Dad, please show Mommy, I don't want Mommy to be so uncomfortable. Hearing this, Ling Shuefei turned around and glared at Qiqi, and said, I don't want him to see it, I'm fine. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression on his face. He said, Okay then. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Ling Shuefei didn't react, but Qiqi covered her forehead with one hand and blurted out something that shocked the 3 adults on the spot, Dad, you are too stupid. How can you chase a girl like this? Girls may say no, but they actually want you in their hearts. When Qiqi said this, the 3 adults were stunned. Ling Shuefei blushed with shame and said angrily, You little stinky girl, where did you learn these messed up things? Qiqi raised her head proudly and said, That's what I see on TV. Women always say one thing and mean another. As she spoke, Qiqi shook her head in an old-fashioned manner, sighed, and looked like a little adult. The 3 adults found her very cute. Qiqi's childish words made Ling Shuefei a little shy. She glared at Yanan and said, "Don't take Qiqi to watch those stupid TV series in the future." And Yanan stuck out her tongue. It was true that when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the pond are affected. After saying that, Ling Shuefei wanted to go downstairs while holding onto the wall, but her ankle was sprained so badly that she felt excruciating pain whenever she touched the ground. However, Ling Shuefei had a strong personality and she couldn't show it in front of Lin Fan, so she gritted her teeth, held onto the wall, and limped towards the stairs. And Yanan quickly handed Qiqi to Lin Fan and ran over to carry Ling Shuefei, but she was just a girl after all, and it was still a little difficult for her to carry Ling Shuefei. Qiqi lay in Lin Fan's arms, turned her head and watched Ling Shuefei moving with difficulty. She turned back and held Lin Fan's face, and said seriously, "Dad, your wife has sprained her ankle, why are you still standing here? Come over and help." Hearing this, Ling Shuefei almost fell down again. She didn't expect that after raising a child for 4 years, she would end up raising a child who was a traitor to her. Lin Fan would never refuse Qiqi's request, so he smiled and nodded, put Qiqi on the ground, and said, "Qiqi, you play with Xiaoxia first, Daddy will go help her." "Come on, Daddy." Qiqi touched Xiaoxia's head with one hand and clenched her fist with the other hand and said. When Ling Shuefei heard Lin Fan's words, she quickly turned around and said, "No, don't come over." But before Ling Shuefei could finish her words, Lin Fan appeared beside her. He pushed Yanan away without saying a word, then picked up Ling Shuefei by the waist, went downstairs lightly, and put Ling Shuefei on the sofa. On the second floor, Yanan stared at Ling Shuefei who was put on the sofa with her mouth wide open, and she forgot to react. Although Lin Fan's actions just now were overbearing, they were measured, and the force was very gentle. He just pushed her away but did not make her lose her balance. Ling Shuefei herself felt it even more strongly. She even kept her eyes closed the whole time and didn't dare to open them. She only knew that she was in a strong and powerful embrace, with a gust of wind blowing in her ears, and then she felt that she was placed in a soft place. After confirming landing, Ling Shuefei opened her eyes and found herself lying on the sofa, while Lin Fan was standing in front of her with an indifferent expression, looking down at her. "What are you doing?" Ling Shuefei instinctively protected her chest and looked at Lin Fan with a cold face. Lin Fan touched his nose and said softly, "Don't be too concerned about the upper and lower parts." Hearing this, Ling Shuefei was shocked to realize that she was lying on the sofa in this position, with her long white legs completely exposed to Lin Fan's sight. After discovering all this, Ling Shuefei felt her face burning. She quickly sat up straight, then raised her head and glared at Lin Fan. "Have you seen enough? You lecher! You filthy hooligan!" Lin Fan looked at Ling Shuefei innocently and said, "Hey, woman, you are too unreasonable. Your feet are almost swollen like pig's trotters. If you don't treat it in time, you will be unable to walk for at least half a month. You really take my kindness for granted. Stop exaggerating. It's just a sprained ankle. It's not like I haven't sprained my ankle before. It's not as serious as you say." Ling Shuefei naturally didn't believe Lin Fan's words. In her opinion, Lin Fan was just trying to scare someone by saying he couldn't get out of bed for half a month. Who was he trying to scare? You just want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Do you think I will let you succeed? Lin Fan was really getting impatient at this point. Being misunderstood again and again would make even a good-tempered person angry. Moreover, Lin Fan himself did not consider himself a good-tempered person, so he threw his hands and said, "Believe it or not, when you really can't get off the ground, don't blame me for not reminding you." After saying that, Lin Fan went straight upstairs. He was not going to pamper this young lady. Chapter 52. Give me 3 minutes. The usually nervous Yanan finally reacted at this time. She hurriedly ran from upstairs to the first floor. When she passed Lin Fan at the stairs, she glared at Lin Fan fiercely. Then she ran to the sofa and held Ling Shuefei's feet to check carefully. "Sister Feifei, are you okay?" And Yanan asked with concern while checking Ling Shuefei's feet. Ling Shuefei stared at Lin Fan's back fiercely for a few times before looking away, shaking her head and saying slowly, "It's okay." Only then did Yanan feel slightly relieved. Ling Shuefei was also unlucky. She was frightened by Xiaoxia just now and reacted too violently. Her movements were too big, so she sprained her ankle quite seriously. Her ankle was swollen. Lin Fan was not exaggerating. If it was not handled properly and she insisted on being tough, it might take her half a month to recover. Lin Fan went up to the second floor and held Qiqi in his arms. His precious daughter was indeed very obedient. Fortunately, her personality did not resemble her mother's.
Qiqi lay down in front of Lin Fan and said, "Dad, why don't you help mommy take care of her feet?" Lin Fan said angrily, "Your mother is simply unreasonable." Fortunately, our Qiqi did not follow her. Ling Shufe was already angry, and when she heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately exploded. She glared at Lin Fan and shouted, "What did you say? You stinky hooligan, who are you calling unreasonable? Whoever has the strongest reaction will be the winner." Lin Fan said this without even turning his head. "You." Ling Shufe gritted her teeth, wishing she could press Lin Fan to the ground and rub him back and forth. At this time, Qiqi, who had both high IQ and EQ, spoke again. She grabbed Lin Fan's earlobe and said, "Dad, you are a man, you should give in to girls and don't be angry with mom. Girls need to be coaxed, as long as you coax mom well, she won't be angry with you. Do you think your mother is an ordinary girl?" Lin Fan looked at Qiqi with disbelief. Qiqi nodded repeatedly. Of course, believe what Qiqi says. Qiqi won't lie to daddy. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and walked downstairs with Qiqi in his arms. Xiaoxia followed behind him with his tail wagging. After all, for the sake of the little princess in his arms, even if Lin Fan didn't have a good relationship with Ling Shufe, at least he couldn't make things too awkward. Downstairs, and Yanan gently lifted Ling Shufei's legs and slowly placed them on her own legs. Ling Shufe clenched her fists throughout the process, nervously watching Yanan's movements, fearing that she would be accidentally hurt. "Sister Feifei, your case is really serious." And Yanan carefully examined Ling Shuefei's ankle, and while speaking, he stretched out his finger and tentatively touched the swollen area. Hiss! As soon as Yanan's fingers touched Ling Shuefei's ankle, Ling Shuefei gasped and instinctively grabbed Yanan's shoulders. "It hurts, Anan, be gentler." And Yanan raised her head and looked at Ling Shuefei, and said with a worried expression, "Sister Feifei, your ankle is so swollen that you can't even get out of bed now. What should we do? You have a very important meeting to attend this afternoon, and an important guest is coming in a couple of days. I'm afraid your ankle won't heal in a day or two." Ling Shuefei shook her silver teeth and said, "It's okay, I'll just buy some medicine and wipe it off later. I can do it." "If you can't do it, don't be stubborn. You can do it, but you have to ask your body if it can do it." At this time, Lin Fan had already gone downstairs with Qiqi in his arms. After hearing Ling Shuefei's words, he interrupted. "Shut up! Shut up!" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Shuefei and Yanan turned their heads almost at the same time and glared at Lin Fan and shouted. As Lin Fan spoke, Qiqi stretched out her chubby little arms towards Ling Shuefei and said in a baby voice, "Mom, Daddy is here to treat your illness." "I don't want him to see it." Ling Shuefei muttered, took Qiqi from Lin Fan and held her in her arms. Lin Fan stood in front of the sofa with his hands in his pockets and said slowly, "I'm not exaggerating. Your ankle is seriously injured. Even if you apply medicinal wine and take good care of it, it will take at least a week before you can walk. But if you force yourself to walk before then, it may take up to 2 weeks." At this point, Ling Shuefei raised her head and was about to say something, but Lin Fan raised his hand and said in a firm tone, "Listen to me first." Ling Shuefei looked at Lin Fan angrily, but didn't say anything else. Lin Fan held up 3 fingers and continued. "If you believe me, give me 3 minutes. It only takes 3 minutes and you will be able to get out of bed. Although you cannot fully recover, as long as you don't do strenuous exercise, run around or jump around, there will be no problem. After that, take a good night's sleep and you will be completely back to normal tomorrow." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yanan sneered and said, 3 minutes? Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of Hua Tua or the descendant of Bien Ke? Why didn't you say that you can regenerate severed limbs? Lin Fan said calmly, "I can indeed." Whispering sound. And Yanan rolled her eyes at Lin Fan, and became even more certain in her heart that Lin Fan was a big liar who wanted to take advantage of Ling Shuefei. However, as long as Zhanshan was around, he would never be able to realize his dirty little tricks. Lin Fan did not argue with Yanan, but turned his head and looked at Ling Shuefei inquiringly. Ling Shuefei began to feel entangled. She knew her own situation very well. She had just taken over Dynasty Entertainment and there was a lot of work to be done. She was unfamiliar with many things and had not achieved many goals as expected. She was already overwhelmed with her usual work and wished she could split herself in 2. Now that her ankle was sprained, she was afraid that her work efficiency would drop by more than half. If she was in this state, it would be difficult for her to face the company's current difficulties. In addition, a very important friend would come over in a few days, but her current situation was probably a problem.
On the other hand, Ling Shuefei also thought of the day before when Zhang Haitian and Gu Meiwan came to Lin Fan in person to seek medical treatment, and it was under her nose that Lin Fan demonstrated his miraculous alchemy skills. It is not impossible that Lin Fan knows some medical skills.
This was the truth, and Ling Shuefei also understood it.
However, she was strong-willed and still didn't want to bow to Lin Fan. She looked directly at Lin Fan and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I won't bother you.
I have a surgical expert I know."
Before Ling Shuefei finished her words, Lin Fan noticed that Qiqi was looking at him pitifully. His heart softened, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then, under Ling Shuefei's shocked gaze, he stepped forward, pushed Yanan aside, and sat on the sofa next to Ling Shuefei.
"What are you going to do?"
Ling Shuefei exclaimed, but Lin Fan did not answer.
He grabbed Ling Shuefei's calf domineeringly and took off her shoes with his other hand.
"Asshole.
What do you want to do?
Let go of Sister Fei Fei." Seeing Lin Fan's actions, Yanan screamed, turned around and rushed over to shake Lin Fan, tearing his clothes, trying to pull him away, but Lin Fan was like an unshakable rock. "No matter how big the waves were, I would remain motionless."
"Don't move."
Lin Fan spat out a word coldly. Ling Shuefei, who was about to struggle subconsciously, actually stopped her movements for some unknown reason after hearing this. She leaned on the sofa, stopped resisting, and stared at Lin Fan blankly. Lin Fan placed Ling Shuefei's legs on his own legs and gently covered her swollen area with his right hand.
Chapter 53, Soulless. I have to say that Ling Shuefei is truly a beauty who embodies the spirit of heaven and earth.
Her pair of snow-white, slender legs are flawless, without a trace of fat, and very fit. If they were 1 inch thicker, they would be considered fat, and if they were 1 inch thinner, they would be considered thin. Lin Fan actually felt reluctant to let go, as if what he was holding was something more precious than the artifact that was enough to attract countless cultivators to risk their lives to snatch it.
Fortunately, Lin Fan was determined and did not lose his composure.
Ling Shuefei closed her eyes in extreme nervousness, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She held Qiqi in one hand and tightly grasped the cushion on the sofa with the other hand, ready to feel the pain.
But a few seconds passed. "Huh? Why doesn't it hurt yet?"
Ling Shuefei opened her eyes suspiciously and saw that Lin Fan's hand had grasped her ankle, but strangely she did not feel any pain at all. On the contrary, a heat came from Lin Fan's palm, slowly radiating from the place of contact to the surroundings.
The warmth actually felt very comfortable.
Seeing Ling Shuefei's reaction, Yanan slowly stopped what he was doing and looked at Ling Shuefei suspiciously, wondering if Lin Fan could really treat illnesses. The two women had their own thoughts, but Lin Fan had no distractions. He silently circulated his true energy, gathered it in his right palm, and passed it to Ling Shuefei's ankle through his palm. Under the nourishment of the true qi, Ling Shuefei naturally did not feel any pain. On the contrary, she felt very comfortable. It was hard to describe the feeling, just like walking hundreds of kilometers in the desert, and drinking a bottle of iced mineral water when you were thirsty, or like shivering in the ice and snow, and crawling into a warm bed with an electric blanket. It was always just one word: cool. It was with this feeling that Ling Shuefei bit her lips gently, staring at Lin Fan motionlessly.
At this moment, Lin Fan's figure seemed inexplicably taller in Ling Shuefei's eyes.
3 minutes later, Lin Fan slowly withdrew his hand, turned his head to look at Ling Shuefei, and said softly,
"All right." All right? After hearing Lin Fan's voice, Ling Shuefei came back to her senses.
She looked at Lin Fan with a silly expression, full of disbelief.
But Lin Fan didn't care what Ling Shuefei thought.
He just put Ling Shuefei's legs down, stood up, and walked to the side.
This time his actions were different from before.
Although they were not rough, they were definitely not gentle either. Ling Shuefei was startled by Lin Fan's action. She thought that if he hurt herself, she would make him pay.
However, the pain she imagined did not appear.
Ling Shuefei looked at her feet suspiciously and found that the redness and swelling on her ankle had faded by more than half.
If you didn't look closely, you couldn't see anything abnormal. Is this true? Is it so magical?
Ling Shuefei shook her head gently, stretched out her right hand, and carefully touched the red and swollen area.
Doesn't it hurt? A little harder. Well, it still doesn't hurt. Really, okay?
After confirming again and again, Ling Shuefei raised her head, blinked, and didn't say a word for a long time. Sister Fei Fei, Sister Fei Fei. And Yanan quickly pushed Lin Fan aside and walked to the sofa, sitting next to Ling Shuefei. She also carefully looked at Ling Shuefei's ankle, with a very interesting expression on her face.
What the hell is this? What are you playing with? It was so swollen just now, how come it healed just by touching it with your palm? And Yanan even reached out to touch Ling Shuefei's ankle in disbelief, but the latter didn't react at all. It seemed that she really didn't feel any pain. What was happening right before their eyes at this moment had completely overturned Ling Shuefei and Yanan's three views. For the two girls who had been educated in materialism since childhood, how could such a plot that could only happen in myths happen before their eyes, or even happen to themselves? Ling Shuefei raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. After hesitating for a moment, she asked with her red lips slightly parted, how did you do it? Before Lin Fan could say anything, Qiqi raised her little head and said very proudly, Dad is so amazing, Dad is a Superman, he can do everything. Ling Shuefei scratched Qiqi's little nose and said with a smile, I know, little girl, it's only been a few days. If you keep defending him like this, if more time passes, won't you even forget your mother? Qiqi quickly hugged Ling Shuefei's arm and shook it twice, saying coquettishly, Mommy is the best mommy in the world, Qiqi loves mommy the most. You just have a sweet mouth. Ling Shuefei reached out and touched Qiqi's forehead, saying, We. Qiqi crawled into Ling Shuefei's arms, arched her little butt, and changed to a more comfortable lying position. Ling Shuefei gently touched Qiqi's little head, looked up at Lin Fan and asked again, What did you do just now? Lin Fan said casually, With your knowledge and perspective, it's hard for me to explain it to you, but you can simply understand it as, I know Qigong. Hearing this, Ling Shuefei rolled her eyes. The slight good impression she had just built up towards Lin Fan completely disappeared at this moment. He was indeed a jerk with a terrible temper. After her ankle healed, Ling Shuefei put Qiqi on the sofa and slowly stood up. She tried to use her sprained foot to support herself. After finding that there was nothing wrong, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked slowly in front of the sofa. However, her walking posture was very funny at the beginning, just like a toddler. After Qiqi left her mother's arms, she crawled on the sofa and moved to the edge, trying to get down. Qiqi lay on the sofa with her but sticking out and her two short legs stretched out tentatively. However, the height of the sofa was still too high for Qiqi, who was only 4 years old. Her short legs could not reach the ground at all, and there was nothing on the sofa to bear the force, so the little girl kicked her legs twice and slid from the sofa to the ground. Qiqi! Ling Shuefei caught a glimpse of Qiqi's movements and was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly turned around and tried to hug Qiqi, but her movements were still too slow and she was simply too late. She could only watch Qiqi fall from the sofa to the ground. Ling Shuefei's heart was broken when she saw this. Qiqi was a piece of flesh that fell from her body and occupied the most important position in her heart. If Qiqi really fell somewhere, she would be heartbroken. And Yanan, who was standing next to her, also saw Qiqi's condition, but she was farther away from Qiqi than Ling Shuefei, and had no time to remedy the situation. She felt deeply remorseful, thinking it was all her fault. She was so focused on how incredible what had just happened was that she didn't even notice Qiqi. Chapter 54, Persuasion. Woof! At the critical moment, Xiaoxia took action again. He just let out a soft call, and then Ling Shuefei and Yanan were surprised to find that this cute-looking husky rushed to the sofa like lightning before Qiqi fell to the ground, and just sat under Qiqi. Qiqi fell on Xiaoxia's back. It was so soft that it didn't hurt at all. Oh, Xiaoxia, it's you, Xia. Qiqi happily hugged Xiaoxia and laughed. The cute baby and the puppy had already established a deep friendship and started playing happily. Ling Shuefei withdrew her gaze in a daze, and even stretched out her hand to pinch Yanan's arm. And Yanan looked at Ling Shuefei resentfully, touched her red arm, and said with a pout, Sister Feifei, what are you doing? Why do I feel that stupid dog is smarter than you? Ling Shuefei glanced at Yanan apologetically, smiled and stroked Yanan's arm twice, made a joke, then turned her head to look at Lin Fan, with a big question mark in her mind. She felt that she was getting more and more confused about the man in front of her. His miraculous alchemy skills, his amazing jumping ability of 3 meters, and his ability to easily heal her injured ankle, even the husky at home had such a high IQ. What Ling Shuefei didn't notice was that when she said the word stupid dog, Xiaoxia, who was playing with Qiqi, looked at Ling Shuefei with resentment, and his expression was as aggrieved as it could be. To say that Benha is a stupid dog is really bullying. If this woman wasn't the mother of the little master, Benha would definitely teach her a lesson. Woof, the little master is still the best. Have you seen enough? Lin Fan's calm voice woke Ling Shuefei from her reverie. Ling Shuefei blushed, glared at Lin Fan fiercely, and asked, why did you take the initiative to raise a dog at home? Do you know that cats and dogs can easily breed bacteria and parasites? What if Qiqi gets sick? What if the dog goes crazy and bites Qiqi? Have you ever considered Qiqi? How can I leave Qiqi with you if you do this? Facing Ling Xuefei's series of questions, Lin Fan acted quite calm. He looked at Ling Xuefei calmly and said, "Are you done? If you are, listen to me." As he spoke, Lin Fan walked over to Qiqi and Xiaoxia, who were playing happily, squatted down, stroked Xiaoxia's head, and continued, "Qiqi must have always played alone when she was abroad, right? Without other children, do you know how much impact this will have on the child's growth? Qiqi is still young now. If you stay abroad like this for a few more years, Qiqi will develop an autistic personality with you. Children need partners and friends to grow up. No matter how attentive and meticulous we adults are in taking care of children, we can't replace the role of friends. Do you know what Qiqi told me? She said that when she was abroad, no one played with her, she couldn't understand what others said, and she was very lonely. So I found a friend for Qiqi to accompany her to grow up and play with her. As for your concerns, they are not a problem at all for me. First of all, you can understand that Xiaoxia's body has been specially treated by me. There is no way that there are bacteria and parasites on his body. Secondly, I don't think you are necessarily smarter than Xiaoxia. Not only will he never hurt Qiqi, but you just saw that he knows how to protect Qiqi. He is the best nanny and the most loyal bodyguard. With him by Qiqi's side, you should feel more at ease." Woof! Woof! Hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiaoxia immediately wagged his tail and barked twice to show his loyalty, then stuck out his tongue and panted at Lin Fan. "Well, you saw it." Lin Fan patted Xiaoxia's head gently and said. Ling Xuefei was speechless after hearing what Lin Fan said. She was stunned for a while before she came to her senses. She put her hands on the waist that was held tightly by her, stared at Lin Fan with murderous eyes and said, "What do you mean? Are you saying that I can't take good care of Qiqi? Also, what do you mean by saying that I may not be smarter than your dog? Explain it to me clearly." And Yanan next to him also looked at Lin Fan with displeasure, and his eyes seemed to wish he could shoot a death ray to pierce Lin Fan. "It's nothing. In a nutshell, I can definitely take good care of Qiqi." Lin Fan curled his lips and stood up and said. At this time, Qiqi also ran to Ling Xuefei's feet, hugged Ling Xuefei's smooth calves and said, "Mom, Xiaoxia is Qiqi's good friend, he won't hurt Qiqi, Xiaoxia, don't you think so?" After saying that, Qiqi turned around and waved at Xiaoxia. When Xiaoxia heard the call from his little master, he ran to Qiqi with his tail wagging, rubbed his head against Qiqi's waist, and then lay down on the ground obediently with a loving look in his eyes. Seeing Xiaoxia's performance, Ling Xuefei temporarily believed what Lin Fan said. It seemed that this dog only looked stupid, but was actually quite smart. At least she had never seen a dog smarter than him. "Well, then what you said makes sense, but you'd better be more careful. If Qiqi loses even a hair, I won't forgive you." Humph! Ling Xuefei pointed her slender jade finger at Lin Fan and warned him. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Even if you didn't say this, I would still do it, because Qiqi is not only your daughter, but also my daughter. I love her no less than you do." Seeing Lin Fan's serious expression and hearing his heartfelt words, Ling Xuefei finally felt relieved. Lin Fan's changes in the past few days were indeed quite big, enough for her to temporarily put aside her prejudice against Lin Fan, choose to trust Lin Fan, and agree to continue to keep Qiqi with Lin Fan. However, before leaving, Ling Xuefei still emphasized, "Today is Qiqi's third day with you, cherish the days with your daughter." Lin Fan was also quite troubled by this. Although he had only been with Qiqi for a short time, in his heart, he had already placed Qiqi in a very important position. If Qiqi really had to leave him, he would never be able to accept it. But he couldn't just snatch Qiqi away from Ling Xuefei. Not only would it be unmanly to do so, but even if he could get past this hurdle, Qiqi probably wouldn't be happy. What she wanted most was to live with her parents, not for them to be in complete conflict because of her. Alas, this is really a headache. Shenyang Immortal Master Lin Fan encountered the biggest challenge since his rebirth. On the other side, inside the Jingjuan KTV, the rainbow candies, who had been crazy for most of the night, fell into a deep sleep one after another at 2 or 3 in the morning, and were now lying in the box in a mess. There were many leftover wine bottles on the ground, as well as a lot of fruit and vegetable peels and cigarette butts scattered all over the floor. The whole box was filled with smoke. I don't know how these people endured it. They were all sleeping soundly, especially Xiao Huang. His nose was full of snot bubbles, and he was smacking his lips and talking in his sleep. I don't know which fairy he was meeting in his dream. Buzz buzz buzz. Long Zhe was lying on the sofa, his mouth slightly open and drooling, sleeping soundly.
The phone in his pocket vibrated twice, the screen lit up, and a text message was sent to his phone. Xiaozhe, your grandfather is sick, and your aunt is going back to her hometown to visit him. I left the key to the villa on the TV set-top box. When you are free in the evening, go over and do some simple cleaning. Although I don't have any great skills, I still have to do my promised work seriously. My aunt will probably be back tomorrow afternoon, so don't cause any trouble. Chapter 55, Operation 3 Idiots. In Lin Fan's villa, Ling Shuefei hugged Qiqi and talked for a while before calling in Yanan and reluctantly left Jun Nan Waterfront and rushed to the company. Sister Feifei, stop looking. You can't see it anymore. After the Ferrari 488 drove out of the Jiangnan waterfront community and turned onto the main road, and Yanan looked at Ling Shuefei, who kept looking back in the rearview mirror, and joked with a smile. Alas! Ling Shuefei retracted her gaze and sat down. She stretched out her hand to gather the hair at her temples, sighed faintly, and said, "And Qiqi is getting more and more attached to that man. This is not a good sign. In 2 days, it may be even more difficult to take Qiqi away from him. What do you think I should do?" And Yanan said with a smile, "This is not simple." Hearing this, Ling Shuefei looked at Yanan, her eyes lit up, and she asked hurriedly, "Do you have any good ideas?" Sure enough, no matter how strong a woman is, she will become sensitive and cautious when it comes to issues involving her children. And Yanan raised the corner of her mouth and said in a mean tone, "Wouldn't it be fine as long as you marry him? In the future, you three can live together happily as a family, and there is nothing to worry about." Unknown. Ling Shuefei stopped in Yanan with a blushing face. "What nonsense are you talking about?" And Yanan said seriously, "I'm not talking nonsense, Sister Feifei. In the past, even if 10,000 Lin fans were tied together, they would not be worthy of you. But now, his changes are really amazing. Sometimes I wonder if this Lin fan is still the good-for-nothing dandy we think he is. You see, he can not only make pills and cure diseases, but he is also very skilled. You didn't see it just now. When he carried you down from the second floor, he was like a knight in a martial arts TV show. He didn't walk down at all, he floated down, you know? And the dog he raised can actually understand human language. It's really a freak." After hearing Yanan's words, Ling Shuefei couldn't help but think of Lin Fan. It must be said that the current Lin Fan is indeed more than 10,000 times more outstanding than before. He is even more outstanding than many young talents from big families that she knows. However, it is pure fantasy to say that Ling Shuefei would have a good impression of Lin Fan just because of this matter. However, although Ling Shuefei did not have a good impression of Lin Fan, at least she was not as disgusted with him as before, and she even developed a little curiosity to get to know Lin Fan better. As the saying goes, all things are difficult at the beginning. Now that we have had a good start, will there still be problems with things in the future? Ling Shuefei quickly came back to her senses from her deep thoughts, wondering what was wrong with her. She was so engrossed in her thoughts. She gently patted her face, which was still flushed, and instantly regained her cool demeanor as a female CEO. She put her legs together and said, "And how long will it take to get to the company?" Hearing Ling Shuefei's words, Yanan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly entered the working state. The playful expression disappeared, replaced by a serious face. "Today's traffic conditions are not bad, we should be able to get to the company within 20 minutes. Yeah, okay." After saying that, Ling Shuefei leaned gently on the seat and slowly closed her eyes. However, her eyelashes trembled slightly from time to time, indicating that her heart was not as calm as she looked on the surface. After Ling Shuefei and Yanan left, only Lin Fan and his daughter Qiqi were left in the villa. Oh, no, now there was a little fool too. Lin Fan turned on the TV and let Xiaoxia play with Qiqi in the living room. He put on an apron and walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the father, daughter, and Xiaoxia. Listening to Qiqi's silver bell-like laughter coming from the living room from time to time, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Now this warm life made him intoxicated. Qiqi was like a gift from God, which made him cherish it even more. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, then got busy in a happy mood. 20 minutes later, breakfast was ready. The two of them and the dog sat around the dining table to have breakfast together. Seeing Qiqi's mouth full of rice, Lin Fan felt that he was the happiest person in the world. After breakfast, when Lin Fan had cleared the dishes, Qiqi pestered him to sit on the sofa and watch an episode of Boonie Bears together. Seeing Qiqi dancing with joy after Big Bear and Little Bear once again defeated Bull Chang, who was trying to destroy the forest, Lin Fan's mood also improved. The little princess's bell-like laughter echoed in the living room for a long time. After playing an episode of the cartoon, Lin Fan gently touched Qiqi's little head and said, "Qiqi, Daddy is going out to buy some things.
You just stay at home and play with Xia, okay?
Qiqi shook her little head, threw herself on Lin Fan, hugged Lin Fan and said in a baby voice, Qiqi wants to go out with Daddy, too.
Lin Fan smiled and said, Dad is going to buy some herbs. The smell in the pharmacy is terrible. Qiqi, you should not go. Just play at home. Dad will be back soon.
Well, okay then, Qiqi will be good. Qiqi thought for a while biting her little finger and said, So good, huh? Lin Fan kissed Qiqi's little face, then stood up, changed his clothes and went out. Before leaving, Lin Fan reminded Xia to protect Qiqi.
Xia naturally dared not disobey his master's orders.
He barked twice and wagged his tail to give assurances. It was because of Xia, the loyal bodyguard, that Lin Fan could boldly leave Qiqi alone at home. Lin Fan went out this time to go to the pharmacy to buy some medicinal herbs, mainly those that could help improve physical fitness. Although Lin Fan had taken the marrow cleansing pill, his 8 extraordinary meridians had already been opened, and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of qi refining. His physical quality was still a little insufficient. Simply put, it was like installing an airplane engine on a car. The car might still run for a short time, and even run quite happily, but over time, problems were inevitable. As the saying goes, health is the capital of revolution. Although Lin Fan came from the world of cultivation and was an orthodox cultivator who focused on refining qi, controlling the sword with qi, and taking the head of a person from 1,000 miles away, his concept was different from that of other cultivators. He also focused on physical training. In his view, no matter how powerful external objects were, they were still external objects. Only a strong body was the foundation. Therefore, although Lin Fan did not focus on physical training, he would also intentionally improve his physical strength.
There are also many physical training sects in the world of cultivation.
They have little reliance on treasures and spiritual weapons. They focus on polishing their bodies and rely on themselves for attack and defense. Those who have reached the Mahayana stage can fight against top-level spiritual weapons with their bodies alone. The most famous existence in the physical training lineage is the immortal demon lord. His body is invulnerable to swords and guns, and is immune to water and fire. Even the most powerful sword cultivators can hardly hurt him. Even if Lin Fan fights against the immortal demon lord head-on, he may not be able to gain an advantage. You know, in his previous life, Lin Fan was basically at the top of the world of cultivation. The fact that the immortal demon lord can fight against Lin Fan head-on with just his body and not lose is enough to explain some problems. Hong Mang creation's secret is extremely mysterious and all-encompassing. Among them is a special method for body refining, called Hong Mang Immortal Body, which can absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars to strengthen the body.
It also comes with an auxiliary medicinal bath secret recipe. The effect will be better if the practice is combined with medicinal bathing.
In addition to his own needs for body refining, Lin Fan also needs to buy some other medicinal herbs for other uses. After Lin Fan left, Qiqi sat on the sofa, swinging her short legs. She patted the cushion next to her and said, "Little silly, come and sit down. Let's watch Xiong together."
Woof!
Xia responded and jumped onto the sofa briskly, sitting on his but with his 2 hind legs stretched straight out and his front legs supported on the cushion. He sat next to Qiqi and watched the cartoon attentively with a human expression on his face. On the west side of Jun Nan Waterfront community, 3 sturdy men climbed over the wall and jumped into the community stealthily. One of the sturdy men was holding a sack in his hand and had several circles of hemp rope wrapped around his shoulders. The burly man who looked like the leader pulled the person next to him and asked with some concern, "Xiao Man, are you sure that guy is out?" Xiao Man nodded and said affirmatively, "I'm sure, I saw him drive out with my own eyes."
Put.
The leading burly man lowered his head and spat, and said with a gloomy face, "That's good, while he is not at home, let's go and tie up the little guy."
Brother Tao, isn't it a bit immoral for us to do this? Another strong man hesitated and spoke.
Brother Tao raised his hand and patted him on the head, then lowered his voice and scolded, "Pansy, it's already this late and you're still saying this. This job is worth 2 million. If you feel guilty about it, quit now.
Xiao Hai and I can get more money."
Pansy quickly waved his hands and said, No, I'll do it. Damn it, the 3 of US brothers suffered such a big loss at his hands, I can't swallow this anger. Brother Tao nodded in satisfaction, then a sinister smile appeared on his face, and he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Crash! As soon as the voice fell, 3 strong men walked quickly towards the villa.
Chapter 56, Jishan Tang. After Lin Fan drove away from the Jun Nan Waterfront, he followed the navigation to a pharmacy. The name of the pharmacy is Jishan Tang.
It is a Chinese medicine shop. Only a Chinese medicine shop could possibly have the medicinal materials that Lin Fan needs. After Lin Fan parked the car, he walked into the drugstore. As soon as he entered, he smelled the strong aroma of medicinal herbs. This is also the characteristic of the drugstore. If you don't have the smell of medicinal herbs, you would be embarrassed to say that you run a drugstore. The area of the medicine shop is quite large, with a hall of 40 to 50 square meters, and it seems that the variety of medicinal materials is quite complete, but for some reason there is no clerk in the medicine shop at the moment. There is a counter on the right side of the entrance of the medicine shop, and there is only an old man in a white coat sitting behind the counter, wearing a pair of reading glasses, looking down at a medical book. Lin Fan took a quick look and then walked to the counter and asked, "Boss, do you have any ginseng?" Hearing this, the old man in the white coat raised his head, glanced at Lin Fan, and asked, "Yes, young friend, what kind of ginseng do you need?" "At least 100 years old." Lin Fan replied. "If one wants to refine the body, ordinary ginseng will not be very effective. Ginseng that is at least 100 years old will be useful." But after saying this, Lin Fan was actually a little worried. 100-year-old ginseng is not something common, it is definitely a rare item. This medicine shop looks large, but it may not necessarily have it. Moreover, this 100-year-old ginseng is only one of the medicinal materials needed for body refining, and it is also almost the easiest medicinal material to obtain. If even this is not available, the other medicinal materials will be even more difficult to find. 100-year-old? The old man in the white coat looked at Lin Fan, a gleam in his eyes. "My friend, are you sure you want a 100-year-old ginseng?" "That's right." Lin Fan nodded. The fact that the old man in white coat did not directly refuse ignited hope in his heart. From the tone of the old man in white coat, it seemed that he really had a 100-year-old ginseng. The old man in the white coat said, "100-year-old ginseng is not an ordinary medicinal material. If you want to make wine, 10-year-old ginseng is enough. I wonder what you want to do with this 100-year-old ginseng." Lin Fan took a deep look at the old man, but he didn't hide anything. He said bluntly, "In addition to the 100-year-old ginseng, I need other medicinal herbs to improve my physique." "Oh?" The old man in the white coat's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Fan with interest, and asked, "Besides this 100-year-old ginseng, what else do you need?" "Tianshan snow lotus, Cordyceps sinensis, deer antler, seahorse, ambergris." Lin Fan reported more than a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs in a row, and they were all very precious. After listening to Lin Fan's words, the old man in the white coat looked at Lin Fan meaningfully, shook his head and said, "My friend, we don't have any of the herbs you want." Hearing this, Lin Fan was greatly disappointed. This medicine shop was considered to be a relatively large Chinese medicine shop in Longcheng. If it wasn't available here, it would be hard to find it elsewhere. It seemed that he would have to trouble Brother Zhang. Lin Fan turned around and prepared to leave the medicine shop. The old man in the white coat waved his hand and said, "Hey, young man, why do you have no patience at all? Although we don't have these herbs in our shop, I can get them for you." "Are you serious?" Lin Fan was overjoyed when he heard that. He returned to the counter and asked, "Can you really get these herbs?" The old man in the white coat nodded with a smile and said, "Although I am not a big shot, I will not lie to you. I can indeed get these herbs." Lin Fan clasped his fists and said solemnly, "Please help me, old sir." Lin Fan will be grateful. The old man in the white coat looked at Lin Fan and asked, "My friend, these herbs are not ordinary herbs. They are very precious. The ones you just mentioned will cost you over 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. What do you think?" Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem, 1 million is not expensive. When can I get these herbs?" The old man in the white coat stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Come back here in 3 days, and I will prepare all the herbs for you." "Okay." Lin Fan nodded, and then said, "I still need some other herbs." The old man in the white coat looked at Lin Fan strangely and said, "My friend, those medicinal herbs just now are already beyond my ability. If there are more precious medicinal herbs, I will be powerless." Lin Fan's face turned red, and he said, "Don't worry, old sir, these herbs are of second-rate quality." The old man in the white coat was relieved. He picked up a pen and paper from the counter and handed them to Lin Fan, saying, "Write everything down, including what you just said." Lin Fan nodded, took the paper and pen, leaned over the counter and listed out the medicinal materials. The old man in white coat watched Lin Fan writing on the paper and nodded secretly in his heart. As the saying goes, one can tell a person's character from his handwriting. Lin Fan's handwriting was vigorous and powerful, as agile as a dragon, majestic and beautiful. It was enough to show that this person had integrity and was by no means a treacherous or evil person.
All right.
After writing down all the herbs needed in 2 columns, Lin Fan handed the paper to the old man in the white coat. The old man in the white coat took the paper and stroked his beard to check it. He nodded and said, "We have all the herbs you need later.
I can get them for you now."
"Then I'll trouble you, old sir,"
Lin Fan said respectfully, clasping his fists.
Although the old man in front of him did not have any fluctuations of true energy and had no cultivation, Lin Fan instinctively felt that this old man was not an ordinary person. In addition, he needed help from others, so he was a little more polite when speaking. A few minutes later, the old man in the white coat packed up all the herbs Lin Fan needed, placed them on the counter, and said, "The herbs you will need later will cost a total of 12,800 yuan.
I'll give you 12,000 yuan. Thank you." Lin Fan thanked him again, took out his bank card and asked, "Do you need to pay a deposit for the previous batch of medicinal materials?"
The old man in the white coat waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "No need.
I trust you.
You only need to pay for the herbs. As for the rest, you can pay after you see the herbs in 3 days." Lin Fan nodded and swiped his card to pay for the herbs. The total value of the previous batch of medicinal materials exceeded 1 million, which was definitely a big deal. Moreover, it was not easy to get those precious medicinal materials. Normally, a deposit was required as a guarantee, but the old man waived the deposit very readily, which made Lin Fan's impression of the old man even deeper.
"Goodbye, old sir.
I will come back to bother you at this time in 3 days." Lin Fan bought the good medicinal materials, said goodbye to the old man in white coat, left the medicine shop, and drove to the Jun Nan Waterfront. The old man in a white coat stood at the door of Jishan Tang Pharmacy, with his left hand behind his back and his right hand slowly stroking his beard. With a faint smile on his face, he watched Lin Fan drive away.
"Mr. Su, the Zhang family called and asked you to get ready. Mr. Zhang San will come to pick you up in person later."
At this time, a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament walked in from the back door of the pharmacy, walked to the side of the old man in a white coat, respectfully performed the salute of a junior, and said. Hearing this, the old man in white coat sighed, his expression suddenly became sad, he shook his arms and returned to the pharmacy.
10 minutes later, a top-of-the-line Land Rover Range Rover and 2 Toyota Prados parked in a row in front of Jishan Tang.
Then, a burly man with a crew cut, about 30 years old, wearing an Armani suit and with tattoos on his neck and wrists, pushed open the rear door of the Land Rover Range Rover and got out.
He strode into Jishan Tang.
In a moment, the burly man politely led the old man in a white coat out of the pharmacy, got into the Land Rover Range Rover parked on the side of the road, and hurried away.
Chapter 57, A Thief Broke into the House.
Inside the Jun Nan Waterfront Villa. After Qiqi finished watching another episode of Boonie Bears on the sofa, she felt a little bored. She hugged Xiaxia and muttered, "Xiaxia, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Qiqi misses Daddy so much." Children are very playful and it is difficult for them to stay still and do one thing for a long time. Woof. Xiaxia looked back at Qiqi and called out softly.
Hearing Xiaxia's response, Qiqi pouted and said, "Xiaxia, you miss your dad too, right? How about we go out and find him, what do you think?"
Woof woof.
Xiaxia called out twice again.
Qiqi's eyes lit up, and she immediately sat up straight, saying excitedly, little silly, do you also think that what I said makes sense?
Let's go out and find Daddy."
After saying that, Qiqi supported herself on the sofa with her hands and moved her little butt towards the edge of the sofa. Whoosh! Xiaxia quickly jumped off from beside Qiqi, ran to Qiqi's feet and lay down.
Qiqi just fell on Xiaxia's back, using Xiaxia's back as a cushion and landed smoothly. "Let's go, silly." After landing and standing firmly, Qiqi's face flushed.
She waved to Xiaxia and was about to go out. Woof! Xiaxia screamed again, opened his mouth and grabbed Qiqi's trouser leg, pulling Qiqi to prevent her from leaving the house. Before the master went out, he told me to protect the little master.
I can't let him down.
The world outside is too dangerous.
It's safer to stay at home.
After Qiqi felt Xiaxia pulling her, she turned back suspiciously, blinked her bright eyes, and said, "Xiaxia, what are you doing?"
"Qiqi wants to find Daddy, come with me."
Woo woo. Xiaxia bit Qiqi's trouser leg tightly, bared his teeth, tilted his head and shook it left and right, making a low humming sound from his mouth, but he refused to let go. Qiqi was helpless. She turned around and squatted on the ground. She touched Xiaxia's head and said, "Xiaxia, why don't you want Qiqi to go find Daddy?
Qiqi misses Daddy. Can you go with me?" We are best friends. You have to support me.
After hearing what Qiqi said, Xiaoxiao's face showed a complex expression, a little yearning, a little hesitation, and a little worry. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would definitely think that he was dazzled. Otherwise, how could he see such a human expression on the face of a dog, and a husky who was known for his stupidity? Without saying too much, the richness of Xiaoxiao's facial expressions at this moment is enough to easily kill those young and popular actors who have won various fake Best Actor and Actress awards, have full schedules and countless fan traffic. Seeing Xiaoxiao was stunned, Qiqi propped up her chin and continued, Qiqi doesn't like staying in a big house alone.
It's so boring. Xiaoxiao, let's go out and find Daddy.
Woof. Xiaoxiao suddenly opened his mouth and let out a cry, but this cry was different from the previous ones. If I had to make an analogy, the previous ones were almost like the sound of a normal person talking, but the latter one seemed like a cry made in a hurry, with a higher pitch and more rapidity. Qiqi said with a smile, Qiqi knows that Xiaoxiao and Qiqi are in the same group.
Let's go.
Qiqi stood up as she spoke, but Xiaoxiao did not move. Instead, she looked around vigilantly, pricked up her ears, and listened carefully to the movements around her.
3 minutes ago.
On the side of Lin Fan's villa, 3 strong men came to the corner stealthily. Brother Tao tilted his head to look up, then licked his dry lips, nodded to Xiaoman and Pansy beside him, and said, Xiaoman, you go first.
Okay.
Hearing the sound, Xiaoman nodded, spat into each palm, then walked to the wall, firmly grasped the drainage pipe with both hands, exerted force, jumped up, pushed his feet on the wall, and stuck to the wall. Then, Xiaoman used his hands and feet, and the whole person climbed up to the second floor along the drainage pipe very quickly like a gecko. After climbing to the second floor, Xiaoman stepped on the platform outside the second floor window, grabbed the drainage pipe with his left hand, took out a glass cutter from his pocket with his right hand, and lay down at the window, and began to slowly cut the glass. Brother Tao and Pan Zi were standing on either side of the villa, keeping watch. Swoosh. Suddenly, Pan Zi turned his head and whistled. Swish.
Tao Ge turned around and looked at him.
Pan Zi winked at him and mouthed, someone is coming. Brother Tao narrowed his eyes, turned his head to look in his direction, and after making sure that there was no one here, he nimbly ran to Pan Zi's side, stuck his head out and looked outside, only to see 2 security guards talking and laughing as they walked over from the other side.
The left one is yours, the right one is mine.
Brother Tao whispered something in Pan Zi's ear, and Pan Zi nodded expressionlessly. Within a few seconds, 2 security guards walked over to where Pan Zi was hiding. Their voices could be heard clearly. They were discussing whether to have Shaxian snacks in the evening or just buy 2 pancakes to make do. They had no idea that danger was coming. Just as the 2 security guards walked out of the corner of the villa, Brother Tao and Pan Zi attacked at the same time, as fast as thunder, with only 2 slight bang sounds heard throughout the whole process. The 2 poor little security guards only saw a black shadow flash before their eyes, without even a sound, and they felt a pain on the back of their necks, their eyes went black, and they lost consciousness. After knocking out the 2 security guards, Brother Tao and Pan Zi quickly dragged their bodies to the bushes next to the villa and threw them in. With the bushes outside blocking the view, even if someone passed by the bushes, they would not easily notice that there were 2 people lying in the bushes. Brother Tao and Pan Zi took action with great speed and easily took care of 2 security guards passing by. Then they looked up and saw Xiaoman making an okay gesture to them, then he quickly jumped into the room on the second floor of the villa. We'll go too. Brother Tao whispered something, then tied the sack around his waist, swung the hemp rope behind him, grabbed the drainage pipe, and quickly climbed up. Pan Zi followed closely behind him, and in less than 10 seconds, both of them climbed into the room.
Pan Zi was the last one to climb into the room.
After he came in, he saw Xiaoman with his ear pressed against the door, listening to the noise outside, while Brother Tao was sitting on the bed, untying the sack and hemp rope on his body. Brother Tao, there seems to be a dog barking downstairs.
Xiaoman turned around and spoke in a low voice.
Hearing this, Brother Tao raised his head, frowned slightly, and then began to assign tasks. It doesn't matter, it's just a dog. Pansy, you take action later, get rid of this stupid dog first, don't let him bark and ruin my good deeds. Xiaoman, you tie up that kid, do it within 20 seconds, let's leave quickly, don't run into that person's hands.
Xiaoman and Pansy nodded. Xiaoman, open the door and get to work.
Brother Tao raised his chin and said. Squeak. Xiaoman reached out and turned the doorknob, gently opened the door, looked around, and when he found that there was no one in the corridor on the second floor, he rushed out first, followed by Tao Ge and Pan Zi.
Chapter 58, The Insidious Trio.
After Xiaoman came out of the room, he tiptoed towards the stairs. When he reached the stairs, he poked his head out to take a look downstairs. He saw a cute baby sitting on the floor. Something was playing on TV, but he didn't see the dog that had barked just now. Could it be that the dog barking just now came from the TV? Xiaoman thought about it doubtfully, turned around and made a safety gesture to Brother Tao and Pan Zi behind him, then turned around and walked towards the bottom. It's just a child of 3 or 4 years old, it's easy to deal with it and take it away. Brother Tao and Pan Zi saw Xiaoman turn the corner and walk down the stairs, and immediately followed. Woof woof. Ah. Plop. Just as Brother Tao and Pan Zi took a step forward, they heard 2 dog barks and a familiar scream from the stairs, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. What's going on? This question flashed through Tao Go and Pan Zi's minds at the same time. Ha ha, husky. Xiaoman fell on his back on the floor on the first floor, blood gushing out of his thigh. He pointed at Xiao Xia on the stairs in surprise and spoke stutteringly. Whoosh! Xiao Xia turned around and gave Xiaoman a fierce look, then jumped down the stairs. In Xiao Xia's horrified eyes, he appeared in front of him like lightning, with his 2 front legs stepping on his chest, baring his teeth and staring at Xiaoman with murderous eyes. Asshole! Xiaoman also reacted, and with a curse, the muscles in his arms bulged instantly, and he grabbed the husky from both sides at the same time. In Xiaoman's opinion, this was just a husky. Although it was attacked by him and injured, with his skills as an external force warrior, it was not difficult for it to deal with a beast. But he was wrong, very wrong. Xiaoman's determined attack missed, and his 2 palms came together with a snap, but the figure of the husky disappeared at some point. What? Xiaoman exclaimed, she couldn't believe this fact. Ah. Just when Xiaoman was horrified, Xiao Xia was not idle. He instantly appeared at Xiaoman's side, bared his fangs, and bit Xiaoman's neck. Xiaoman saw it clearly, and her heart was instantly filled with the fear of death. Xiao Xia's fangs were so sharp that if he was bitten on the carotid artery in his neck, he would definitely bleed heavily. If he was unlucky, he would only be able to collect some paper money on Qingming Festival on October 1st every year. Get away, you beast! At this critical moment of life and death, Xiaoman heard the most wonderful sound in the world. Brother Tao and Pansy had also seen this scene downstairs. Brother Tao roared, grabbed a vase next to him and threw it at Xiao Xia. At the same time, he turned over the railing on the 2nd floor and jumped down to the 1st floor. Xiao Xia, however, was stubborn. If you dare to try to take advantage of the little master, don't blame me for being merciless. He ignored the vase that was thrown at him and bit Xiaoman's neck hard. Xiao Xia screamed in fear and lay on the ground, covering his neck. Blood was flowing out from between Xiaoman's fingers. Blood foam was coming out of Xiaoman's mouth. His body was twitching, his eyelids were turning up, and soon a pool of blood was forming under his body. The vase hit Xiao Xia's head and shattered into pieces just like it had hit a wall. Xiao Xia's physical condition is no longer what it used to be. Even if he was hit by a vase or a stick, he probably wouldn't be in any danger. The husky was not an ordinary husky, but the vase was an ordinary ceramic vase. When the two collided, the vase broke directly, and the fragments flew everywhere. One of the pieces brushed past Qiqi's face. A thin bloodstain suddenly appeared on Qiqi's face. Although it was not deep and only a little blood seeped out without bleeding, it still scared Qiqi. She burst into tears and tears flowed down her pink little face. Qiqi's crying completely enraged Xiao Xia. After he dealt with Xiaoman, he bared his teeth and let out a deep breath, then turned around and pounced on Brother Tao, who had just jumped from the 1st floor. As the leader of the trio, Brother Tao's skills are slightly better than the other two, but only slightly better, and he is still no match for Xiao Xia. As the saying goes, the only way to defeat martial arts is to be faster. Xiao Xia is as fast as lightning and it is difficult to catch his figure with the naked eye. How can we defeat him? So soon, several scratches appeared on Brother Tao's body, and he looked in a miserable state. Pan Zi was on the 2nd floor, looking at the husky who was almost unable to hold on, forcing Brother Tao to the point of collapse with great surprise. He began to feel like backing out and regretted more and more that he had followed Brother Tao to do this. This was originally an extremely dirty and insidious job, and now he had encountered such a terrifying husky. Thinking of the deep impression left on him by the tall figure the day before, he couldn't help but tremble with fear when he thought about it. The more Pan Zi thought about it, the more regretful he felt, and the more anxious he became. Pan Zi, what are you doing standing there? Can't you see I can't stand it any longer? Go tie up that little bastard. Just when Pan Zi was lost in thought, Brother Tao shouted in an anxious voice. Brother Tao has been in the underground boxing world for quite some time, where the mortality rate is extremely high. However, apart from the terrifying man he met the day before, he has never had an opponent who could push him to this extent. Brother Tao's words brought Pan Zi back to his senses. He thought of the 2 million yuan reward promised by his boss. If he did the job well, he would instantly earn more than 600,000 yuan. This was not a small amount of money. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Pan Zi's eyes gradually became firm and sharp. He lowered his head and spit, then turned over and jumped down to the next floor. He didn't dare to get close to Xiaosha, but ran towards Qiqi along the wall. As long as we catch this child, he will just be a beast. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? Tao Gu and Pan Zi had a good plan and the script was well written, but Xiaosha was not their actor, so how could he do things according to their ideas? After eating Tian Lingzi, Xiaosha's IQ is now almost as good as that of humans, even if it is not as good as that of humans. He can also understand the meaning of Brother Tao's words, so the moment he saw Pan Zi taking action, Xiaosha's offensive suddenly accelerated, turning into a flash of lightning, quickly leaving wounds on Brother Tao's body one after another. Pan Zi! Hurry up! Brother Tao cried out in pain, his whole body was covered in blood, and it seemed that he could not hold on any longer. However, he knew that he could not fall down. If he fell down, the failure of the operation would be a small matter, but the lives of the three of them might be lost. When Pan Zi heard Brother Tao's urging, he quickened his pace and rushed towards Qiqi. Woof! Xiaosha was completely anxious. He gave up on Brother Tao and turned around to help Qiqi, but Brother Tao seemed to be energized at this time. He rushed forward and grabbed Xiaosha's tail tightly with both hands. Xiaosha's body suddenly stopped when Brother Tao pulled him forward. He turned back angrily and bit Brother Tao's hand. Brother Tao felt the pain and let go of his hand. Xiaosha ignored Brother Tao and turned back to rush towards Qiqi. But it was too late. Because of the delay by Brother Tao, Pan Zi successfully took Qiqi hostage. Wow! Daddy, save me! Qiqi cried even harder, tears rolling down her face like pearls from a broken string, and her short legs kicked around aimlessly. Stupid dog! Stop! Don't move! Pan Zi didn't care whether the dog in front of him could understand him or not. He just knew that if he let the dog rush up, his life would be easily lost. So he had to hold Qiqi in front of him and spoke tremblingly. After seeing Qiqi being caught by the other party, Xiaosha didn't dare to act rashly and confronted Pan Zi with bared teeth. Chapter 59 No Bottom Line. On the other side, Lin Fan was driving while turning on his phone and connecting to the villa's video surveillance system. As a new father, he began to miss his baby daughter less than half an hour after being separated from her, so Lin Fan couldn't help but want to see Qiqi. However, the scene displayed on the surveillance screen made Lin Fan furious. A huge rage suddenly rose from his body, and the air around him seemed to solidify, and the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Then, Lin Fan stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the Havel H6 increased suddenly. It instantly passed through the gap between the vehicles waiting at the intersection, made a sharp turn, crashed through the roadside fence, and rushed directly onto the crosswalk, honking the horn desperately and speeding all the way. Wow wow wow! Lin Fan's driving like this naturally attracted the attention of the police. A police car parked on the side of the road sounded the siren, turned around and chased after him. It would have taken Lin Fan less than 5 minutes to complete the 10-minute drive. After arriving at the gate of Jun Nan Waterfront community, Lin Fan parked the car on the side of the road without waiting for the security guard to open the gate railing. Before the car stopped completely, he kicked open the door and disappeared beside the car in a flash. Squeak! Half a minute later, a police car also arrived at the Jun Nan Waterfront and stopped on the side of the road next to Lin Fan's Havel H6. The door of the car then popped open, and a heroic female police officer in uniform jumped out of the car with a frosty face. She glanced at the Havel H6 parked in front and ran to the security room at the entrance of the community. Does the owner of that Havel H6 live in your neighborhood? Arriving at the door of the security room, the policewoman took out her officer ID and flashed it, then pointed at Lin Fan's car and asked the security guard on duty. When the security guard saw the female policewoman in front of him, he was stunned and didn't say a word for a long time. The policewoman frowned, raised her hand and waved it in front of the security guard, and asked again, "Does the owner of that Havel H6 live in your community?" Ah. Oh. The security guard came back to his senses, looked in the direction the policewoman pointed, and nodded quickly, saying, "Yes, officer, that car was registered with us yesterday. The owner is Mr. Lin, who owns the duplex at number 20, Zone E."
The policewoman asked again, "Where is Zone E?" "There." The security guard pointed in the direction of Area E. After getting the answer she wanted, the policewoman nodded, and then without further delay, she supported the barrier of the access control system with one hand, jumped in lightly, and ran in the direction the security guard pointed. Inside the villa. "Stupid dog, don't move, or I'll strangle her to death." Pan Zi held Qiqi in his arms with one hand, sweating profusely, and shouted at Xiao Xia in a timid manner. He was really frightened by Xiao Xia. Is this still a husky? Even the fiercest and strongest Tibetan Mastiff cannot beat this. The three of them were all external force warriors, and they had survived many life and death battles. They had a lot of combat experience, but they had never encountered a battle like today. This is not a husky, this is a monster. You big bad guy. You big bad guy. Daddy will come back and beat the shit out of you. Qiqi slapped Pan Zi's body and shouted. Shut up. Pan Zi glared at Qiqi and yelled. Qiqi looked at Pan Zi timidly and didn't dare to yell anymore. She just shed tears and sobbed, Daddy, woo-woo, where are you? Brother Tao struggled and stood up with the help of the sofa next to him. He was covered in blood and was trembling as if he would not be able to hold on. However, he had a smug smile on his blood-stained face, which looked particularly creepy. Pansy, well done. As Brother Tao spoke, he dragged his heavy feet towards Pan Zi, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the ground. Woo woof. Woof woof. Xiao Xia ignored Brother Tao. He bared his teeth, breathed heavily through his nose, and stared at Pan Zi with extremely fierce eyes. The sharp claws on his limbs were exposed, shining with cold light. No one could doubt its lethality. Hee, you damned beast, we underestimated you, but now, what else can you do? Brother Tao sat weakly on the sofa next to Pan Zi and took out a black pistol from his waist. I didn't want to bring this thing originally, but I brought it anyway just in case. I didn't expect it would come in handy. Now, I'm going to use it to send you to hell. Crash. As he spoke, Brother Tao pulled the bolt, slowly raised the pistol with his bloody hand, and aimed it at the little fool in front of him. All the hair on Xiaoxia's body stood up. His beast instinct made him sense the danger. He growled, and his body instantly arched as if a rope was tied around his waist and pulled him up. Then, in front of the extremely horrified eyes of Brother Tao and Pan Zi, Xiaoxia's body began to swell slowly. His fangs lengthened and stretched directly out of his mouth, with saliva dripping down. His limbs suddenly became thicker, and his claws slowly lengthened, becoming dark and flashing with cold light. His whole body had expanded a lot more than before, and was now larger than an adult Tibetan Mastiff. What monster? Pan Zi stuttered and stepped back instinctively. He was tripped by a soft stool behind him and sat down on it. He shouted in panic, Brother Tao! Brother Tao! Shoot! Kill him! Brother Tao was also stunned by Xiaoxia's change. He came to his senses at this moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he no longer hesitated and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Whoosh! A gunshot rang out. Xiaoxia turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. A black hole appeared under the feet where he was standing. If you run again, I'll blow her head off. Brother Tao realized that even if he had a gun in his hand, he might not be able to hurt the husky in front of him, whose speed was even more terrifying than before, so he decisively pointed the gun at Qiqi, who was still struggling in Pan Zi's arms, threatening Xiaoxia. Taking hostages to threaten a husky is something that should be very funny, but for Brother Tao, it is totally unfunny. Brother Tao and his gang only care about money, not work. For them, there is no bottom line. As long as the money is in place, anything can be done. In fact, over the years, they have followed their boss and done a lot of immoral things, such as giving birth to a son without an anus. Xiaoxia was furious when he saw that the other party was so shameless as to threaten him, but there was nothing he could do. He could ensure that he would not be hurt by the bullets, but he could not guarantee Qiqi's safety. In Xiaoxia's heart, Qiqi's safety comes before his own. If it weren't for the kind-hearted little master who brought me back, I'm afraid I would still be a poor disabled dog, living a miserable life in a pet store. The little master's kindness to me is like a rebirth. No matter what, I will not allow the little master to be harmed in the slightest. Sometimes, animals are more grateful and loyal than humans. Brother Tao was delighted when he saw that Xiaoxia didn't dare to move. It seemed that this stupid dog could really understand what people said, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with him. Die, stupid dog. Brother Tao shouted, turned the gun and aimed it at Sha again, clicked his fingers, and with a bang, the bullet shot out at high speed. Chapter 60, How Do You Want to Die? Brother Tao was determined to succeed with the second shot, and when the bullet was fired from the gun barrel, a smug smile even appeared on his face. With the blood all over his face, he looked particularly creepy against the backdrop of the gunfire. But the smile just appeared on his face and then froze. Brother Tao only felt a small black object flash by in front of his eyes, and then a slight sound came from the side. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that a bullet was deeply embedded in the wall on the side, leaving only a small bulge outside the wall, and a small black stone fell on the ground in the corner of the wall. What? The scene in front of him made Brother Tao's eyelids jump, and then, his heart was filled with stormy waves. It was obvious that someone had thrown a stone, intercepting the bullet midway, and forcibly changing the bullet's trajectory and shooting into the sidewall. The firing speed of a bullet is generally 300 to 400 meters per second. With such a fast speed in such a short distance, it can be said that the gunshot will hit the target immediately. However, someone can actually throw a stone from the side to intercept it midway. How accurate, how much force, and how fast does this require? An ominous premonition surged in Brother Tao's heart, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. Then, a murderous aura as tangible as a substance surged in from outside the villa and instantly enveloped him. His heart could not help but tremble. It's him, that scary man is back. Finished. This was the only thought in Brother Tao's mind, and then he looked towards the door with a deathly pale face. Pan Zi was also stunned as he watched the bullets shot into the wall. He felt that the scene before his eyes was just like watching a movie. Are we just playing? This is even possible. Bang! The door of the villa shattered directly, and a figure broke in, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and appeared in the room in an instant. How do you want to die? An extremely gloomy voice also reached the ears of Brother Tao and Pan Zi. You. Brother Tao and Pan Zi stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the man who appeared in front of them with extreme horror. Daddy woo-woo. Qiqi was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. As soon as she saw Lin Fan appear, all the grievances in her heart turned into tears and flowed out. She cried and stretched out her two chubby little arms to Lin Fan and asked for a hug. Lin Fan smiled at Qiqi and said softly, Qiqi, be good. Daddy is here. Daddy won't let you get hurt. Daddy's warm smile and gentle words made Qiqi feel very safe. She nodded her head and stopped crying, but the tears were still hanging on her long eyelashes, making her look very pitiful. Seeing his precious daughter crying so sadly, with a faint scratch on her little face, Lin Fan's anger erupted like a volcano. The air around him solidified instantly, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Pan Zi couldn't help but shiver, and her whole heart was trembling. Lin Fan's aura was fixed on Pan Zi and Tao Ge, and his rage turned into murderous intent that surrounded the two of them. He had recognized them from the video surveillance a few minutes ago. These two were the three bodyguards who had followed Wang Chao to cause trouble. I had shown mercy at that time and did not use my full strength, but I did not expect that they would seek death and actually dare to target Qiqi. Damn it! These were three external force fighters who had come out of the underground boxing ring, three external force fighters who had been through hundreds of battles and whose hands were stained with blood. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, they were murderous demons, insurmountable mountains, and devils from hell. But in Lin Fan's eyes, they were just ants. The giant dragon will not take the ants seriously at all. However, if the ants are willing to touch the dragon's reverse scale, a tragic end will be waiting for them. Let my daughter go and I'll leave your bodies intact. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Seeing Lin Fan return, Sha whimpered, returned to his original form, jumped lightly, and ran to Lin Fan's feet. His eyes never left Qiqi the whole time, but he knew that now that the master was back, the little master would be fine. Don't let go. Brother Tao first shouted at Pan Zi in a voice that was almost broken, then he clenched the gun tightly with trembling hands, pointed the muzzle at Lin Fan, and shouted tremblingly, Don't move. Your daughter is in our hands. I know you are powerful, but I don't believe you can be faster than a bullet. After saying that, Brother Tao pointed his gun at Qiqi and Pan Zi's arms and said, If you dare to move, I will shoot. Lin Fan grinned, revealing his big white teeth, and said word by word, You are playing with fire. Very good, today, none of you can escape. Brother Tao had already given up all his efforts at this point. He knew that if the three of them fell into Lin Fan's hands, even if they didn't die, they would be badly injured. The only bargaining chip that could save him was Qiqi. Brother Tao shouted, Let us leave. We promise not to hurt your daughter.
Lin Fan shook his head slowly. Tao's eyes were full of bloodshot. He put the gun to Qiqi's forehead and shouted with spit flying everywhere, "Did you hear me?
Let us go. Otherwise, I will shoot her to death."
Seeing Qiqi's smooth forehead turned red because of being hit by the gun barrel, Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and his heart was in a knot.
He lowered his head slightly, stared at Brother Tao with his eyes rolled up, and said in a low voice, "Look into my eyes. Don't talk nonsense."
Brother Tao subconsciously looked towards Lin Fan's eyes, and saw that Lin Fan's eyes seemed to have turned into a sky full of stars. His heart couldn't help but be intoxicated by them, and he stopped talking halfway through his words.
"Brother Tao, what's wrong with you?"
Pan Zi instinctively realized that something was wrong with Brother Tao, so he frowned and shouted at Brother Tao, but Brother Tao did not respond.
"Brother Tao!" Pan Zi shouted again. There was no response from Brother Tao. Tianyan's soul-stealing technique worked again.
Just before Brother Tao fired the gun, Lin Fan appeared beside Pan Zi and took Qiqi from his arms. Then he flashed back to where he was standing before. This set of movements sounds long, but it actually only took a few tenths of a second to complete. When Lin Fan returned to his original position, the gun in Brother Tao's hand just went off. Lin Fan held Qiqi in his arms and covered her eyes.
"Daddy, wow, Qiqi is scared." Feeling her father's warm embrace again, Qiqi's emotions broke down.
She hugged Lin Fan tightly with her two chubby little arms and cried loudly. Her snot and tears soon soaked Lin Fan's clothes on his chest. Seeing his precious daughter so scared, Lin Fan now only wanted to kill people. He wanted all the beasts who hurt Qiqi to pay the price in blood. Lin Fan gently patted Qiqi's back and rocked her. "Qiqi, don't cry, Daddy is here.
Daddy is Superman and will protect Qiqi. He won't let anyone hurt Qiqi. Qiqi, please have a good sleep first. You will forget everything when you wake up."
Lin Fan added a bit of mental strength when he spoke. Qiqi listened to Lin Fan's gentle voice, her emotions gradually stabilized, the fear in her heart slowly dissipated, her eyelids closed and slowly she felt sleepiness coming over her. What happened today is enough to cause a great psychological trauma to an adult, not to mention a 4-year-old child. Lin Fan was furious, but he had to let Qiqi go to sleep first to avoid being hurt again. While comforting Qiqi, Lin Fan looked down at Xiao Xia at his feet. Xiao Xia understood what Lin Fan meant.
"Don't move."
At this moment, a delicate shout was heard.